Chapter 361. None of the geniuses were willing to fall behind, and they all cultivated diligently. Everyone knew that if they wanted to obtain more resources from the Purple Heaven sect in the future, they had to perform better than others at this time. The 11th to 20th years after entering the ancient Tao origin world were the highlight for Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng. The two of them passed the third stage of the sky-piercing mountain. On the 21st year, Ji Wei broke through the fifth stage and took back the limelight. At the same time, Jiang Xi also confirmed a problem during this year. He had sworn an oath to his master, Taoist Gu, that he would return the Purple Heaven Sword Manual to the Purple Heaven sect within 100 years. This 100 years referred to the time he had experienced, and it was not the normal 100 years of the original universe. After the worry in his heart was resolved, Jiang Xi was completely relieved. In the next 21 to 30 years, Kuang Lang and Mo Hong, Bloodchild, Li Xianxian, Li Linger, and Feng Lu all passed the third stage. While everyone was breaking through one after another, Riverward remained silent and did not make any movements. He did not challenge the Heavenspan Mountain even once. Although everyone was a little speechless, they were gradually getting used to Jiang Xi's style. In the blink of an eye there was only a month left. The 30 years of cultivation in the ancient Tao origin world would end. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the stone bed in the stone house, seemingly immersed in cultivation. In reality, most of his attention was on his clone on the first moon of Earth. This state had been going on for almost a month. Suddenly, 3 types of Daos of heaven and earth appeared on Jiang Xi's body. The 3 types of Daos circulated in a mysterious way and gradually merged into one. After this process was completed, his aura suddenly increased by several times. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. I finally succeeded. Then a trace of helplessness flashed through his eyes. As expected, according to Master, each Tao technique is a different path. The more Tao techniques one comprehends, the more paths one can walk at the same time. If one wants to comprehend new Tao techniques, the difficulty will increase tenfold. The master he was referring to was naturally the Wine Sword Immortal in Jiang Xi's opinion. He had deduced the Sword Tao in the first year after entering the ancient Tao origin world. The difficulty of deducing the path of Gale should be much lower. However, he never thought that the difficulty of the deduction was actually greater than the Sword Tao. In addition, the Gale path did not have an inheritance altar as a reference, so the deduction progress was even slower. Jiang Xi did not understand. The Gale Tao was a rare Tao technique. Its difficulty should be lower than other special Tao techniques. Later on, he became the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. It was only through this master that he learned that the Wine Sword Immortal had become a disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal. It turned out that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to reach a high level of attainment when cultivating multiple Taoist techniques. Especially when one's Tao technique realm was higher, the more difficult it would be to walk the path of multiple Tao techniques. Humans only had 2 legs. Walking 2 paths at the same time was already very difficult, let alone walking 3 or more paths at the same time. In the end, the Wine Sword Immortal also suggested that he focus on Sword Tao. Jiang Xi only listened to half of this suggestion. While focusing on the Sword Tao, he continued to deduce the Gale Tao. He couldn't just say, I have the EXP panel. No matter how many paths there are, as long as I can step on them, I can walk through them, right? Thus, he silently deduced, not caring about the success or failure of the other geniuses. Finally, he successfully deduced the Gale Tao a month ago. The third Tao of heaven and earth. It's indeed very difficult. The ancient Tao source world is like the birth of heaven and earth. The Tao of heaven and earth is not stable, so it's easier to cultivate Tao techniques compared to the original universe. But even in such an environment, it still took me so many years to deduce the Gale Tao successfully. If I were in the original universe, it would probably take me at least 100 years to deduce the third Gale Tao. Fortunately, his efforts were not wasted. When he used his clone to refine the spiritual fruit and push the Gale Tao to perfection, the Tao fusion technique underwent a change. Tao technique, Gale Tao 10th tier, 50.000/50.000/000. Secret technique, Tao fusion technique, Sword Tao, Fire Tao, Gale Tao 30.000/300.000/000. Amplitude 3. After the 3 Taos of heaven and earth have completely fused, my spiritual energy amplitude has tripled. If that's the case, my spiritual energy amplitude can reach a maximum of 6,000 times. I'll comprehend it carefully and prepare to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Before leaving the ancient Tao source world, I'll try to comprehend it one last time at the Azure Lotus altar. It was not only the improvement of his Dao technique. In the past 20 years, Jiang Xi had used up 3 chances at the inheritance altar. He had used the Azure Lotus altar to deduce and completely comprehended the second sword technique of the Melody of 10,000 Swords. His ability to use the sword Dao had greatly improved. Therefore, before leaving, he wanted to comprehend it one more time to further improve his use of the sword Dao. New Moon Era 225, November 11th. Original Universe, Milky Way Galaxy, Planet Dongyuan, Mountain Sea Star Trade Headquarters. This day was an important day for the Mountain Sea Star Trade. Yan Fei, a late-stage nascent soul disciple from the Purple Heaven sect's First Heaven, carried out a complete inspection of the Mountain Sea Star Trade's assets under the witness of the Omniscient Eye. Congratulations, junior sister Jiang. The Mountain Sea Star Trade's assets have reached 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. According to the rules, the Purple Heaven sect's business-type disciples can run a star trade group. If the assets reach 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals, they can enter the Purple Heaven sect's First Heaven to cultivate. Yan Fei first said this formally, then smiled and said, "Junior sister Jiang, I will submit the inspection results later. Then we will really be fellow disciples. Then I hope senior sister Yan can take care of me in the future." Jiang Daodu smiled. "Junior sister Jiang, you must be joking. With senior brother Jiang Xi's status in the sect, I hope you can help me in the future." Yan Fei shook her head. The news that Jiang Xi had become the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal had already spread in the 9th heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. As for the disciples in the first 4 heavens, other than a few experienced and powerful disciples, the rest were all extremely envious. However, putting aside her relationship with Jiang Xi, Yan Fei also admired Jiang Daodu. She had thought that after the Mountain Sea Star Trade was merged into the Purple Heaven sect, she would borrow Jiang Xi's name. It would take Jiang Daodu about 1,000 years to operate the Mountain Sea Star Trade to 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Unexpectedly, Jiang Daodu achieved this goal in less than 100 years. Even with the excellent quality of the Mountain Sea Star artifact as a foundation, the fact that Jiang Daodu was able to expand the Mountain Sea Star artifact to this extent in such a short period of time was a testament to her abilities. "Junior sister Jiang, when are you going to go to the Purple Heaven sect?" Yan Fei asked again. "There are still some things to deal with. Let's go in a month," Jiang Daodu said with a smile. "Okay, I will wait for you for a month." "Thank you. I will ask Yoshin to accompany you around the Milky Way galaxy." Although the two had only met a few times, they were like sisters who had not seen each other for many years and quickly became close. This was partly because Yan Fei deliberately made friends with her, and partly because Jiang Daodu had grown up for so many years and had already understood the ways of the world. After when Yoshin left with Yan Fei, Jiang Daodu stretched lazily as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders, revealing her graceful figure. Chapter 362. Over 100 years had passed, and the bean sprout who used to roam the streets had become slender and elegant. However, in front of outsiders, Jiang Dudu had always remained aloof. Especially in the past few years when Jiang Xi wasn't around, she rarely smiled. "Congratulations, master. You've finally gotten what you wanted." Yin Tianxing, who was the size of a thumb, appeared on Jiang Dudu's shoulder. "It's still early. The first heaven and the third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect are 2 different worlds." Jiang Dudu's expression was calm. "With master's talent, it's only a matter of time before you enter the third heaven," Yin Tianxing said with a smile. Jiang Dudu smiled and asked, "But you, my brother's master, died because of you. Are you afraid now that he's in the Purple Heaven sect?" "What's there to be afraid of? This old servant has a personal grudge with Taoist Go. It's not a grudge between the human race and the ghost race. Besides, I'm only a remnant spirit now. I can't catch the attention of those immortal Tao experts." Yin Tianxing had a smile on his face, but his tone was bitter. Jiang Dudu didn't say anything else. She looked into the starry sky as if there was a world hidden in her eyes. 9 Heavens City, the teleportation platform from the original universe to the ancient Tao origin world. The gray-robed elder guarding this place suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared at the same time. 2 of them were immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. The one in the lead was true monarch Iron Mountain in blood-red battle armor. When the gray-robed elder saw them clearly, he said in surprise, "Iron Mountain, you came personally?" "I happened to be free, so I brought those little guys back." True monarch Iron Mountain nodded lightly. "This year's youngsters are pretty good." "You're really lucky," the gray-robed elder said with a smile. "Haha, it's my turn to be lucky." True monarch Iron Mountain laughed and said a few more words to the gray-robed elder before leaving with immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He. The gray-robed elder looked at them and shook his head. That lucky guy. After cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years, many of the youngsters in this year's 9 Regions Genius Tournament had shown signs of immortal potential. It could be said to be the strongest in 5 million years. True Lord Iron Mountain also had a mansion in 9 Firmament City. He brought immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He to his palace. After taking their seats, True Lord Iron Mountain sat at the top of the hall and asked, Yi Liang, you know the situation of those young people the best. Tell me. Immortal Yi Liang said respectfully, currently, Ji Wei has passed the 5th stage of Mount Tongtian. Mu Ning, Yan Jiufeng, Jiang Xi, and Kuang Lang are all at the 3rd stage. Mo Hong, Li Xianxian, Lin Ling'er, and Feng Lu are all in the 2nd stage. The others? He recounted everyone's situation in detail. True Lord Iron Mountain nodded in satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, the young cultivators who participated in the 9 Zones Genius Tournament were all very strong. After cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years, it would be considered not bad if 2 or 3 of them could pass the 3rd stage of the Skyspan Mountain. This time, not only did someone pass the 5th stage, there were even 4 people who passed the 3rd stage. If these geniuses were to transcend their tribulation and become immortals in the future, they would have a chance to become powerhouses among tribulation transcenders with a little bit of training. At that time, his Iron Mountain lineage's overall strength in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court would increase by a lot. In addition, Lord Iron Mountain also noticed a problem. He asked with some doubt, I remember that 20 years ago, Jiang Xi passed the 3rd stage of the Skyspan Mountain and became the disciple of the Wine Sword Immortal, Zhongli. Why hasn't there been any change in the past 20 years? If it was in the original universe, it would be understandable if he hadn't made any progress in 20 years. But now, he had cultivated in the ancient Tao origin world for 20 years and hadn't made any progress at all. Moreover, the Wine Sword Immortal wasn't inferior to him, a Tao Immortal. With such an expert guiding his cultivation, it was reasonable to say that Jiang Xi should have made more progress. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He looked at each other and laughed. True Lord Jiang Xi's style is actually like this. In the 9 Zones Genius Tournament and the Skyspan Mountain 20 years ago, he's always been like this. He likes to hide his strength. He's well prepared. Immortal Yi Liang pondered for a while before finding the right words. Then he briefly described what Jiang Xi had done. True Lord Iron Mountain's interest was piqued. Oh? Then I'd like to see what he's been accumulating for the past 20 years. Then he asked Immortal Yi Liang to send a message to everyone to meet him. Soon, the remaining 2,700 geniuses all arrived at True Lord Iron Mountain's palace. Greetings, True Lord Iron Mountain. Everyone bowed in unison. True Lord Iron Mountain was expressionless as a powerful aura spread out. I'm very disappointed. The ancient Tao origin world is the safest place on your path of cultivation, but almost 1,000 of you have died. The expressions of the geniuses changed under this powerful aura. Even the stronger geniuses like Jiang Xi and Ji Wei found it difficult to breathe. Too powerful. Now there's still a month left. Those who are going to challenge the Skyspan Mountain and those who haven't used the opportunity to comprehend the inheritance altar should use it quickly. It won't be so easy to come to the ancient Tao origin world in the future, True Lord Iron Mountain said. These 2 short sentences caused the geniuses to fall silent and quickly disperse. Some returned to the Skyspan Mountain and River Diagram to challenge the Skyspan Mountain again. Some went to the inheritance altar to comprehend the ancient Tao origin world first before going to the Skyspan Mountain. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi returned to his stone house and continued to comprehend the changes after the 3 Taos of heaven and earth merged. He received a message from Immortal Yi Liang before he had time to check it out, so he could only rush to True Lord Iron Mountain's place. After spending half a day to comprehend, Jiang Xi had a rough understanding of his new strength. After adding the Gale Tao, not only has my spiritual energy multiplied, but the Gale Tao also has the Wind Tao origin world. The Tao fusion technique has also gained some wind transformations, making it faster and sharper. In addition, I've completely comprehended the 2nd sword art of the melody of 10,000 swords. My current strength should be able to improve greatly on the Skyspan Mountain, right? Jiang Xi smiled and took out his communication pearl, preparing to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. However, before he could enter the Skyspan Mountain and River Diagram, he received a message on his communication pearl. Mu Ning just passed the 4th trial? Jiang Xi was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes narrowed. He's starting to show his strength? Since that's the case, let's go challenge the Skyspan Mountain now. Mu Ning's improvement also ignited Jiang Xi's fighting spirit. The Skyspan Mountain and River Diagram, the continent where the 44 Skyspan Mountains were located. Jiang Xi had just entered when he discovered that over 1,000 people had already gathered here. They were all waiting in line to challenge the Skyspan Mountain. Hey Jiang Xi, Mu Ning just passed the 4th trial and you're already here. He'll definitely say that you're deliberately causing trouble for him, Yan Jiufeng said with a smile. I can't let him be the only one in the limelight, Jiang Xi joked. Soon Mu Ning's figure flew down from the myriad Skyspan Mountain. He hadn't passed the 5th trial. Sure enough, when he saw Jiang Xi, he immediately shouted, Jiang Xi, you're deliberately causing trouble for me. Can't you come back a few days later? Jiang Xi and Yan Jiufeng immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 363. Just as they were getting excited, whoosh, another figure appeared. Everyone looked over. It was a young man with a strand of white hair on his forehead. It was Ji Wei. He had also received the news that Mu Ning had passed the 4th level. However, Ji Wei's gaze fell on Jiang Xi, and he took the initiative to ask a question. Jiang Xi, are you confident that you can pass the 5th level? Maybe. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Ji Wei fell silent again. At this moment, the voice of the mountain guardian sounded. The Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain is free. Those who want to challenge it, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi immediately flew out and went straight to the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain. I want to see how many things this guy has hidden for 20 years. Mu Ning muttered. Although Ji Wei was expressionless, the look in his eyes had clearly changed. The other geniuses also looked at Jiang Xi's figure and made guesses. After all, Jiang Xi had not challenged the sky-piercing mountain for 20 years. In the 4th level of the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain, in the illusion, the gatekeeper, who was dressed in battle armor and carried a long sword on his back, actually revealed a rare smile when he saw Riverward. You haven't been here for a long time. Last time you suffered a crushing defeat. This time, if you don't have a big breakthrough, you won't be able to pass this level. Let's play one round first. Jiang Xi chuckled. He looked very calm on the surface, but his fighting spirit was rising. It was time to go all out. Whoosh! The slaughtering shadow sword was unsheathed, and sword light whistled like a blooming green lotus. Sword chi that blotted out the sky shot out. This time, the sword chi was not only mixed with the dark redly fire sword shadow, but also the swiftness and fierceness of the wind. Suddenly, sword chi filled the sky and swept through the entire space. Whoosh! The fusion of 3 Daos of heaven and earth. The gatekeeper was also shocked. Under normal circumstances, only those tribulation transcender and Dao immortal powerhouses who had stagnated in their cultivation would think of taking the 2nd or 3rd path. It was very rare for cultivators who had not yet become immortals to take multiple paths and be able to complete the fusion of 2 Daos of heaven and earth, as for someone like Jiang Xi, who had reached the level of the Dao of heaven and earth in all 3 paths and was able to fuse them together to execute the Dao fusion technique. It was simply rare to see someone like him in a million years. It was common knowledge that the more Dao arts one cultivated, the harder it would be to cultivate in the future. However, the gatekeeper would not relax his attack just because he was shocked. He snorted coldly, and his soaring sword intent swept out. You want to use this technique to get past me? Don't even think about it. Boom, boom. The sword light surged, bursting with dazzling and blazing light. Terrifying cracks appeared in the space as the two of them exchanged blows. It was as if the space was about to collapse. However, in terms of absolute strength, the gatekeeper was still at a disadvantage. In this round, his Dao power was only equivalent to 4,600 times the spiritual energy amplitude. In comparison, Jiang Xi's spiritual energy amplitude could reach 6,000 times. On top of that, after mastering the 2nd sword technique of the tune of 10,000 swords, his combat skills were no longer the same as before. Therefore, the gatekeeper was only able to block Jiang Xi's first wave of attacks. In the 2nd round, he was cut down by the sword. Stage 4 passed. When the news spread, everyone's shock was not as strong as imagined. Because Jiang Xi had already passed the 3rd stage 20 years ago. If he could not even pass the 4th stage this time, it would be too ridiculous. Now, everyone was waiting to see if Jiang Xi could pass the 5th stage. If he could, it would really be heaven-defying. Because the first place of the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, Ji Wei, was also at the 5th stage. The Void Universe Sky-Piercing Mountain is also empty. Those who want to challenge it, hurry up and go. The voice of the gatekeeper sounded. Everyone's eyes gathered on Ji Wei. Ji Wei was expressionless. He moved his feet lightly and flashed out. He would not let anyone shake his first place. This is great. The limelight has been stolen by these two. Mu Ning grabbed the bamboo flute and knocked on his straw hat. Half an hour later, the gatekeeper suddenly laughed. Jiang Xi has passed the 5th stage. Whoosh! The geniuses immediately became lively. This time everyone was really shocked. At the 5th stage of the sky-piercing mountain, Jiang Xi's talent and strength were fully deserving of the 2nd place this time. Why was he not first? Because Ji Wei had passed the 5th stage 10 years ago. Naturally he was first. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, the gatekeeper's dignified face was filled with a smile. Ji Wei has passed the 6th stage. The platform in front of the sky-piercing mountain was strangely quiet. The geniuses all fell into silence. The 6th stage. At this time, there was only a deep pressure in everyone's heart. Jiang Xi and Ji Wei were no longer on the same level as them. The other geniuses in the top 10 had their eyes flickering. They were greatly stimulated. Especially the other 2 Purple Heaven Sect 4th layer disciples, Yan Jiufeng and Kuang Lang. Yan Jiufeng was slightly better. She was lively by nature. She only smiled bitterly for a moment before her emotions returned to normal. Kuang Lang was originally a domineering person. With such a big gap between him and his competitors, he did not feel good. However, this time, Kuang Lang did not have a big emotional reaction. He was very calm. He had already accepted this reality. However, he would not give up. The road of cultivation was still long. He would catch up sooner or later. He would not give up. Next, the geniuses' challenges came to an end. Basically, everyone had passed the 1st stage. As for the top 360 geniuses, as long as they were still alive, they had passed the 2nd stage. After that, only the top 10 geniuses had passed the 3rd stage. The remaining geniuses, the 4th stage Mu Ning, the 5th stage Jiang Xi, the 6th stage Ji Wei. Inside True Monarch Iron Mountain's palace, the 3 immortals had also received the results of everyone's challenge. Congratulations, True Monarch. Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He congratulated him in unison. True Monarch Iron Mountain, who had always been dignified, also let out a carefree laugh. It could be expected that Ji Wei, Jiang Xi, and Mu Ning would all become powerhouses among tribulation transcenders in the future as long as nothing unexpected happened. If they were lucky, they might even become great Tao immortals. If they became tribulation transcenders, they would naturally be his subordinates. If they became great Tao immortals, they would become true monarchs. They would be on the same level as him and would not be inferior to him. However, at that time, their relationship would definitely be closer than that of other true monarchs. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Ji Wei walks the path of time and space, and he has already stepped onto the great Tao. Coupled with the fusion of time and space, it is reasonable for him to pass the 6th stage. Mu Ning is also at the great Tao level, and he specializes in the great Tao of life. He has walked further than Ji Wei's great Tao. What is this Jiang Xi relying on? He has not stepped onto the great Tao but instead walked 3 great Taos of heaven and earth at the same time. It is really rare. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Weren't geniuses like this? It was beyond the expectations of ordinary people. 3 people, 3 different cultivation directions. At present, it seemed that Ji Wei was a little ahead. However, in the eyes of True Monarch Iron Mountain, Jiang Xi was also a genius worth looking forward to. This was because Ji Wei had already revealed a talent that was rarely seen in a million years. In contrast, Jiang Xi's sudden breakthrough was a complete surprise. Chapter 364. After failing the 6th stage, Jiang Xi didn't continue trying and left the sky-piercing mountain river diagram. He cultivated in the stone house for 3 days. After the 3 battles in the sky-piercing mountain, he gained a lot of battle insights and needed to organize them. Only by summarizing and combining actual battle and theory could he improve faster. After doing all that, Jiang Xi went to the Azure Lotus altar and cultivated for 20 days, using up the 2 chances he just obtained. Because just like True Monarch Iron Mountain said, if he didn't use it now, he didn't know when he would come to the ancient Tao source world again. Using the Azure Lotus altar, he used the Purple Firmament Sword Manual, Sword Tao, and Melody of 10,000 Swords to deduce together. Combined with the battle insights from the sky-piercing mountain, his use of the Sword Tao improved a lot after 20 days. Especially the 3rd sword technique of the Melody of 10,000 Swords, he already had a rough idea. Presumably, if he continued to deduce with the experience panel, he would soon be able to fully grasp it. The 3 sword techniques of the Melody of 10,000 Swords corresponded to the first 3 transformations of the Azure Lotus Sword Tao, 1 Azure Lotus, 4 Azure Lotus and 100 Azure Lotus. Once he fully grasped the third sword technique, his strength would definitely rise to another level. 9 Firmament City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Jiang Xi spent the last 10 days before leaving the ancient Dao Source world. Listening to the teachings of his master, Wine Sword Immortal, was one thing. Another thing was that he didn't know when he would come to the ancient Dao Source world again after leaving this time, so he naturally wanted to accompany his master. In Jiang Xi's heart, Daoist Gu and the Wine Sword Immortal, these two masters had completely different styles. But they were both dedicated to their disciples and taught them everything. Before Daoist Gu died, he directly passed his inheritance memories to him. And the Wine Sword Immortal, in the 20 years after he became his master, carefully taught him about various aspects of cultivation. In the last 10 days, the Wine Sword Immortal even told him many things. He provided many constructive suggestions for his future development. Soon it was time to leave the ancient Dao Source world. Master, I'm leaving. Jiang Xi knelt on the ground. As sword immortals, there's no need for us to go through such complicated formalities. We can just do as we please. Wine Sword Immortal laughed out loud. Riverward, on the other hand, bowed respectfully. Even though the Wine Sword Immortal had lived for nearly 100,000 years, his heart was inexplicably moved. Because he had entrusted too many things to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, since we are parting, I have a request for you. The Wine Sword Immortal said seriously. Master, please speak. Wine Sword Immortal said, live on. Jiang Xi was startled for a moment. He thought that the Wine Sword Immortal had some requirements for his cultivation. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 simple words. But from these 3 words, one could feel the Wine Sword Immortal's concern for him. This disciple will remember. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Alright, you guys are about to gather. Hurry up and go. Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Xi nodded gently, then turned and left. In the empty hall, the Wine Sword Immortal stood there quietly. After a long time, he suddenly grabbed the wine gourd and drank a lot of wine. Immortal Ping walked out of the side hall and sighed. Big brother Zhongli, since you can't bear to part with him, you can apply to return to the sect to cultivate. This way Jiang Xi's path in the sect will be smoother. The Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and smiled. The growth of young people still needs more tempering. Don't worry, this little guy is smart and has hidden a lot of things. Jiang Xi left with worry in his heart. Although the Wine Sword Immortal didn't reveal the problem of his lifespan to him, he had checked the information of the Wine Sword Immortal a long time ago. His master was a 9 Tribulation Sword Immortal who had lived for nearly 100,000 years. In other words, the Wine Sword Immortal's lifespan was about to come to an end unless he could break through and become a great Dao Immortal. I don't know what happened, but with master strength, he should have been able to become a great Dao Immortal. Jiang Xi shook his head and hid his worry in the bottom of his heart. He still wasn't strong enough. It was very difficult for him to come into contact with the secrets of the Tribulation Transcender and Great Dao Immortal levels. 9 Heavens City, the teleportation platform from the original universe to the ancient Dao origin world. True Monarch Iron Mountain stood with his hands behind his back, while Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Chu He stood behind him. More than 2,700 geniuses were standing in an orderly manner. The cultivation in the ancient Dao origin world is over. There are only 3 people whose performance satisfied me the most. Ji Wei, Jiang Xi, and Mu Ning. True Monarch Iron Mountain's hoarse voice sounded. Instantly, the gazes of the geniuses gathered on the 3 people at the front. Everyone had complicated expressions. Some were disappointed, some were envious, some were jealous, but most of them were filled with fighting spirit. Ji Wei, Jiang Xi, and Mu Ning. In many people's eyes, Jiang Xi was actually more monstrous than the other 2. This was because Jiang Xi's growth was too fast. Ji Wei and Mu Ning's talent and strength had already been displayed in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. In comparison, although Jiang Xi was in the top 10 at that time, he was clearly weaker than Ji Wei and Mu Ning. Moreover, Jiang Xi's master was only a Tribulation Transcender, while Ji Wei and Mu Ning's masters were Dao Immortals. 30 years had passed and Jiang Xi had risen step by step. He had surpassed Mu Ning and was approaching Ji Wei. In the future, how far could Jiang Xi go on the road of cultivation? No one had a definite answer. However, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Xi now. True Monarch Iron Mountain continued, the 30 years in the ancient Dao origin world was only the first stage of your cultivation in the Purple Heaven sect. Resources are earned by one's own efforts. I hope that after arriving at the Purple Heaven sect, you can continue to work hard and perform even better. Cultivation has no limits. How far you can go in the future is not only related to your talent, but also how much effort you can put in. Now, follow me back to the Purple Heaven sect. The geniuses became excited once again. As disciples of the Purple Heaven sect, they could finally cultivate in the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi had a deep look in his eyes. He had thought about more than the others. Strictly speaking, he was already a disciple of the Purple Heaven sect after he became Taoist Ji's disciple. Now he really had to go to the Purple Heaven sect. Where would he go and what would he experience? His sharp intuition told him that Taoist Ji's mission was not that simple. The Tao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects, the Taoist gate, the Buddhist gate and the Sword gate, were detached from worldly affairs. The Purple Heaven sect was the true ruler of the entire Tao Alliance and the entire human race in the universe. After all, even the master of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court came from the Purple Heaven sect. One could imagine how powerful the Purple Heaven sect was. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual was named after the Purple Heaven sect. Its importance was self-evident. However, Taoist Gu, a Tao integration expert, had mastered one of the most important inheritances of the Purple Heaven sect. Was this a joke? Looks like I have to keep a low profile when I reach the Purple Heaven sect. I can only secretly look for opportunities. Jiang Xi carried these doubts, caution, and worry in his heart as he followed the 3 immortals. First, they teleported back to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's Tao Origin Hall through the Universe Passage. Then, they teleported directly to the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters through the Southern Heavenly Gates teleportation platform. They had finally arrived. The geniuses were once again stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 365. As soon as the 2,700 geniuses appeared on the teleportation platform of the Purple Heaven sect, they were all stunned. The headquarters of the Purple Heaven sect was naturally not something that a peak immortal Tao sect could compare to. However, what they didn't expect was that this was also a continent in space. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. In terms of scale, it was comparable to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court. The only difference was that the continent of the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court had countless immortal mountains, immortal islands and palaces. On the other hand, the Purple Heaven sect only had 9 enormous floating islands. They were layered upon layers and they were surrounded by 5 colored clouds. It was like a paradise. Right now, the teleportation platform they were on seemed to be tens of thousands of square kilometers in size. However, compared to the 9 floating islands, it was nothing. While everyone was still in shock, True Monarch Iron Mountain said in a low voice, "Iliang Chuha, take them to their respective heavens." Then he disappeared from the teleportation platform. Immortal Iliang and Immortal Chuha glanced at the youths who were looking around, then exchanged a glance and chuckled. Then Immortal Iliang said, "The continent below is slightly smaller than the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's Heavenly Court continent. The largest one has a diameter of 9 billion light-years. It is where the outer disciples of the Purple Heaven sect cultivate. These 9 enormous floating islands are the 9 great heavens. The first 4 heavens are where the core disciples cultivate. Each of them contains a major world. 9 billion light-years? That was a little too small. The geniuses were all flabbergasted. Now, the disciples of the first heavens will follow Immortal Chuha. The disciples of the second and third heavens will follow me." Immortal Iliang chuckled. The 2,700 geniuses quickly split up according to their respective heavens. The first heavens were the most numerous, followed by the second heavens. The third and fourth heavens were only the top 10. Everyone would be teleported to the first 4 floating islands in the sky through the teleportation platform in batches. Immortal Chuha left with the first heavens, which had the most people. Then Immortal Iliang left with the fourth heavens, Jiwei Yanjiofeng and Kuang Lang. As for the several hundred second and third heavens geniuses, they had to wait for Immortal Iliang's return because the heavenly layer world was very big. The 2 immortals had to send these geniuses to their respective caves one by one. Before leaving, Yanjiofeng waved at Mu Ning and Jiang Xi. "Mu Ning, Jiang Xi, don't forget to keep in touch." Although she was lively by nature, the only people she was close to were Mu Ning and Jiang Xi. Of course, Jiang Xi was incidental. Mu Ning tilted her head and waved her flute. Jiang Xi only smiled and nodded. He knew that the other party was targeting Mu Ning. "I wonder what the world of the third heaven is like?" Mu Ning asked curiously beside Jiang Xi. He was also a disciple of the third heaven. "Just now the immortal said that it's a great world," Jiang Xi said with a smile. In Taoist Ji's inherited memories, there was a simple description of the 9 heavens of Purple Heaven sect, but it was not detailed. Jiang Xi had no idea what was going on inside. Mu Ning kept making guesses and Jiang Xi would add on occasionally. No matter what the environment is inside, I'll definitely plant a willow tree in front of the door and dig a pond. Mu Ning calculated carefully. Jiang Xi smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and shuddered. Brother. A familiar voice that seemed to penetrate deep into his soul reached Jiang Xi's ears. Jiang Dudu's graceful figure appeared on the other side of the teleportation platform. She, who had always maintained a cold demeanor in front of others, was now smiling like a blooming flower. Jiang Xi was instantly dumbfounded. The world seemed to have quieted down. The two of them only had eyes for each other. They had really been separated for a long time this time. Jiang Xi had been separated for 30 years, while Jiang Dudu had been separated for 108 years. Jiang Dudu's appearance also caused the other geniuses on the teleportation platform to become lively. Since the two immortals Yi Liang and Chu He had temporarily left, they could finally relax. Jiang Xi, you actually have a younger sister. Mu Ning exclaimed. Why is your sister also a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect? Mo Hong asked. This is ridiculous. Your sister's talent is also so strong. The other geniuses who were on good terms with him all teased him. Jiang Xi smiled proudly and appeared in front of Jiang Dudu in a flash. Are you surprised? Jiang Dudu asked. Yes, I'm happy. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. But before he could say anything, two more figures appeared on the teleportation platform. The aura of an immortal Dao powerhouse suddenly spread out and enveloped the hundreds of geniuses in the second and third firmament. The powerful aura caused everyone's faces to turn pale as they resisted with all their might. It gave them the feeling that if they didn't resist, they would only be waiting for death. Jiang Xi also hurriedly spread out his spiritual power and Dao arts to protect himself and Jiang Dudu. At the same time he was puzzled. What was this? Were they trying to intimidate them while immortal Yi Liang and immortal Chu He were not here? Were immortal Dao powerhouses that bored? One of the two figures could be seen, one was tall and the other short. The tall one was a middle-aged man with a stiff face and wore a purple Taoist robe. The short man had a strange face and held a compass in his hand. While the hundreds of geniuses were resisting with all their might, some were even at a loss. The short immortal with the compass glanced at the compass, then raised his head and pointed. It's him. He was pointing in the direction of Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu. Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. The stiff-faced immortal in the purple Taoist robe appeared in front of the two of them as if he had teleported. You've learned the Purple Firmament Dao without permission. He spoke in a tone as if he was passing judgment. He stood high above and grabbed at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi wanted to move, but under the restraints of the immortal Dao powerhouse, he could not move at all. He could not even change his expression. However, at that moment, an undetectable cold light flashed across Jiang Dudu's body. She broke free of the restraints and stood in front of Jiang Xi. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with anxiety and despair. He wanted Jiang Dudu to dodge. His heart was filled with bitterness. He was really going to die this time. Stop. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Another middle-aged woman appeared on the teleportation platform. She had an ordinary face, but there was a galaxy of stars in her eyes. The stiff-faced immortal snorted coldly and continued to grab at Jiang Xi. The female immortal wanted to stop him, but she was too slow. At that critical moment, immortal Yi Liang appeared on the teleportation platform. He had just returned after sending off Ji Wei, Yan Jiufeng, and Kuang Lang. How dare you? Immortal Yi Liang was enraged when he saw this. He slammed his palm down. The tall and short immortals did not dare to be careless. They immediately raised their hands to block. The female immortal took advantage of this opportunity to appear in front of Jiang Xi and protect Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu. Chapter 366. Ancient Dao Origin World, Nine Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Wine Sword Immortal held his communication bead, and his expression changed. Immortal Ping asked, "What's wrong?" Something happened to Jiang Xi. He just went to Purple Heaven sect. What could have happened? Immortal Ping was even more confused. I'll explain to you when I come back. I'm going to meet Dao Lord Nine Heavens now and ask for his decree. Wine Sword Immortal's expression was solemn, and he no longer had his usual carefree attitude as he flew out of the palace. Immortal Ping was shocked by Wine Sword Immortal's words. What could alarm Dao Lord Nine Heavens? Wu Yi, why did you attack a new disciple? Immortal Yi Liang asked with a cold expression. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual. Immortal Wu Yi only said 2 words. You mean? Immortal Yi Liang's expression changed greatly. The remaining 300 or so geniuses on the Purple Heaven sect's teleportation platform were still in shock. They were somewhat confused when they heard the conversation between Immortal Yi Liang and Immortal Wu Yi. The Purple Heaven Sword Manual? What did it have to do with Jiang Xi? The Purple Heaven Sword Manual has been lost for nearly 10,000 years. Why are you so sure that it's with Jiang Xi? Immortal Yi Liang was clearly shocked. 130 years ago, Yu Chong found out through Gu Ming's inheritance that the Purple Heaven Sword Manual was with this batch of geniuses. He confirmed it again just now, and it's with this disciple. Immortal Wu Yi explained. After all, he was only a 6th Tribulation Transcender, while Yi Liang was a 9th Tribulation Transcender. Immortal Yi Liang's expression changed. The Yu Chong that Wu Yi mentioned was the short immortal. This person's Tao of divination had advanced to the great Tao of karma 1,000 years ago. The result of his divination would naturally not be wrong. Furthermore, Wu Yi had said it in such detail. 130 years ago. That meant that the Purple Heaven Sword Manual was really with Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi held Jiang Daodu's hand tightly and stood expressionlessly behind the female immortal. He did not express the anger, worry, or doubt in his heart. The two of them had almost died just now. Although Immortal Yi Liang had returned and this unknown female immortal was protecting him, the sense of danger in his heart did not decrease. At the same time, he was also very doubtful. 130 years ago? Wasn't that the time when he first left Earth and went to the Blue Planet? Of course, this was not a problem that needed to be considered at the moment. More importantly, where would he go from here? Why did his cheap master, Taoist Gu, leave him with such a huge trap? Just as Jiang Xi's emotions were extremely complicated. Immortal Yi Liang solemnly said, Jiang Xi is a disciple of the 3rd heavenly layer. A tribulation transcender has no right to punish him. Although the Purple Cloud Sword scripture was more important than Jiang Xi, he wanted to save Jiang Xi's life. Jiang Xi had passed the 5th stage of the sky-piercing mountain after cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world for 30 years. With such talent, there was a high chance that he would become a tribulation transcender powerhouse in the sect, or even a Tao immortal powerhouse. Of course I know this, so I requested True Monarch Yen Yu's decree. A bright yellow scroll appeared in Immortal Wu Ye's hand. The aura of a Tao immortal perfected lord spread out instantly. Immortal Yi Liang and the female immortal's expressions turned ugly. True Monarch Yen Yu was Immortal Wu Ye's master. This was also the reason why Wu Yi, a 6th Tribulation Transcender, dared to speak like this in front of him. If it was an ordinary 6th Tribulation Transcender, he would have already slapped him. Immortal Yi Liang suppressed the anger in his heart and said again, True Monarch Iron Mountain thinks highly of Jiang Xi. True Monarch Yen Yu's decree is here. Do you dare to disobey? Immortal Wu Yi was not afraid at all. Immortal Yi Liang angrily said, I will definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain. Do as you wish. Immortal Wu Ye's face stiffened as he coldly smiled and locked his gaze on Jiang Xi. But at this time, True Monarch Iron Mountain appeared out of thin air. There was a hint of anger on his dignified face. You dare to touch my people? Immortal Wu Yi bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings, True Monarch Iron Mountain. I only want to inherit the sect's legacy, and I dare not offend you. True Monarch Iron Mountain ignored him and looked at Jiang Xi, asking, You have the Purple Cloud Sword scripture. Jiang Xi nodded. That's right. There was nothing to hide now. Since they had come knocking on his door, there was no point in hiding it. True Monarch Iron Mountain was silent for a moment before saying in a deep voice, I support Jiang Xi in cultivating the Purple Cloud Sword scripture. Iron Mountain, your support is useless. Before he entered the Purple Cloud sect, he already cultivated the Purple Cloud Sword scripture. This is a violation of the sect's ban. According to the order, his soul should be searched before he is killed. At this time, a young man with a pale face appeared in front of everyone and said with a chuckle. It was obvious that he was True Monarch Yen Yu. I have already taken Taoist Gu as my master. Before I started cultivating, I was already a disciple of the Purple Cloud sect. Jiang Xi did not continue to remain silent. If he did not struggle, he would really be gone. At this time, the female immortal also spoke. True Monarch Yen Yu, True Monarch Iron Mountain, Gu Ming's disciples are qualified to cultivate the Purple Cloud Sword scripture, right? Yes. True Monarch Iron Mountain said in a deep voice. No. Although Gu Ming has the strength of a tribulation transcender, he has yet to become an immortal. His disciples are naturally not considered disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. True monarch Yanyu shook his head. Two true monarchs confronted each other. Even in the Purple Cloud sect, such a scene had not appeared for many years. In the absence of Tao monarchs, the daily operations of the Purple Cloud sect were naturally decided by these true monarchs. However, true monarch Yenyu's status was obviously higher than true monarch Iron Mountain's. True monarch Yenyu smiled and said, "Wuyi, search his soul and then kill him. Remember, not even his remnant soul can be left behind." "How dare you?" True monarch Iron Mountain shouted angrily. Suddenly the world shook. The auras of the two true monarchs rose and instantly covered the starry sky. The stars in the sky seemed to tremble. Two huge figures appeared in the starry sky at the same time and were about to attack. On the other side, Immortal Yi Liang and the female Immortal were confronting Immortal Wu Yi and Immortal Yu Chong. Immortal Wu Yi held True Monarch Yenyu's scroll and used its powerful aura to suppress Immortal Yi Liang. He suppressed the stronger Immortal Yi Liang and quickly approached riverward. At this moment, Jiang Xi was surprisingly calm. He grabbed Jiang Daodu's hand and looked at her. Jiang Daodu also smiled. It was as if the two of them were the only ones left in the world. At this moment, the starry sky suddenly changed. A purple scroll appeared in the starry sky, covering the sky and suppressing everything. Even the stars lost their light. The huge Tao shadows formed by the two true monarchs suddenly burst like bubbles. In the dark starry sky, only two words were left. Quasi-cultivator. It was as if these two words were meant to appear in this starry sky. True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch Yenyu, who were about to attack, immediately bowed. "Yes, Tao Monarch." The purple scroll hid in the starry sky again. True Monarch Yenyu's face darkened. He snorted and disappeared with Immortal Wu Yi and Immortal Yu Chong. As for True Monarch Iron Mountain, he heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of strength and means, he was indeed inferior to True Monarch Yenyu, who had lived longer. Chapter 367. Everything that had happened on the Purple Heaven Sect's teleportation platform in just 3 minutes was something rarely seen in tens of millions of years. Tribulation Transcender, Perfected Lord, and Tao Lord, 3 immortal Tao experts had appeared one after another. All the nascent soul geniuses had already held their breaths, and no one dared to move. It was too terrifying. The geniuses were shocked, and their gazes were focused on Jiang Xi. Because all this had happened because of Jiang Xi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Who exactly was Jiang Xi? What was the Purple Heaven Sword Manual? True Monarch Iron Mountain didn't want to answer their questions. He said with a serious face, "Yi Liang, take the rest of the kids and leave. Jiang Xi, stay." Immortal Yi Liang nodded and didn't send them off in batches. Instead, he took the remaining Second Heaven and Third Heaven disciples and left together. Before leaving, Muning looked at Jiang Xi worriedly. But in the current situation, he obviously didn't have the right to speak. What had just happened made the geniuses understand one thing: they were still too weak. After Immortal Yi Liang left with the others, only True Monarch Iron Mountain, that unknown female immortal Jiang Xi, and Jiang Daodu were left on the teleportation platform. The ordinary-looking female immortal bowed and said, "Lord Iron Mountain, leave the rest to me." True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded and said, "All right, you're the most suitable person for this matter. Also, send Jiang Xi to the Third Heaven. I'll have Yi Liang send you the specific location." Then he said to Jiang Xi, "Don't worry and cultivate. Since the Tao Lord has already issued a decree, no one will dare to mention this matter again." Jiang Xi said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord Iron Mountain. I still have one more thing to ask of you." "What is it?" True Monarch Iron Mountain's mood was obviously a lot better. Jiang Xi asked, "This is my Tao partner. Can she enter the Third Heaven to cultivate with me?" Jiang Daodu blushed and didn't say anything. The female immortal of unknown identity, however, chuckled. True Monarch Iron Mountain said, "According to the sect's rules, since you're Tao partners, of course you can be together. Just apply to the sect later." "Thank you, Lord." Jiang Xi hurriedly bowed. True Monarch Iron Mountain nodded and disappeared riverward, breathed a sigh of relief. According to the rules of the Purple Heaven sect, only Tao companions could cultivate together. That was why he had made this request. And this request was a last-minute decision. After the near-death experience just now, he had thought through many things. Some things couldn't be avoided or the other. If not for the timely appearance of this female immortal, Immortal Wu Ye's actions would have been slightly slower. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until Immortal Yi Liang, True Monarch Iron Mountain, and even the Tao Lord's decree arrived. Unexpectedly, the ordinary-looking female immortal smiled. The disciples of the sect all call me Granny Yen. But you should call me Master's wife. Jiang Xi was stunned. Master's wife? Could she be the Tao partner of his cheap master, Taoist Gu? Taoist Gu didn't mention this in his inherited memories. On the contrary, Jiang Daodu's reaction was a bit faster as she tugged at him. The two of them hurriedly shouted, "Greetings, Master's wife." Granny Yen smiled and nodded. She said to Jiang Xi, "I know you have a lot of questions. Let's talk as we walk. Let's go to the third heaven first." Then, she activated the teleportation and the three of them disappeared from the teleportation platform. Space changed and when they reappeared they were already in another world. The third heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. This was also the vast starry sky, but the environment was obviously more complicated. Looking around, there were all kinds of planets, meteorites, and starry sky continents. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu looked around. At this moment, the three of them were on a small starry sky continent. Their surroundings were empty. There were no other buildings except for a teleportation array under their feet. Granny Yen smiled and introduced. The first four heavens of the Purple Heaven sect are the cultivation residences of the core disciples. The first heaven has the most disciples. There are more than 1 million disciples, including 1 million nascent soul cultivators, 10,000 essence soul cultivators, and 10,000 Tao integration cultivators. The second heaven has a lot fewer disciples. There are a total of 12,000 disciples. 10,000 nascent soul cultivators, 1,000 essence soul cultivators, and 1,000 Tao integration cultivators. The third heaven has even fewer disciples. There are only 1,200 disciples. 1,000 nascent soul cultivators, 100 essence soul cultivators, and 100 Tao integration cultivators. The fourth heaven has the least disciples. There are only 120 disciples. 100 nascent soul cultivators, 10 essence soul cultivators, and 10 Tao integration cultivators. These words caused Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu to be incomparably shocked. There were so few people living in such a big world? Masteress, how big are the third heaven? Jiang Xi asked. The largest diameter is 10 million light-years. If you want to live here in the future, you'll need a teleportation array and a flying boat when you travel, Granny Yen said with a smile. 10 million light-years? Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu looked at each other. Liang has already sent me a message. This starry sky continent is where your cave abode is. However, you'll have to build everything yourself. I'll give you the teleportation mark to enter and exit the third heaven later, Granny Yen said. He was the only one living in the entire starry sky continent? No, there were 2 people living in it now. How big was this starry sky continent? At least Jiang Xi couldn't see the end of it when he spread out his spirit consciousness. 1,000 kilometers? You can explore everything here later. If you have any doubts now, just ask, Granny Yen said seriously. Riverward thought for a moment and said, I have a total of 3 questions. First, which Tao Lord was the one who issued the Tao Lord's decree? It's Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, the guardian of the ancient Tao origin world. I don't know how I attracted his attention. Granny Yen was also puzzled. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Jiang Xi was even more puzzled. Did this peak expert notice me when I was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world? Unfortunately, there was no definite answer. The only thing he could confirm was that there was a lot going on here. He continued to ask, second question, Master is only a Tao integration cultivator. How did he become Tao companions with Masteress? Jiang Daodu pinched him. How could he ask such a question? Granny Yen didn't mind and chuckled. Your Master Guming isn't as simple as you think. He was a 4th heaven disciple when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to fight for the Violet Firmament Sword Manual. This time, Jiang Xi was really shocked, a 4th heaven disciple of the Tao integration stage. Granny Yen had just said that there were only 10 Tao integration stage disciples in the 4th heaven. He didn't think Taoist Gu was so powerful before. A 4th heaven disciple of the Tao integration stage could be regarded as a tribulation transcender. Their status was even higher than most tribulation transcenders. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. This cheap master of his really knew how to trick people. He asked again, last question, what secrets does the Violet Firmament Sword Manual hide? This was the most important question. Chapter 368. In the universe, 36 million years is an era. The time that my Purple Heaven sect has existed is already immeasurable. It should be counted in tens of thousands of eras. Have you heard that the patriarch of the Purple Heaven sect was once the strongest person in the Tao Alliance? Granny Yen spoke tirelessly and suddenly asked a question. Jiang Xi nodded. I've heard of it. Since it was in the past, did someone surpass the patriarch in strength, or? I don't know about these secrets. I only know that the patriarch has disappeared for countless eras. Disappeared? That's right. The Purple Heaven Sword scripture is the patriarch's legacy. Why is such an important legacy only with Master? This was a key question that had troubled Jiang Ci for a long time. Granny Yan's expression turned serious. Because it involves a taboo. Only one person can know and cultivate the Purple Heaven Sword scripture. Unless the inheritor becomes a Dao Lord or dies, the second person can cultivate it. One person knows and one person cultivates. But Master died more than 6,000 years ago. The others in the sect should have been able to cultivate it long ago, right? Jiang Ci was surprised but still confused. You don't fully understand the meaning of one person knows. The Purple Heaven Sword scripture exists in the inheritor's mind in the form of an inheritance mark. Without an inheritance mark, even if you know the contents of the scripture, you can't cultivate it. Granny Yin shook her head. Then if the inheritor dies outside, won't the legacy be lost? Jiang Daodu couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Ci's expression changed. The Purple Heaven Sword scripture had been passed down for countless eras. Master Daoist Ge definitely wasn't the only inheritor who died. The Purple Heaven sect must have done something. Otherwise, the Purple Heaven Sword scripture would have been lost long ago. Of course, the things left behind by the ancestral patriarch aren't that simple. When the inheritor dies, no matter where in the universe they are, the ancestral patriarch will always be there. Even if it's in the ghost race's star zone or the demon race's star zone, the inheritance mark will return to the sect and choose a new inheritor. 10,000 years ago, Ge Ming, the previous inheritor of the Purple Heaven Sword scripture, died in the alien battlefield. After the inheritance mark returns to the sect, a new inheritor needs to be chosen. Among the disciples in the sect, only 2 level 4 disciples were left, Ge Ming and Wu Yi. After a round of qualification selection in the end, Ge Ming won and became the inheritor, while Wu Yi lost and became the alternate inheritor. But so what if we win? Speaking of this, Granny Yan's face was filled with grief. Even if Ge Ming won, he was already dead. His competitor, Wu Yi, had become a 6th tribulation transcender after 10,000 years of cultivation. My condolences, mistress. Jiang Ci also sighed. Life was the most important thing. Once a person died, there would be nothing left. At the same time, he also understood. It was no wonder that immortal Wu Yi would attack him without mercy. Since Daoist Ge was dead, Wu Yi, the candidate for the successor, naturally became the next successor of the Purple Cloud Sword manual. But now, the Purple Cloud Sword scripture was with him. Only his death could break the taboo of one person knowing another person's cultivation. Granny Yin reorganized her emotions and said in a low voice, "The accident happened more than 6,000 years ago after Ge Ming's life slip shattered. The elder in charge of the sect's inheritance found that the inheritance imprint of the Purple Cloud Sword manual had not returned to the Purple Cloud sect." Jiang Ci and Jiang Daodu looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Could it be because of Earth? Granny Yin continued, "This accident, which had never happened before in countless eras, shocked the experts of the sect. They mobilized all kinds of forces to find Ge Ming's traces. Karmic divination, heaven and earth tracking, bloodline tracking. They used countless methods but they did not succeed. My Yin family's ancestor was a perfected lord expert who was best at karmic divination. In order to divine this matter, he violated some kind of taboo, and his Tao was damaged. He had no choice but to go into seclusion to suppress the damage." Granny Yan's mood was very low. Obviously, Ge Ming's death had brought her great pain. Even after more than 6,000 years, she still could not forget. Jiang Ci sighed again. When the Azure Mystic sect accidentally found Earth, he received a piece of information. The experts of the Purple Cloud sect who were good at divination had once calculated that Daoist Ge might have died near the asteroid belt in the Milky Way, but they could not find him. In the end, it turned out that this expert was Granny Yan's ancestor. And the taboo that this person violated was most likely related to Earth. Then why did Master's remnant spirit make me swear that I would send the Purple Cloud Sword scripture back to the sect within 100 years? Jiang Ci asked again. Within 100 years? Granny Yin was startled. Then she said softly, "If Ge Ming was still alive, he would have lived for 10,000 years and another 50 years. Maybe he was worried that after his life was over and you didn't cultivate the Purple Cloud Sword scripture, the inheritance mark would disappear. If you could send it back to the sect within 100 years, you could choose a new inheritor." Jiang Ci nodded. This was very likely. This made sense. However, what Taoist Gu did not expect was that he had the experience panel, so there was no problem of whether he could cultivate it or not. He just had to memorize it a few times. And what happened to the one family on planet Morong, do you know about it? Jiang Xi's expression became serious again. Of course I do. Wen Yin and I are old friends, but when the one family had an accident back then, I was held back by Wu Yi and couldn't help them. Besides, Wu Ye's master, perfected cultivator Yen Yu, was quite powerful in the sect, so I could only let it go. Granny Yan's voice was hoarse and there was helplessness and anger in her tone. Jiang Xi was silent. There were conflicts everywhere. Granny Yan's perfected cultivator ancestor was in seclusion, so her position in the sect was naturally inferior to Wu Ye's perfected cultivator Yen Yu. Since you asked about the one family on planet Morong, you should have been there when the Chenyang Grotto heaven on planet Morong was unsealed 130 years ago, right? Granny Yen suddenly asked. Jiang Xi nodded and admitted. At that time, Daoist Changbai of the Purple Cloud sect sealed planet Morong and wanted to search the souls of all cultivators above the Golden Core level. However, the sect master of the Four Symbols sect, Yi Shan, said that he could leave planet Morong if he swore an oath. There were many suspicious points in this. No wonder the Yen family's perfected cultivator ancestor left me a message before he went into seclusion. He asked me to ask the sect master of the Four Symbols sect on planet Minglan to do something on planet Morong that year. It seems like the ancestor already knew something. Granny Yen was enlightened. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. This perfected cultivator who cultivated the Karma Great Tao was too sick. He divined what happened on planet Morong more than 6,000 years ago? Granny Yen seemed to have seen through Jiang Xi's thoughts and said seriously, "It seems like you have many secrets as well, so I won't ask about the rest. Remember, no matter who asks you anything in the future, say that you don't know. Even the details of the inheritance mark that Guming gave you cannot be revealed to anyone. With Tao Lord Nine Clouds' Dharma will, no one will dare to do anything overboard to you." At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing, "The last 3 sentences are also what my Yin family's ancestor wanted me to tell you." Jiang Xi was shocked and tried his best to remain calm. Could it be that the Yin family's perfected cultivator ancestor had already divined his existence more than 6,000 years ago? Chapter 369. The 5th heavenly layer of the Purple Heaven sect was where the Purple Heaven sect's tribulation transcender powerhouses resided. On a planet filled with dense spiritual energy, immortal Wu Yi returned to his cave abode with a gloomy face. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, a transcendent peak expert, would actually pay attention to such a trivial matter? Why? That nascent soul stage girl is also strange. She was able to break free from my restraints with just her nascent soul stage cultivation. He didn't understand and shook his head helplessly. If we don't figure out why Tao Lord Nina Firmaments issued this decree, we can't make a move. Neither of them can make a move. The Violet Firmament Sword Sutra. For now, I won't be able to acquire it. It's my only hope of becoming a Tao Lord. How hateful. Immortal Wu Ye's heart was filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. As the candidate inheritor of the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra, he naturally knew some of its secrets. If ordinary cultivators wished to become Tao Lords, they would be able to do so. One needed to cultivate the Tao of Heaven and Earth, walk on the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth, and then walk on the Heavenly Tao. Only after walking through the Heavenly Tao could one become a Tao Lord. Every process was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the entire universe, countless living beings were groping their way forward. Even now, there weren't many living beings who could truly complete this path. As for the Violet Firmament Sword Sutra, it was the only legacy which had allowed one to train to the Tao Lord level. This was a path that had already been decided. As long as he continued down this path, he would have a chance of becoming a Tao Lord. Although the chances were very, very small, it was still better than fumbling around and walking. The chances of success were much higher. Tao Lord. Tao Lord. I'll definitely become a Tao Lord. Immortal Witch Shine was originally someone with outstanding talent. He quickly pushed this matter to the bottom of his heart, adjusted his emotions and continued to cultivate. However, it was impossible for him to give up the Violet Firmament Sword scripture just like that. Under normal circumstances, in order to ensure the stability of the inheritance, the inheritor of the Purple Cloud Sword Sutra would at least be at the Tao integration stage. In Wu Ye's opinion, a nascent soul stage brat could only be considered to have just stepped onto the path of cultivation. The chances of him dying in the future were too high. As long as Jiang Xi met with a little accident on his future path of cultivation, then his chance would come. The 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven sect. Even after Granny Yen left this starry sky continent, Jiang Xi's heart was still filled with anxiety. The immortal Tao was treacherous. Those who cultivated the great Tao of karma could not be judged with common sense. 6,000 years ago, Earth was still in the new Stone Age. And at that time, the Yen family patriarch had already divined his existence. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged and pondered for a long time before he recovered his composure. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Before he left the ancient Tao origin world, he was still thinking that he should keep a low profile after he entered the Violet Heaven sect. Then, he would secretly find a suitable opportunity to hand over the purple firmament sword scripture to the sect. However, he did not expect that he could not keep a low profile at all. Since even the Tao Lord had issued a decree for him, it was likely that the entire sect knew of his existence. Fortunately, his master, Taoist Gu, had given him a commission, and there was finally a result. Although he was still the one who cultivated the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra in the end, Tao Lord Nine Firmament had personally appointed him. Of course, it was considered a gift to the Purple Firmament sect. Jiang Dudu was worried as she watched Jiang Xi's expression change. Jiang Xi let out a long sigh and smiled. "I'm fine." "Did they discover something?" Jiang Dudu asked. "The Yen family's ancestor might have found something, but the others probably haven't. We're still too weak." The two of them tacitly did not mention the word Earth. "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Now you should tell me how you came to the Purple Firmament sect." Jiang Xi did not want Jiang Dudu to worry, so he changed the topic. Jiang Dudu smiled and told him everything that had happened in the past 108 years. In fact, it was mainly about the development of the Mountain Sea Star trade. It sounded simple, but Jiang Xi could feel the hardships that Jiang Dudu had put in. Interstellar trade was not like the business environment on Earth. There were too many uncertainties. Galactic pirates, frequent galactic disasters, changes in the starry sky environment, and so on were all important factors that affected the development of an interstellar trade group. Under such circumstances, the Mountain Sea Star trade had only taken 100 years to develop from 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals to 100 billion low-grade spirit crystals today. It had increased by 100 times. Even the interstellar trade groups under the top immortal Tao sects could not guarantee that they could achieve this. It could be seen that Jiang Dudu had really experienced a lot over the years. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and hugged Jiang Dudu, who was still talking about something. Jiang Dudu's words were interrupted, but she smiled happily. They hugged each other and everything was understood without words. "You said it. We'll be Tao companions in the future. You can't go back on your word. You're a dog if you go back on your word. Pinky swear. Didn't we pinky swear before? Let's do it again." Their laughter reverberated in the air. After that, they spent some time investigating the starry sky continent. The largest diameter of this continent was more than 10,000 kilometers, and the narrowest place was more than 5,000 kilometers. It was very luxurious for only 2 people to live in such a large area. Moreover, they found a spirit spring here. This was because the concentration of spirit chi in the level 3 world was much higher than that of the outside world. Therefore, Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu decided to build a palace next to this spirit spring. With their strength, the speed at which they built the house was very fast. A beautiful palace quickly took shape. In the end, Jiang Dudu named this starry sky continent Daodu Continent, and the palace was naturally Daodu Palace. Both of them knew their priorities. After building the house and doing some indescribable things, they began to cultivate. After all, cultivating was the most important thing now. Everything that happened on the teleportation platform of the Purple Heaven sect made Jiang Xi see a lot of things clearly. Even a level 3 disciple was insignificant in front of the upper echelons of the Purple Heaven sect. Only by becoming stronger would one have the right to speak. Just like Tao Lord Nine Clouds, a decree could suppress everything. One had to persist in one's dreams, but in the end, one still had to carry it out with one's feet on the ground. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged next to the spirit spring of the Daodu continent and secretly opened the experience panel. Cultivation, True Body, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1, 06 million/1, 06 million, Clone, Nascent Soul, Advanced Stage 1, 06 million/1, 06 million, Dao, Sword Dao Level 10 million/100, 000000, Li Fire Dao Level 10 million/50, 000000, Gale Dao Level 10 million/50, 000000, Amplitude, 2000 times Sword Dao, Secret Techniques, Dao Fusion Technique, Sword Dao, Li Fire Dao, Gale Dao, 30, 000/300/000. Amplitude 3, Cultivation Techniques, Purple Heaven Sword Manual, Peacock Visualization Melody. Of 10,000 swords deduction, 10,000 experience points per time experience points. 100,000/985/440,000. In the past 30 years in the ancient Tao source world, not only have my Tao techniques and secret techniques improved, but my experience points have also exceeded 10 billion. Jiang Xi smiled. Of course, the experience points he obtained in the ancient Tao source world were more than that. However, more than half of them were used to deduce, and these were the last. Chapter 370. Jiang Xi calculated carefully in his heart. My clone is still refining his spiritual sense. It will probably take a long time before it's done. If I want to improve my strength, I'll have to rely on my Tao techniques. As long as any one of the three Taos of heaven and earth breaks through to the next level, my strength will improve. Next, I'll continue to deduce. However, after a day of deduction, he started to worry. Because the efficiency of deduction was too low. It was tens of times slower than in the ancient Tao source world. In the ancient Tao source world, deduction would consume millions of experience points, and there would be slight changes in the Tao techniques. But now, deduction would consume tens of millions of experience points, and there would only be changes. Jiang Xi was naturally aware of the reason. Compared to the original universe, the Tao techniques in the ancient Tao source world were unstable and easier to comprehend. Therefore, his deduction efficiency would be higher there. The tune of 10,000 swords deduction effect on sword Tao is also not that obvious. Jiang Xi shook his head again. This was because he was about to fully grasp the tune of 10,000 swords. No matter what, he had to think of a way to increase the efficiency of deduction. After experiencing the pleasure of 100 times faster, he would definitely not be used to returning to normal speed. At this moment, his communication pearl showed that someone had sent him a message. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and smiled. After the call connected, a phantom that looked like a real person appeared in front of Riverward. Disciple greets Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Disciple, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Did you miss me? The wine sword immortal was still slovenly and his clothes were unbuttoned. Disciple has some cultivation problems and would like to ask Master for help. Jiang Xi smiled. The wine sword immortal took a sip of wine and shook his head. Do you feel that your cultivation speed has slowed down a lot? How does Master know? Because all the cultivators who have just left the ancient Tao source world will encounter this problem. Does that mean Master has a way to solve this problem? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. I came to find you because of this. The wine sword immortal smiled, then he said, search for the Lotus Sword Manual in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault. Jiang Xi's mind stirred, and another three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of him. It was the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. Search for the Lotus Sword Manual. Suddenly, a list of information appeared in the virtual store. Green Lotus Sword Technique, 680,000 points. It's a high-level technique of the Green Lotus Sword Technique. Only disciples of the third sky and above can purchase it. The price made Jiang Xi's teeth ache. 680,000 points. After conversion, it would be 68 million top-grade spiritual crystals. He then looked at his balance. 30,912 points. For young cultivators who were entering the ancient Tao origin world for the first time, the points they would be rewarded for challenging the sky-piercing mountain would be 10 times more than normal. In the end, he passed the 5th level and obtained 31,000 points. Previously, in order to buy the tune of 10,000 swords, he had spent 88 points and kept the rest. At that time, Jiang Xi knew how precious the points were and did not dare to spend them recklessly. But from the looks of it now, no matter how frugal they were, it was still not enough. Master, I can't afford this. Jiang Xi looked at the wine sword immortal. The wine sword immortal smiled and said, of course you can't afford it, and even I can't afford it. All the points I've accumulated over the years have been exchanged for wine. However, this is the Sword Tao manual written by your master's wife. I have the authority to give it to you as long as you swear not to give it to anyone else. Master's wife? Granny Yin? Jiang Xi quickly realized that Granny Yin was the Tao companion of his other master, Taoist Go. After hearing the wine sword immortal's words, he quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. If that was the case, then all he had to do was swear. Then he swore a heavenly Tao oath in front of the wine sword immortal. Although the wine sword immortal looked unrestrained, a trace of complicated emotions flashed in his eyes. He said, "The sword Tao is also the Tao of killing. After you obtain the Lotus Sword Manual, you still need to constantly fight. I suggest that you accept some sect cultivation missions while comprehending the Tao technique. Not only can you obtain points, but you can also increase your battle experience." Jiang Ci nodded and memorized it one by one with a serious expression. In addition, you don't have to worry about immortal Wu Yi. Just cultivate at ease. No one dares to disobey the decree of Tao Lord Nine Clouds. The Wine Sword Immortal said seriously. Tao Lord's decree was invited by Master? Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. Of course, Tao Lord doesn't have time to pay attention to a nascent soul stage kid like you. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Jiang Ci breathed a sigh of relief. The worry that lingered in his heart was reduced by half. He thought that Tao Lord Nine Clouds had long been eyeing him. It was good that it wasn't. Alright, you can comprehend the Lotus Sword Manual first. If there is anything you don't understand, send me a message. The Wine Sword Immortal finally instructed. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. The Wine Sword Immortal drank a mouthful of wine and disappeared. Soon, Jiang Ci's communication pearl received a message from the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. The internal capacity was huge. Even with his peak nascent soul stage spiritual sense, it took him a lot of time to memorize all the contents in his mind. Master's Tao Companion is actually so powerful. It turns out that the Sword Tao can be understood this way. This is a more detailed Sword Tao manual than the Myriad Sword Melody. Just by sorting out the entire Lotus Sword Manual once, Jiang Ci felt that his Sword Tao seemed to have been sublimated. Moreover, he felt that the Sword Tao described in the Lotus Sword Manual was somewhat similar to his Sword Tao. But with his current attainments in the Sword Tao, he still couldn't see how similar it was. After thinking about it, he searched the Eye of the Heavenly Mountain network for keywords. Lotus plus Green Lotus Sword Tao. Almost instantly there was a result. Lotus Sword Immortal, 9th Tribulation Transcender, died 50,000 years ago. Seeing this information, Jiang Ci fell into silence. He thought of the Wine Sword Immortal's information. 50,000 years ago, the Wine Sword Immortal joined forces with a Tribulation Transcender to defeat and seriously injure a Tao Immortal of the monster race. Could it be because of this? Jiang Ci shook his head and temporarily put this guess in the bottom of his heart. Of course, he was concerned about the Wine Sword Immortal. But with his current strength, he was still far from the Tribulation Transcender or Tao Immortal level. It was better to calm down and cultivate. When he was strong enough, everything would naturally be clear. He turned his attention back to the content of the Lotus Sword Manual. The Lotus Sword Manual is a high-level manual that explains the Green Lotus Sword Tao Sword Intent level. There are a total of 10 sword techniques, which correspond to the 10 realms of sword intent. Every sword technique has 7,200 moves. If it was an ordinary Green Lotus Sword Way cultivator, they would be able to use it. If it's a normal Green Lotus Sword Tao, it would probably take at least 1,000 years or even 10,000 years to comprehend these sword techniques. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled. With the experience points panel, he was of course not afraid of these troubles. Sword intent corresponds to the great Tao level of conventional Taoist techniques. I hope this manual can help me deduce the Sword Tao. He was looking forward to it and started to deduce in his heart. Use the Purple Firmament Sword Manual, the Sword Tao, and the Lotus Sword Manual to deduce once. After a while, the deduction ended. He carefully sensed it. It seemed like there was a change, but it also seemed like there was no change. Jiang Daodu suddenly smiled and said, "Big brother, since you've already made a decision, just do it." Jiang Ci sighed softly with a complicated expression. A few days ago, Wine Sword Immortal suggested that he take on a cultivation mission. At that time he was still a little hesitant. What Mu Ning and the others said just now had touched him again. Using the EXP panel steadily could indeed increase one's strength. However, there was another saying, time waits for no man. If he walked slower than others, he would fall behind. More importantly, the Yin family's patriarch's karma divination made him feel a trace of fear. More than 6,000 years ago, this perfected cultivator already knew of his existence. What about the secret of Earth? Did the Yin family's patriarch know? If another karma divination cultivator who was even more powerful than the Yin family's patriarch came, would he be able to directly see the secret of Earth? These were all hidden threats. And his current strength was still too weak. Therefore he also needed to fight and become stronger as soon as possible. Jiang Daodu also understood this point and did not stop him. The only thing is that no matter what you do, you must come back alive. Jiang Daodu said with a serious expression. What are you thinking about? I don't want to lose my life outside. Jiang Ci rubbed Jiang Daodu's head like before. After Jiang Daodu went to cultivate, Jiang Ci held the communication bead in his hand. With a thought, he entered the cultivation center of the Purple Heaven Sect's intranet through the Eye of Sky Mountain network. A three-dimensional image appeared in front of him, including cultivation missions, cultivation techniques, and so on. He looked at the cultivation missions and found that there were 4 categories: normal, difficult, dangerous, and hell. These were the 4 difficulty levels and each of them had a mortality rate. Normal missions mortality rate is 10%. On average, 1 out of 10 disciples will die. Difficult missions mortality rate is 30%. Dangerous missions mortality rate is 50%. Hell missions mortality rate is 90%. Jiang Ci thought for a while and entered the dangerous missions. The next moment, a message popped up in the three-dimensional image. Warning: the mortality rate of the missions is only the statistics under normal circumstances. If you choose the dangerous missions for the first time, the mortality rate is 70%. There are more than 1 million core disciples in the Purple Heaven sect, but very few of them can truly enter the immortal realm. More than 60% of them die in various cultivation missions. Level 3 Disciple Jiang Ci, I hope you will consider carefully before you choose. Jiang Ci's expression did not change. Of course, it was not that easy to become an immortal. Choosing the normal and difficult missions was indeed very safe, but it would also lose the effect of cultivation. Therefore, he continued to enter the dangerous missions. Suddenly, a series of mission information appeared in the three-dimensional image: Chanyu Continent, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 4. Yuanqing Planet, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 4. Ba-Tu Mystic Realm, located in the Buddhist Tianyin world. Kongming Land, located in the Taoist Grand Manor world. Do Tattoo Continent, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. Divine Tree Hollow, located in the Guanghan Sect's Luo River world. Jingyue Mystic Realm, located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. There were a total of 2,020 dangerous missions. Jiang Ci roughly looked through them with his spiritual consciousness and left the missions located in the Purple Heaven Sect's Level 3. It was closer, more convenient. After careful selection, he confirmed the missions of the Do Tattoo Continent. Chapter 372. The Battle Pattern Continent is a starry sky continent that existed when the Third Heaven was first established. Its largest diameter can reach 100 million light-years. Its huge area gave birth to countless lives, and after a long time, it evolved into various unique civilizations. There are also cultivators on this continent, but their cultivation method is somewhat different from the original universe. After reading the detailed description of the mission, Jiang Ci was filled with interest about the Battle Pattern Continent. This continent was very interesting. Due to its large area, it has all kinds of rich cultivation resources. There are also immortal Tao powerhouses there, but the strongest is only a tribulation transcender. Moreover, the Battle Pattern Continent has been set up by the powerhouses of the Purple Heaven sect. Even tribulation transcenders can't rush out of it. Seeing this, Jiang Ci somewhat understood. This place was specially set aside by the Purple Heaven sect for their disciples to gain experience and improve. The Third Heaven was equivalent to a small universe. Living in this world were not only the 1,200 Purple Heaven sect disciples, but also all kinds of life forms and secret realms. The Battle Pattern Continent was one of the ancient civilizations with a long history, and its overall strength was very strong. In Jiang Ci's opinion, it was even more powerful than many star regions of the Tao Alliance's 9 regions. The Battle Pattern Continent is full of hatred for foreign cultivators. Moreover, they only cultivate the 5 elements, and other Taoists are regarded as heretical. I have the Tao of Fire, so it's not a problem at all. I just need to learn the language of the Battle Pattern Continent. Jiang Ci chose to accept the Battle Pattern Continent mission. The 3D phantom in front of him showed new information. Battle Pattern Continent mission objectives and rewards. 1. Obtain a Tao Pattern Blood Crystal. Completion will give you 10,000 points. 2. Become a Tao Pattern Cultivator. Completion will give you 100,000 points. Note: completion of the first objective will be considered a success. In the past 10 million years, only one cultivator who chose this mission has completed both objectives at the same time. Third Heaven Disciple Jiang Ci, you have chosen the Battle Pattern Continent mission. 1 month later, the sect will send someone to send you to the Battle Pattern Continent. A message popped up in the 3D phantom. Jiang Ci let out a light breath. Looking at the mission introduction, the Dao pattern blood crystal only exists in the battle pattern continent. It's not found anywhere else in the original universe. I wonder what's so special about it. He searched the Eye of Heaven network, but there were no results. It's probably because my authority level isn't high enough. Jiang Ci shook his head. We'll set off in a month's time. I need to prepare well. Although the mission description is very detailed, it's still an unknown world. He then entered the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure pavilion. After a careful search, he found many good things. Low-grade Immortal Treasure Soul Extinguishing Scroll, one-time use, 1 million points. If used in a surprise attack, it can kill up to Tribulation Transcenders. Low-grade Immortal Level Spirit Type Battle Armor, 360,000 points. It can withstand a full-powered attack from a third Tribulation Transcender at most. Low-grade Immortal Weapon, Flame Devil Saber, 880,000 points. Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact Soul Annihilation Scroll, one-time use, 10,000 points. If used by surprise, it can annihilate late-stage Dao integration cultivators. Supreme-grade Flying Boat, 3,000 points. Maximum speed is 3 times the speed of light. After browsing for half a day, Jiang Ci looked up and sighed. I'm too poor. In the end, he mainly bought a Supreme-grade Flying Boat and a Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact Soul Annihilation Scroll. The first was to escape and the second was to kill the enemy. These were his trump cards. As for the Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact and Supreme-grade Battle Armor, he had already bought them last time. No matter how fast I am now, I can't reach the speed of light. If I encounter danger, I can directly escape with the Flying Boat. If I really can't escape, I can only use the Soul Annihilation Scroll. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. For no reason, he wouldn't provoke an enemy that he couldn't deal with. After placing the order, he deducted the points and waited for the delivery. Because Jiang Ci was in the third heavenly layer of the Purple Heaven sect, just an hour later the items were delivered by an Essence Soul disciple. After receiving the items, he began to refine the Supreme-grade Flying Boat with all his strength. With the current strength of his spiritual sense, he should be able to refine it within a month. As for the Supreme-grade Spirit Artifact Soul Annihilation Scroll, it was a one-time use magical treasure and didn't need to be refined. When using it, he could directly activate it with his spiritual sense. Time flew and a month quickly passed. On this day, Jiang Ci was fully armed and ready to set off. Brother, remember my words. Jiang Daodu said seriously. Don't worry, wait for me to come back. Jiang Ci smiled and waved his hand as he walked towards the teleportation array. In front of the teleportation array, a young cultivator in purple armor was standing. Senior brother Jiang Ci, I am Wan Yi, a disciple of the first heavenly layer. I am under the orders of the sect to send you to the Dao pattern continent. The young man smiled. Thank you, sorry to trouble you. Jiang Ci nodded and thanked him. He could see through the cultivation of the Essence Soul stage, but he couldn't see through Wan Ye's, so the other party could only be a Dao integration stage disciple. Wan Yi called him senior brother because according to the rules of the Purple Heaven sect, disciples of lower heavenly layers had to address disciples of higher heavenly layers as senior brother. Of course, this was just a rule. He wasn't stupid enough to act arrogantly in front of a Dao integration stage disciple. Senior brother, you're welcome. Wan Yi chuckled. Obviously, Jiang Ci's attitude made him very comfortable. Then shall we set off now? Wan Yi confirmed. Let's go. Jiang Ci nodded and then waved at Jiang Daodu in the distance again. Wan Yi activated the teleportation array, and the two of them disappeared in the dazzling light of the teleportation array. Cultivate. Jiang Daodu clenched her fists tightly, unwilling to be left behind. After a series of spatial changes, Jiang Ci and Wan Yi appeared on a teleportation platform in the starry sky. In front of them was a huge palace the size of a planet, motionless in the starry sky. Countless cosmic dust and star fragments floated around them. It was as if a great battle had taken place here countless years ago. Below them was a vast continent shrouded in clouds. It was the Dao pattern continent. Among the clouds, there were colorful array formations and boundaries circulating. That palace is the Hall of Six Virtues. Many of the Purple Heaven sect's immortal Dao experts cultivate here and guard the Dao Tattoo continent at the same time, Wan Yi explained. Riverward's expression changed. They'd already trapped this continent with formations and boundaries, yet they'd still placed so many immortal Dao experts here to guard it with great fanfare. It seemed like the Dao Tattoo continent wasn't as simple as the mission introduction said. He became even more vigilant. Senior brother, the life forms on the Do Tattoo continent can't pass through the boundaries, but Purple Heaven sect disciples don't have this restriction and can enter and leave the Do Tattoo continent at will. When the mission is over, you can use the teleportation platform here to return. Wang Yi smiled. I'll stop here. I wish you success in your mission in advance. Thank you. Jiang Xi cupped his hands in thanks and flew down. His figure quickly disappeared into the slowly flowing clouds below. Wang Yi watched Jiang Xi disappear and shook his head gently, sighing in his heart. As expected of a third heaven genius disciple. When he was in the nascent soul stage, he only dared to take on ordinary missions. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, started with dangerous missions. Chapter 373. The fog formed by the array was very thick. Jiang Xi deliberately controlled the speed of his descent so as not to cause a huge commotion. It took him a total of 5 hours to break through the fog and see the land of the Do Tattoo continent. I have to be careful here. I might encounter cultivators from the Do Tattoo continent. I should hide and figure out the situation before taking action. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xi quickly landed in a mountain range covered with dense forests. This mountain range truly explained what was called the 100,000 Mountains. It stretched on for tens of thousands of kilometers. As it was in the third heaven world, the spirit energy here was also very rich. The vegetation in the Do Tattoo continent was obviously much more lush. Towering trees that were thousands of meters tall could be seen everywhere. Jiang Xi strolled leisurely in this mountain range and observed the environment. These details could not be found in the mission information. The plants are already so strong. The animals must not be simple. Jiang Xi's spirit consciousness spread out in all directions. Soon, he discovered many powerful animals that were very similar to the monsters on Earth. Roar! A one-legged bull that was almost 1,000 meters tall rushed out of the forest. It let out a thunderous roar and attacked Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi grinned. His body flashed and he swung his long sword lightly. He did not even use Taoist techniques. The huge one-legged bull's roar came to an abrupt end as it fell to the ground with a loud bang. You killed a level 8 savage beast, middle stage golden core. Experience points plus 1250. A level 8 savage beast? Any wild beast has the strength of a golden core. It seems that the human cultivators here cannot be underestimated. Jiang Xi remained cautious and continued moving forward. He had to leave this forest first and go to a place with human habitation. Only then could he gather information. With his strength, he would be able to leave very quickly if he ran at full speed. However, to be cautious, it was better to keep a low profile. If a powerful cultivator used their spirit consciousness to discover him, he might be in danger. Not long ago, at the edge of this forest, a 4-man warrior team wearing black armor was about to enter the forest. However, they were stopped by another 4-man warrior team wearing red armor. Shaolin, you coward! How dare you come to the 100,000 Mountains? One of the red-armored youths sneered. Among the black-armored martial artists, a youth with a youthful face said angrily with a flushed face, "And Yuan, don't look down on people. This time, I will definitely hunt down a grade 3 savage beast." Ha ha ha. The 3 youths of the red-armored warrior team suddenly burst into laughter. Only the pretty girl in red armor frowned and shouted, "All right, if you have the time, think about how to hunt the savage beasts." Yunxiang, you're speaking up for Shaolin again. Who doesn't know that this kid is the weakest martial artist in Black Cloud Academy? He hasn't even killed a level 3 savage beast after 5 years of cultivation. And Yuan sneered again. Shaolin, who was wearing black armor, glared at An Yuan, but he could not refute what An Yuan said. He stole another glance at the captain of the Red Armor Squad, Yun Xiang, with mixed feelings. Being belittled like this in front of his sweetheart made him very uncomfortable. Then, the 2 teams split into 2 groups and entered the 100,000 Mountains. Shaolin, fight for yourself. In a while, the 3 of us will create the conditions for you to hunt, but in the end, you'll still be the one to do it. The captain of the Black Armor Squad said in a deep voice. He sighed in his heart. If not for the elders in Shaolin's family taking care of him, he would not have brought Shaolin to the 100,000 Mountains to train. Just like what An Yuan said, Shaolin was indeed the most cowardly martial artist in Black Cloud Academy. However, Shaolin's strength was not weak. He just did not dare to hunt savage beasts. Captain, don't worry. This time, I will definitely kill a level 3 savage beast. Shaolin gripped his saber tightly, the muscles and veins on his hands bulging. The 4-man team carefully searched the periphery of the 100,000 Mountains. With their strength, they only dared to move around the periphery. Once they went deeper, it would be fine if they encountered a level 4 savage beast. If they encountered a level 5 savage beast, they might be completely wiped out. After walking for a while, the tall captain suddenly raised his hand and gestured for everyone to stop. The captain whispered, "There's movement in front. It should be the aura of a level 3 savage beast." The other two in the team immediately became alert. Shaolin, on the other hand, was a little nervous. He was naturally timid, so there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! Soon Shaolin and the other two heard a sound coming from afar. They saw a black-haired young man with a long sword on his back, leisurely stepping on the fallen leaves and walking out of the forest. "Phew, it's a human." Shaolin heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment he suddenly exclaimed, "No, there's a savage beast. A level 3 savage beast." A four-eyed savage beast leaped out from the dense forest beside them and pounced on the black-haired young man. "It's too close. He can't dodge it." Shaolin gripped his saber tightly and struggled in his heart. That was because he was the closest to the four-eyed savage beast. "Save him." While the captain and the other two were still in a daze, he directly rushed out. He suddenly slashed out with his saber. There was a puff. The four-eyed savage beast was directly killed by Shaolin. What? He killed a level 3 savage beast with one slash. He has the strength of a level 4 warrior. The captain and the other two were shocked. Jiang Xi was also stunned for a moment. A level 3 savage beast was only equivalent to a grade A monster on Earth. For a savage beast of such strength to attack him, it was no different from a mosquito pouncing on him. He did not even take it seriously. He could kill it with a breath. He did not expect the young man to be so warm-hearted. He could tell that Shaolin went through a struggle when he attacked earlier. The frequency of his heartbeat showed that his heart was filled with fear. That was an attack to overcome his fear. "Not bad, Shaolin. You're so strong. Why are you so timid?" The captain laughed. "That's right. You killed a level 3 savage beast with one slash. You're even stronger than An Yuan." Shaolin scratched his head and was still a little shy. "Hey big brother, are you okay?" Shaolin took the initiative to ask Jiang Xi that attack had boosted his confidence by quite a bit. Jiang Xi gently shook his head. "Thank you very much. Captain, I think this big brother isn't very strong. It's quite dangerous here. Why don't we?" Shaolin was about to say something. Suddenly there was movement in the forest in the distance. It was the sound of messy footsteps. Shaolin, the captain, and the others immediately looked over. They saw Yun Xiang leading a team of 4 through the forest. "It's been killed." An Yuan's expression changed. Their team was the first to discover the four-eyed savage beast. They followed it here, but they did not expect it to be killed. "Did you guys kill it?" An Yuan's gaze turned to Shaolin and the others with an unfriendly expression. "I killed it." Shaolin snorted coldly. "Aha, what a joke." An Yuan laughed loudly. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He had planned to go with the warm-hearted young man Shaolin. He wanted to leave the forest and go to a city with humans. Now that there was a conflict, it seemed that the plan had to be changed. Conflict would bring trouble, and there was no way to keep a low profile. Chapter 374. Missions in the Do Tattoo continent were considered dangerous missions. The official mortality rate was as high as 50%. If it was their first time doing a dangerous mission, the mortality rate would reach 70%. That was why Jiang Xi never let his guard down and treated everything cautiously. He would try his best not to make a move if he could. He kept a low profile. As for Shaolin's safety, Jiang Xi was not worried. That was because this warm-hearted youth was stronger than the one who laughed loudly. A rank 4 warrior is equivalent to an early-stage spirit nurture warrior, and these youths are only 15 or 16 years old. This shows how powerful this continent is as a whole. Just as Jiang Xi was thinking about these things, the confrontation between the two teams of martial artists was still ongoing. "And Yuan, don't go overboard. Everyone in our team can prove that this rank 3 beast was killed by Shaolin," Lian Hu said in a deep voice. "Humph, I don't care who killed you. Anyway, we found the beast first. The materials on the beast should belong to us." And Yuan was very strong. "Dream on. I killed this beast." Shaolin was enraged and drew his sword again. "And Yuan, that's enough." The red-armored girl, Yun Xiang, shouted and stopped in Yuan. And Yuan's expression was a little ugly, but he was not as strong as Yun Xiang, so he did not dare to do anything. "We only saw the beast and did not attack. It's impossible to determine who did it with just a glance." Yun Xiang reasoned with him. "Let's go and find the next one." Before she left, she looked at Shaolin. "Do your best. Show everyone your results." Shaolin was stunned for a moment. He looked at the girl's back and waved his fist excitedly. Do your best, Shaolin. Do your best. Ha Lian Hu and the other two mimicked Yunxiang's words and teased in unison. Shaolin did not lower his head this time, but he was much braver and his gaze was firm. Beside him Jiang Xi also laughed. That warm-hearted youth was quite interesting. Not only that, but the red-armored girl named Yunxiang was not as simple as she looked. Finally, Shaolin invited Jiang Xi to come along again. Without conflict, Jiang Xi was naturally willing. He could follow them and understand the situation here in advance. In Shaolin's opinion, Jiang Xi was probably an adventurer who came to the 100,000 Mountains to train. This was because he didn't sense any martial artist's aura from Jiang Xi. That sword also looked ordinary. It was probably just an ordinary weapon. Brother Jiang, where are you from? Shaolin asked curiously. Jiang Xi smiled and said, I've traveled far and wide. The 4 seas are my home. Shaolin thought to himself that he was indeed an adventurer. However, being alone was too pitiful. Sympathy welled up in his heart. Has Brother Jiang ever left the Black Cloud territory and traveled to other cities? Shaolin asked again. No, Jiang Xi replied. Kid, don't ask questions. The Black Cloud territory is so big. If you're not a rank 9 warrior, you won't have the strength to go out. Lian Hu patted Shaolin's head and smiled apologetically at Jiang Xi. As the captain of a small team of warriors, he was naturally more knowledgeable than Shaolin. Lian Hu always felt that this black-haired youth named Jiang Xi was not that simple. This was because Jiang Xi was too relaxed. In this dangerous 100,000 mountains he could still be so calm. Jiang Xi did not care. These youths who had not even reached the golden core stage could not see his strength. He was thinking about Lian Hu's words just now. Black Cloud territory and rank 9 warrior were 2 key pieces of information. There were hundreds of millions of tribes in the Dou pattern continent. The area of each tribe was at least 1 million square kilometers. Above the tribes were various territories such as the Black Cloud territory. Above the territory was the main city. The so-called rank 9 warrior was only a cultivator in the late stage of the golden core stage. According to the mission information, after a cultivator in the Dou pattern continent reaches rank 9, he can cultivate a rank 9 warrior. Then you will be able to practice the Dao pattern secret technique and become a 1 pattern doja, which is equivalent to having the strength of a golden core full foundation stage cultivator. The second goal of the mission is to become a 2-striped Dou master. From this point of view, a 2-striped Dou master is only at the nascent soul stage. The difficulty is not high, so why is the mission reward as high as 100,000 points? Jiang Xi was puzzled. I don't know what the so-called Dao pattern secret technique is. It seems that I have to find one to practice. The mission introduction given by the Purple Heaven sect did not describe the Dao pattern secret technique in detail. He had to explore it himself. In another part of the forest, Yunxiang's 4-man team found another rank 3 savage beast and quickly finished killing it. And Yuan kept silent with a sullen face. He had decided that when he returned to the Black Cloud Academy, he would quit this team. He had his own rules of conduct, and the style of Yunxiang's team was obviously inconsistent with him. Let's go and find the next one, Yunxiang said expressionlessly. But at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 men in black blocked their way, each of them exuding a powerful aura. A rank 8 warrior and 5 rank 7 warriors. Yunxiang and Yuan's faces changed greatly. Young Miss Yun of the Green Flame tribe? The leader of the men in black asked in a muffled voice. As soon as the words came out, and Yuan and the other 2 teams looked at Yunxiang in shock. Then, as if avoiding the plague, they hurriedly distanced themselves from her. You are from the Lord's mansion? Yunxiang calmed down. Yes, hand over the Dao pattern secret technique of your Yun family, and I can let you die quickly. The leader of the rank 8 warriors nodded. Come and get it if you have the ability. Yunxiang snorted. Then, her aura suddenly erupted, and with a boom, she fled into the distance. She is actually a rank 7 warrior. The leader of the rank 8 warriors was shocked. Old 6, you stay and deal with those 3 little guys, he said. And Yuan and the other 2 were suddenly anxious and panicked. Sir, we are not from the Yun family. We have nothing to do with the Yun family. Spare our lives. The leader of the rank 8 warriors did not listen at all and chased after Yunxiang with his men. The remaining rank 7 warriors sneered and walked towards the 3 of them, raising his saber. Yunxiang ran for her life anxiously. Although she hid her strength compared with the rank 8 warriors, she was still a little weaker. Moreover, the other party had 5 rank 7 warriors. Father, mother, grandfather, I may have to disappoint you. The revenge of the Yun family. Yun Xiang's heart was filled with despair. 10 years ago, the Yun family that ruled the Green Flame tribe was exterminated overnight. The one who did it was the overbearing Black Cloud Lord's mansion. She was the only Yun family member who escaped at that time. All these years, the Lord's mansion had been declaring the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe as heretics. That was why Yuan and the other 2 members of the team had seen her as a scourge and immediately avoided her. Capture her alive and bring her back for the Lord to search her soul. Behind them, the warriors of the Lord's mansion caught up. Swoosh, that level 8 martial artist leaped and blocked Yun Xiang's path. Yun Xiang took a deep breath and faced these people with her sword. She was going to fight to the death. Whoosh, suddenly a breeze blew past. The 5 martial artists who were blocking her fell to the ground with a plop without any signs of life. Chapter 375. There were a few thuds. A rank 8 warrior and 4 rank 7 warriors all fell to the ground. What? Yun Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How did they all die? At that moment she saw a black-haired youth standing under a towering tree not far away. It's him? The person beside Shaolin before. He quietly killed a rank 8 warrior and 4 rank 7 warriors. With such strength, could he be a one-pattern doja? Yun Xiang suppressed the shock in her heart and tried to calm herself down. She walked in front of Jiang Xi. Senior, thank you for saving my life. She bowed respectfully. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I have a condition for saving you. Jiang Xi smiled. Senior, please speak. Dao pattern mystic technique. Just these 4 words made Yun Xiang fall into silence. She was asking herself, was it worth it? The Yun family was exterminated because of the Dao pattern mystic technique that they obtained by chance. Now, in order to survive, she had to hand over the Dao pattern mystic technique. Was it worth it? Yun Xiang was a decisive person and quickly thought it through. Her family was gone. As long as she could survive, so what if she handed it over? Use your spiritual sense to input the Dao pattern mystic technique. Jiang Xi handed her a blank jade slip. Yun Xiang looked at the jade slip and confirmed her guess. This black-haired youth was definitely a one-pattern doja. After a while she returned the jade slip to Jiang Xi. Make another oath to confirm that there are no flaws in the Dao pattern mystic technique in this jade slip. I will say it and you will recite it. Jiang Xi smiled. Yun Xiang did as she was told. Jiang Xi nodded in satisfaction. Then there was an item in his hand. It was a transparent mask. Seeing this scene, Yun Xiang was shocked. A spatial treasure. I'm not taking your things for free. This is a disguised treasure that I used in my early years. As long as one isn't a 2-pattern Do master, they won't be able to see through the mask's disguise. I think it should be of help to you. Jiang Xi took out the low-grade spirit artifact mask that the One siblings gave him when he went to Murong planet. A 1-pattern Doja was at the perfected golden core stage while a 2-pattern Do master was at the nascent soul stage. This junior will never forget senior's great kindness. Yun Xiang was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. It's a fair trade. Riverward smiled. Low-grade spirit weapons were not worth mentioning to him now. In comparison, the Dao pattern mystic technique was something that he wanted. Moreover, the way of refining weapons in the Do Tattoo continent was very backward. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon was exceptionally precious to them. Take care of yourself. I've taken care of the last black-clothed man for you. After saying that, Jiang Xi disappeared. Yun Xiang grabbed the impersonator's mask and bowed 3 times in the direction where Jiang Xi had been standing. Then he entered the depths of the 100,000 mountains without looking back. Inside a secluded cave, she refined the impersonator's mask and understood the function of this artifact. What a powerful magic treasure. With this item, I don't have to be afraid of being hunted down by the Grand Lord's mansion. As long as one is not a 2-line doshur, they will not be able to discover my true identity. Yun Xiang was extremely excited. Although the Overlord's mansion had a 2-striped doshur, a strong person of this level would not personally search everywhere. Therefore she was very safe now. As long as she changed her identity, she could continue to lurk in the Black Cloud territory and look for an opportunity to take revenge. On the other side, Jiang Xi returned to Shaolin's team. He had only left for 3 minutes. The speed of killing people and giving treasures was very fast. On the contrary, it took the most time for Yun Xiang to input the Dao pattern mystic technique into the Jade Scroll. Brother Jiang, you actually took so long to pee. Shaolin said. You rascal, if you don't know how to speak, don't speak nonsense. Lian Hu slapped his head. Jiang Xi smiled. It's fine. His spirit sense could cover a radius of 1,000 kilometers. When he discovered Yun Xiang's situation, he did not intend to make a move. After all, with such a large area, there were many people who encountered danger. It was impossible for him to save someone when he saw them in danger. He only decided to make a move after hearing about the Dao pattern mystic technique. Then he used the excuse of peeing and left for a while. After that, Shaolin continued to ask Jiang Xi about his experience of wandering around curiously. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, made up some things. The four youths also listened with great interest. The four people in Shaolin's team stayed in the forest for another day and hunted more than 10 level 3 savage beasts before embarking on their return journey. As for the girl, Yun Xiang, Jiang Xi's spirit sense discovered that after she completely refined the imposter's mask, she changed her face and left first. During that period, Jiang Xi did not make a move again. Therefore, in Shaolin's eyes, Jiang Xi was really an ordinary adventurer. On the way back, Jiang Xi continued to chat casually with them and obtained a lot of useful information. However, they had only traveled for 3 hours when there was a big movement in front of them. Rumble. The earth trembled slightly as if there were 10,000 horses galloping. Shaolin, Lianhu, and the others immediately became vigilant. Soon, a group of more than 100 black-clothed people appeared from the direction of the Black Cloud territory. They rode on powerful tame savage beasts and rushed toward the 100,000 mountains aggressively. They brushed past Jiang Xi and the others and did not stop. It's the dark operation of the Lord's mansion. Why are there so many of them? And the leader seems to be a level 9 warrior. Did something big happen? Lianhu lowered his voice and said in surprise. Dark operation. Shaolin and the other 2 young warriors also exclaimed. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that there was something similar to life slips in the Dou pattern continent. Otherwise, the Lord's mansion would not have received the news of their deaths so quickly. After the group of black-clothed people went far away, the youths dared to speak louder. Legend has it that the dark operation of the Lord's mansion committed all kinds of crimes. Once the tens of thousands of tribes under the Black Cloud territory offended them, the entire tribe would be annihilated. At least, the ruling family of the tribe would be exterminated. At worst, the entire tribe would be slaughtered, one of the youths said. Rumor has it that 10 years ago the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe was exterminated in this way. Another youth nodded in agreement. Don't talk nonsense. Lianhu glared at them. Shaolin remained silent at that moment. He thought of Yun Xiang. However, he knew that Yun Xiang was not a member of the Yun family of the Green Flame tribe. After all, the Black Cloud Academy was in the Black Cloud territory. If there was a problem with Yun Xiang's identity, it would have been found out by the dark operation. At that moment, Lianhu looked at Jiang Xi quietly. He always felt that this black-haired youth was strange. However, how could his actions be hidden from Jiang Xi? Jiang Xi did not care. This vigilant youth could not have discovered his strength. Then they continued to walk in the direction of the Black Cloud territory. After seeing the dark operation of the Lord's mansion, the youths sped up and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After another half a day, the group of black-clothed people rode on savage beasts and returned from the back. Stop! A loud shout rang out. The group of black-clothed people quickly stopped them. The 4 youths immediately became nervous. Jiang Xi did not move. They could not tell if he was nervous or not. Chapter 376. A black-clothed man came before Jiang Xi and the 4 youths. He held a portrait in his hand and shouted, "Have you seen this person?" It was Yun Xiang in the portrait. Yun Xiang. The other 2 youths cried out in surprise. On the other hand, Shaolin and Lianhu tried their best to remain calm. Whoosh! The rank 9 warrior in the lead appeared in front of them in an instant. Where did she go? This person's gaze was gloomy, as if he had slaughtered countless lives. I don't know, the 2 youths said in trembling voices, their bodies trembling. Sir, we are all students of Black Cloud Academy. We saw her before coming to the 100,000 mountains. Lianhu mustered up his courage and said, "Bring them all back and search their souls for interrogation." The rank 9 warrior said expressionlessly. Shaolin, Lianhu, and the other 3 immediately panicked. However, at that moment, a cold shout sounded in the rank 9 warrior's ears. Get lost. The rank 9 warrior's expression changed drastically and he turned to leave. Retreat. The other black-clothed men who were about to capture them were stunned for a moment, but they obeyed the order and retreated with their leader. Rumble. More than 100 black-clothed men rode their savage beasts and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. That level 9 martial artist was extremely shocked. What a powerful spiritual sense. Is it a two-striped Do master? Fortunately, the other party didn't have any killing intent. Otherwise, the other party would have shattered my soul. Who is it? It's definitely not those 4 youths. The aura of that young man can be confirmed to be a rank 9 warrior. It can't be him either. Could it be the Dean of Black Cloud Academy? That old guy is also a two-striped Do master. Did he order me to retreat because I wanted to capture his student? Or perhaps it's a passing two-striped Do master. He thought a lot, but there was no definite answer. This matter must be reported to the Lord as soon as possible. The people from the dark department came quickly and left quickly. Shaolin Lianhu and the other 2 youths were dumbfounded by this scene. What happened? Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. As expected, he could not easily make a move. Previously, for the Dao pattern mystic technique, he made a move once and the consequences came. However, he was not a cold-blooded person. He could not watch Shaolin be taken away by these people. Therefore, he secretly roared and used his spiritual sense to intimidate them. After the people from the dark operation of the Lord's mansion had left, Lian Hu and the other 2 youths breathed a sigh of relief. They were full of doubts about the sudden departure of the dark group. At the same time, he was also guessing why Yun Xiang was targeted by the dark unit. Only Shaolin was in low spirits. He was worried about Yun Xiang's safety. Being targeted by the dark unit, it was hard to have a good ending. Jiang Xi and the 4 youths continued onward. Nothing unexpected happened for the rest of the journey. When Shaolin Lianhu and the other 3 youths saw the huge city of Black Cloud territory, they were completely relieved. Big brother Jiang, let's go to the Black Cloud Academy and have some fun. Our academy is one of the places with the best scenery in the Black Cloud territory. Shaolin regained his smile, but observant people could still see the worry in his heart. Maybe next time. I still have something to do. Jiang Xi shook his head. That works too. Shaolin did not insist. After entering the city, Jiang Xi separated from them and quickly disappeared into the endless stream of people. Seeing Jiang Xi's figure disappear, Lian Hu let the other 2 youths return to the Black Cloud Academy first. He pulled Shaolin to a secluded place. Shaolin, don't you think Big Brother Jiang is very suspicious? Lian Hu asked in a low voice. I don't think so. Isn't Big Brother Jiang just an ordinary adventurer? Shaolin's face was full of doubts. You pighead. Have you ever seen an ordinary adventurer brave enough to go to the 100,000 mountains? Along the way, I've been secretly observing him. No matter what danger he encountered, his expression did not change. It was as if he did not care at all. Think about it. What was he doing when we were hunting the savage beast? Shaolin's face changed and he recalled carefully. It seemed to be true. When they were fighting with the savage beasts, Big Brother Jiang was not afraid or excited. He was very calm. It was as if he was a detached observer, observing everything. Also, why did the dark operation of the Lord's mansion suddenly retreat? Lian Hu asked in a low voice. Could it be that Big Brother Jiang secretly scared them away? Shaolin's eyes widened. These are just my guesses. Lian Hu nodded. I suspect that Big Brother Jiang is very likely a one-striped doja. This kind of powerhouse can already dominate a region in the Black Cloud territory. So I suggest that you quickly tell Grandfather Shao about this matter. If anything happens in the future, you can be prepared in advance. Shaolin's expression became serious. In the crowd not far away, Jiang Xi smiled and then disappeared. This little guy is quite vigilant. He was not afraid of being discovered as long as others did not find out that he was an alien. In terms of strength, a one-striped doja was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, a two-striped do was at the nascent soul stage, a three-striped do spirit was at the primordial soul stage, and a four-striped do zone was at the unification stage. He had the confidence to deal with anyone other than the four-striped do zone. The city of the Black Cloud territory was very large and could be called a giant city. Therefore, after Jiang Xi sneaked in, he was like a drop of water sinking into the sea, inconspicuous. He bought a quiet house and stayed there for the time being. Of course, the money was obtained from the warriors of the Lord's mansion when he saved Yun Xiang. Rank 8 warriors were still very rich. After staying, he did not immediately go out to inquire about anything. He took out the Dao pattern secret technique he obtained from Yun Xiang and looked at it seriously. The cultivation method is different from the original universe. What is the difference? After looking at it for a moment, Jiang Xi had the answer. The cultivators of the Dao pattern continent also cultivated Dao techniques. The difference was, after the cultivators of the original universe successfully comprehended Dao techniques, the Dao techniques were not in their bodies. Only during battle would they use their spiritual consciousness to connect with heaven and earth and use various Tao techniques to attack. The cultivators of the Dao pattern continent, on the other hand, integrated Tao techniques into their bodies and turned them into Tao patterns to strengthen their bodies and use their bodies to fight. Ignoring physical data such as strength, speed, and toughness, just looking at physical strength. The physical strength of a one-striped Doja perfected golden core was equivalent to a low-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a two-striped Do master, nascent soul, was equivalent to a middle-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a three-striped Do spirit, essence soul, was equivalent to a high-grade spirit weapon at most. The physical strength of a four-striped Do grandmaster unification path was equivalent to a supreme-grade spirit weapon at most. With such a strong body, it's no wonder the way of refining weapons here is so backward. Very few people use spirit weapons. Jiang Xi shook his head. That was not the main point. If that's the case, the Tao pattern secret technique is a method of refining the body. However, it is different from conventional martial arts. It uses Tao techniques to refine the body. No wonder Shaolin Lianhu and the other youths have such strong physiques. It turns out that they are all on the path of refining the body. However, there is still a problem. After the Tao technique reaches the level of the way of heaven and earth, even the body of an essence soul would find it difficult to withstand the power of heaven and earth. Not to mention the power of the great path and heavenly path. If one dares to integrate it into the body, they are definitely courting death. If this problem is not solved, it will be very difficult to cultivate this method of refining the body to a high level. Chapter 377. If I don't solve the problem of my body withstanding the Tao arts, then this cultivation technique is useless. With this question in mind, Jiang Xi continued to read. After a while he finished reading the entire Tao pattern mystic technique. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, as expected. The cultivation civilization of the Dao Tattoo continent had been passed down for many eras. If he could think of the problem, the cultivators here would definitely be able to think of it as well and would have a solution to it. This Tao pattern mystic technique's description was, after cultivating to a one-pattern Dao warrior, if you want to progress further, you will need to fuse with a Tao pattern blood crystal if you don't have any special physical talents. Only by increasing the limits of your body can you withstand stronger Tao arts and cultivate to a higher level. The Tao pattern blood crystal is a treasure left behind by the gods and is extremely precious. Legend has it that only the 5 major temples possess the Tao pattern blood crystal. Other than the temple that will give the various main cities and territories some Tao pattern blood crystals, other Tao pattern cultivators would want to obtain this item. One must have a great contribution to apply to the 5 major temples. In addition, fusing with the Tao pattern blood crystal not only requires a strong physique, but also an extremely strong willpower. If one doesn't have a strong willpower, no matter how strong their body is, it will be difficult for them to fuse with more Tao pattern blood crystals. After reading this, Jiang Xi closed his eyes and sorted out the information seriously. The 5 major temples are the Gold pattern, Wood pattern, Water pattern, Fire pattern, and Earth pattern temple. They correspond to the 5 elemental Tao arts. No wonder the Dao Tattoo continent views Tao arts that aren't of the 5 elements as heresy. There might be some secrets behind this. After muttering to himself for a while, Jiang Xi opened the experience panel again. After checking the changes on the panel, he smiled. Mystic technique, Tao fusion technique, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, 3 Tao fusion techniques, Tao pattern technique, none, 13 million. In the mystic technique column there was a new item, Tao pattern technique. However, the low-grade impersonator's mask is actually exchanged for such a great reward. Jiang Xi suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. A mystic technique that was recognized by the experience panel was naturally not an ordinary item. Ever since he knew about the existence of karma divination, he had started to pay attention to karma. He had taken advantage of others today and he might have to pay them back in the future. Of course, from another point of view, he had saved Yun Xiang's life. In exchange for the Tao pattern mystic technique, it should be an equivalent exchange. He just didn't know if this was how karma was calculated. If you see him in the future, make it up to him. Jiang Xi put this matter to the bottom of his heart for the time being. He turned his attention back to the new secret technique, the Tao pattern technique. Since the level and experience points are displayed, I can directly use experience points to level up. Let's try leveling up first. Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. He still allowed his clone on Earth's first moon to refine the spiritual fruits and increase his Tao pattern arts level and experience. 3 million experience points required the same amount of spiritual energy. However, now that his avatar was at the full circle of the nascent soul stage, the efficiency of refining spiritual fruits was very high. In just half a day the upgrade was completed. In that instant Jiang Xi felt that both his main body and his avatar were changing at the same time. The nascent soul in his lower dantian, a wisp of fire in his left hand, a wisp of gale in his right hand, and a small sword in his torso each separated a Tao intent. The 3 Tao intents spiraled and condensed into one, turning into a tricolored Tao pattern halo that merged into his body. Immediately after, the various physical attributes of his body such as strength, speed, defense, toughness and so on, began to undergo drastic changes and continue to strengthen. After a moment the changes ended. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and gently clenched his fist. Puff! He didn't use any strength at all, but the air produced a muffled sound. Such strong strength, and my defense has also increased. Is this the physical attributes of a low-grade spiritual artifact? No, it's even stronger than a low-grade spiritual artifact. This is a Tao pattern technique that has fused 3 Tao arts. Jiang Xi's figure flickered in this quiet house, leaving behind afterimages as if it was his real body. This was a characteristic of speed that had reached a certain limit, and the afterimages were like a body. Moreover, he didn't use any spiritual power in this move, but only relied on his physical strength and speed. The sword intent has brought a strong attacking power to the body. At the same time the explosive power of the body has increased, and it is also lighter than before. It has the characteristics of the true meaning of fire and gale. In terms of speed alone, this state is already comparable to 10% of my complete nascent soul stage speed. If I add spiritual power and gale Tao, my speed will be even faster. After experimenting, Jiang Xi came to a conclusion. The Tao pattern technique is more suitable for close combat. In terms of Tao art attacks, the cultivators of the original universe are stronger. In terms of physical strength, the cultivators of the Tao pattern continent have the advantage. Finally, Jiang Xi looked at the changes on the experience panel. Tao pattern technique, 130 million per pattern. His body was now the so-called one pattern doja. My Tao art is at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth, but what merged into my body just now was the Tao intent that was separated from the Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore it can continue to improve. After attaining 2 pattern, the strength of my body should be able to surpass a middle-grade spiritual artifact. The body of a middle-grade spiritual artifact was terrifying. First of all, a middle-grade spiritual artifact could not damage it at all. At the very least, a superior-grade spiritual artifact could cause him harm. And to truly damage his body, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact was the only way. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi once again let his clone refine the spiritual fruit. The experience level of the Tao pattern technique increased rapidly. Soon, a day later, a problem arose. Before he could upgrade to 2 pattern, his body experienced a tearing pain. From the inside to the outside, tiny cracks appeared all over his body. It was as if cracks had appeared on glass. Is this the limit of the body's tolerance for Tao art? Jiang Xi frowned. The spiritual power of the complete nascent soul stage circulated, and those tiny cracks immediately disappeared. Then he looked at the progress of the Tao pattern technique. Tao pattern technique, 50 million/30 million per pattern. If I only integrated 1 Tao art into my body, I might be able to directly upgrade to 2 pattern. But now that I have 3 Tao arts, I have reached my body's limit in advance. However, the benefits of integrating 3 Tao arts at the same time are also very obvious. Although I haven't reached 2 pattern, my current physical fitness is not much different from that of a middle-grade spiritual artifact. Jiang Xi carefully felt the changes in his body. Next, he tried many times to continue to upgrade the level of the Tao pattern technique. But every time, cracks would appear on his body. He understood that if he really forcibly upgraded it, there was a high chance that his body would collapse. The Tao pattern blood crystal can increase the limit of the body's tolerance for Tao arts. I can only do it through this thing. Jiang Xi pondered carefully. The problem was, where could he get it? Directly go to the 5 great temples to apply? What a joke. There were definitely tribulation transcender powerhouses there. He would be walking into a trap if he went there. Chapter 378. As night fell, the Black Cloud territory was still very lively. Jiang Xi was like an ordinary tourist, wandering around the city, enjoying the night view of different civilizations. But there was always darkness hidden under the prosperity. Along the way, he saw many pedestrians being taken away by the dark operation of the overlord's mansion. Some were just ordinary people. They cried and said that they were innocent. But the men in black from the dark operation ignored them. They even knocked them out in front of their children and took them away. If anyone resisted, they would be killed directly. Blood would flow all over the ground. As for those passers-by, other than some fear, they had no other emotions. They were numb. After the men in black left, everything returned to normal and continued to be lively. The cultivation civilization is prosperous, and the rules have become simple. There are only 4 words left: the weak are prey to the strong. This thought appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. Then he shook his head. To the battle pattern continent he was just a bystander. This had nothing to do with him. Until late at night he stopped at a secluded place. A man in black appeared in front of him and said sternly, "Check your identity. Take out your identification. You're the one who delivered yourself to me." Jiang Xi smiled. The man in black was stunned. In the Black Cloud territory, when everyone saw the dark operation, other than fear, they had never seen such an arrogant ordinary person. Before he could react, Jiang Xi was already in front of him. Soul search. Jiang Xi pressed his hand directly on the top of the man in black's head and used the soul search technique. In less than a breath, the man in black lost all signs of life. A wisp of fire fell. The man in black, who had the strength of a level 7 martial artist, turned into nothingness. Not even ashes were left behind. Jiang Xi was not soft-hearted. These people were originally ruthless officials. They did things cruelly and their hands were stained with blood. So be it if he killed them. It was just to create some value for him. Then, he returned to the secluded house as if nothing had happened. As expected, it's better to be simple and crude. He had thought for a long time but did not know where to find the Tao pattern blood crystal. But he found someone to search their soul and he had a clue. The 5 sacred palaces will occasionally bestow some Tao pattern blood crystals to these city lords and lords. According to the memories of this rank 7 warrior, the suzerain of the Black Cloud territory, Qing Liang, is a 2-line dosher. He had once received the Tao pattern blood crystal from the Fire Pattern Temple. This was exactly the information Jiang Xi needed. Under normal circumstances, if you don't have any special physical talents, after becoming a 1-line doja, you will be able to become a 1-line doja. If he wants to improve again, he will need to borrow the power of the Tao pattern blood crystal. Therefore, Overlord Qing Liang must have fused with a Tao pattern blood crystal. Most importantly, Overlord Qing Liang had previously obtained a few Tao pattern blood crystals. Did he still have any left? This was an uncertain factor. The probability of that is very high. Since he has already reached the level of a 2-line dosher, he will definitely want to continue improving. As a feudal lord who rules over tens of thousands of tribes, his network is different from ordinary Tao pattern cultivators. He might have other ways to obtain the Tao pattern blood crystal. It's him. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. However, we still have to be cautious. A 2-line dosher wasn't a threat, but it was always right to be cautious. Through the soul search just now, he also obtained another piece of information. The atmosphere in the suzerain's mansion had been rather tense recently. An unknown 2-line dosher had appeared in the Black Cloud territory, so the entire suzerain's mansion was on high alert. There's no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Xi was very patient. The next day he was meditating in the courtyard when he suddenly opened his eyes. His spirit sense had been scattered around the courtyard and he noticed that someone had come to visit. He got up and went to open the door. He saw Shaolin and a burly old man. Jiang Xi felt the aura of a 1-line dosher from the old man. No wonder he could find his residence. A 1-line dosher had a very high status in the Black Cloud territory. It was not difficult to find his location. After the two of them entered, "Brother Jiang, this is my grandfather." Shaolin scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. "I am Xiao Yan." "Greetings, Lord Jiang." Xiao Yan bowed solemnly. "Oh, you can see my strength?" Jiang Xi was a little surprised. "My lord's aura is that of a 2-line dosher. I can still see that," Xiao Yan said. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. He had been studying how to continue improving his Tao pattern technique for the past 2 days. Therefore, his aura had been unstable and he had not completely restrained it. "A 2-line dosher. Brother Jiang, you are indeed not an ordinary adventurer. You deceived me so badly." Shaolin opened his eyes wide. "How can you say that? Impudent." Xiao Yan scolded him. Then he smiled apologetically to Jiang Xi and said, "I've made a fool of myself." "It's fine. This kind of young man has a good temperament." Jiang Xi shook his head. "I'm here to thank you. A few days ago, the suzerain's mansion's dark department was investigating the Yun family clansmen. If it wasn't for Lord Jiang secretly intervening, my grandson would have been taken away by the dark department." Xiao Yan stated his purpose for coming. Recently, several families that used to be related to the Yun family were exterminated by the dark department of the suzerain's mansion. Even 2 one-line doja were implicated and killed. The suzerain's mansion is powerful. Even if I'm a one-line doja, I'm not worth mentioning in front of them. If my grandson really fell into their hands, his life would be in danger. Xiao Yan finally sighed. He was also an old man. After Shaolin told him about Lian Hu's speculation that day, he concluded that Jiang Xi was not an ordinary person. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew that his guess was right. That day, it was indeed Jiang Xi who made a move and scared off the dark department of the suzerain's mansion. After Jiang Xi heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder he saw so many men in black on the streets yesterday. It was to track down the young girl Yun Xiang. He did not get this information from the previous soul search. I've also heard about the Yun family recently. But why were they exterminated? Jiang Xi pretended to be puzzled. Lord Jiang has traveled around. It seems that you're not too clear about the situation in the Black Cloud territory. Xiao Yan laughed and then explained, the Yun family's matter is also a secret. Not many people know about it, and I happen to be one of them. The Green Flame tribe is one of the top tribes in the Black Cloud territory, and the Yun family is the family that rules this tribe. 10 years ago, their ancestor returned from the fallen god land and became a 2-line Do master. At that time, it caused a sensation because even in the entire Black Cloud territory, there were only a few 2-line Do masters. Later, a traitor appeared in the Yun family and the secret of the Yun family ancestor was spread out. It turns out that he was able to become a 2-line Do master because he obtained a powerful Dao pattern secret technique in the fallen god land. Lord should know that the Dao pattern secret technique that we cultivate can only cultivate one of the 5 elements Dao patterns into a Dao pattern to improve the realm of the body. However, the Dao pattern secret technique that the Yun family ancestor obtained can integrate multiple Dao patterns into the body at the same time. At this point, Xiao Yan's face could not help but reveal an excited and yearning expression. Chapter 379. A normal Dao pattern secret technique could only turn one of the 5 elements Dao patterns into a Dao pattern. However, the Dao pattern secret technique obtained by the Yun family ancestor could turn many of the 5 elements Dao patterns into Dao patterns. Jiang Xi seemed to have understood something. This might be the reason why the Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique could be recognized by the experience panel. It could not only cultivate the 5 elements Dao patterns, but other Dao patterns could also be turned into Dao patterns. This was enough to prove the power of the secret technique. Xiao Yan continued, not long after the Yun family ancestor's secret was spread, the Lord's residents destroyed the Yun family. However, they did not obtain the Yun family ancestor's Dao pattern secret technique in the end. However, no one expected that a member of the Yun family actually escaped and hid in Black Cloud Academy, living under the nose of the Lord's residents. As far as I know, a few days ago, in order to capture the Yun family member, the dark operation of the Lord's residents killed 100,000 people. 1 level 8 martial artist and 5 level 7 martial artists died in the 100,000 mountains, but Yun Xiang went missing. That's why the Lord's residence has been so active recently. At this point, Xiao Yan looked at Jiang Xi meaningfully. This was because Jiang Xi was also in the 100,000 mountains at that time. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could easily do this. At the side, Shaolin's expression was gloomy. He was very worried about Yun Xiang. However, he also knew that with his current strength he could not do anything at all. Jiang Xi was very indifferent to this old man's suspicion. So what if he was suspicious? After that, Jiang Xi did not continue on this topic. He was concerned about the fallen god's land that Xiao Yan mentioned just now. The Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique came from there. Then he asked this question. Brother Jiang, you call yourself an adventurer but you don't even know about the fallen god's land? That's the forbidden area of the entire Do pattern continent. Shaolin was a little surprised. Child, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yan hurriedly patted Shaolin's head. Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. Of course I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. When he was searching souls earlier, he had obtained some information about the fallen god's land from the memories of the rank 7 warrior, but it was very brief. He only knew that the land of the fallen gods was located in the north of the battle-pattern continent. It was separated from the Black Cloud territory by over 1 million territories. If one didn't become a Tao pattern cultivator, it would be hard for them to achieve this in their lifetime. This was also related to the fact that the Tao of weapon refinement in the Do Tattoo continent was underdeveloped. It was very rare to see spirit artifacts like flying boats. Moreover, there was no inheritance of array formations here, so there was no teleportation array. This was something that he had been reminded of when he had accepted the mission. It was forbidden to use formations on the Do Tattoo continent. Therefore, it was very difficult to cross such a long distance just by flying. On the other side, after Xiao Yan finished lecturing his grandson, he smiled at Jiang Xi and said, "Sir, you are focused on cultivation. It is normal that you do not know about this." This was because the specific information about the fallen god land was considered a secret in the Do Tattoo continent. Many people only knew that it was a forbidden area, but they didn't know the actual situation inside. My Xiao clan's ancestor once cultivated there, so I happen to know a little about it. This old man will be bold enough to show it off in front of Sir. Xiao Yan's tone was respectful. In his opinion, with Jiang Xi's strength, he would definitely know about the situation in the fallen god land. This was because many two-mark Do masters would choose to cultivate in the fallen god land after reaching a bottleneck in their cultivation. Now that Jiang Xi asked him this question, perhaps he just wanted to know more from him. "It's fine. You can continue." Jiang Xi nodded. Therefore, Xiao Yan organized his thoughts and said, "Sir, you should have heard of the extraterritorial demon race, right?" Jiang Xi didn't bat an eyelid. "Extraterritorial demon race? I am one of them." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It is said that it is very difficult for the extraterritorial demon race to descend on our continent. This is because in the endless void, there is a heaven and earth boundary set up by the gods. Countless years ago, the extraterritorial demon race paid a huge price to descend on the Do Tattoo continent. They wanted to take over our world. At that time, the gods gathered and engaged in an earth-shattering war with the extraterritorial demon race. It is said that 10% of the Do Tattoo continent was shattered. In the end, we paid a terrible price to obtain victory and drive the extraterritorial demon race out. Since then, the extraterritorial demon race has not dared to invade us again. And the battlefield left behind by that war is the current fallen god land." Xiao Yan sighed. Beside him, the young Xiao Lin felt a sense of yearning. The War of the Gods was a legend of the ancient mythological era. Jiang Xi pretended to be surprised. It seemed that the strong people of the Do Tattoo continent had chosen to conceal their history. The War of the Gods? It was probably a purge of the Do Tattoo continent when the Purple Heaven sect was cleaning up the Third Heaven world. As for the talk of defeating the extraterritorial demon race, it was a little exaggerated. Any perfected lord from Purple Heaven sect would be able to suppress this mainland. What is so special about the fallen god land? Jiang Xi asked again. It is filled with evil aura that can affect one's mind. If one's will is not strong enough, they will lose their mind and become crazy after entering the fallen god land, Xiao Yan said solemnly. Jiang Xi could understand this point. After the death of an immortal Dao strong person, their Dao aura would not dissipate. In addition to the resentment, anger, and other negative emotions before death, it could indeed form a strong evil aura. "Sir, since you are a two-mark Do Shi, you should know that fusing with the Dao pattern blood crystal requires not only a strong body, but also an extremely strong will," Xiao Yan said. Jiang Xi nodded. The Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique had mentioned this point. Although the fallen god land is extremely dangerous, it is also an excellent place to train one's will. Some strong Dao pattern cultivators would go to the fallen god land to train their will in order to fuse with more Dao pattern blood crystals. It is not only these strong people. For countless years, countless ordinary cultivators have risked their lives to enter the fallen god land. This is because if they are lucky, they can obtain the Dharma treasures and cultivation methods left behind by the gods. Take the Yun family's ancestor for example. He was such a lucky person. Unfortunately, he did not keep his luck and instead became a disaster. Xiao Yan sighed in the end. Jiang Xi was silent. The strong preyed on the weak everywhere. Next, Xiao Yan chatted with Jiang Xi about some other details. He also asked Jiang Xi about his purpose in coming to the Black Cloud territory. Jiang Xi, of course, said that he wanted to travel around and see different sceneries. These words made Xiao Lin extremely envious. After the grandfather and grandson pair left, Jiang Xi felt that he had gained a lot. This was because the mission introduction did not mention the fallen god land. He guessed that the gods should be existences in the Tribulation Transcendent Realm. Since it was the place where many Tribulation Transcendent Realm powerhouses had fallen, there should be good things. The Yun family's Tao pattern secret technique came from there. If I need to train my will in the future, I can consider going there. However, right now the most important thing was to find a way to obtain the Tao pattern blood crystal. After another half a month, Jiang Xi quietly left the quiet courtyard. At the same time, he erased all traces of himself. Chapter 380. The Lord's Mansion of the Black Cloud Territory was located in the central area of the Black Cloud Territory. It occupied a large area like a city within a city. At this time, in a gloomy prison of the Lord's Mansion, there was a row of warriors and ordinary people kneeling. They had different expressions: anger, despair, confusion, helplessness, and many were cursing. A team of Dark Unit warriors above level 7 were indifferently searching their souls. Soon, the prison fell into a dead silence. Everyone had died because of the soul search. The one in charge of this prison was a one-armed level 9 warrior. He said coldly, "No? Next batch." There were thousands of people in each batch. With their speed of soul searching, they could search tens of thousands of people in an hour. When night fell, the one-armed level 9 warrior came to Lord Qingliang's residence and reported the results of the day's soul searching. Lord Qingliang was a two-striped Do master, the top warrior of the Black Cloud Territory. After listening to the work report, his slightly feminine face frowned slightly. How many families and forces are left that are related to the Yun family? 95 families, 134 forces, a total of 81 million people. Now there are 6 million people left who have not been soul searched. The one-armed level 9 warrior did a good job. That remnant of the Yun family could hide under my nose for 10 years. There must be someone who helped her. Continue, leave no one alive. Qingliang said slowly. The lives of so many people were like grass in his eyes. As long as he could find the Yun family's Tao pattern secret technique, even if he killed 1 or 200 million, it was worth it. That unknown two-striped Do master, are there any clues? Qingliang asked again. No. This has to be done in secret. The remnant of the Yun family is very likely to be saved by this person. Once you find out about him, inform me immediately. Qingliang urged. Yes. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Lord, the daughter of the Qiao family has been sent as requested. Qingliang's feminine face showed an anxious smile. He said to the one-armed level 9 warrior, "You can leave first." Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze blew and a young man in black armor appeared in front of the two. It was Jiang Xi. What? The one-armed level 9 warrior didn't have time to shout. Pucci, with a flash of sword light, the level 9 warrior comparable to the late gold core stage was cut into two. How dare you? Looks like it's you. Qingliang punched out. He was a 2-mark Do Shi, and his body was comparable to a middle-grade spirit weapon. Qingliang was confident that even a 2-line Do Shi of the same level would not dare to receive his punch head-on. Resist. Jiang Xi smiled. He reached out and grabbed the man's neck as if he was grabbing a chicken. Chi. At the same time, the sword pierced through his opponent's dantian, crippling his cultivation. His body was comparable to a middle-grade spiritual weapon? The sword in his hand was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. After that he didn't stop. His figure flashed and disappeared. Boom. Boom. 2 loud sounds rang out. Only then did the 2 one-striped dozier in charge of the guards rush over. Seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions changed. Sir Lord is gone. Whoosh. In the next moment 2 more figures appeared. One of them was a man in silver armor who looked very similar to Qingliang. The other person was a white-robed young man. Greetings, General. The 2 one-striped fighters hurriedly saluted the silver-armored man. It's the aura of a 2-line Do Shi. The white-robed young man said. Chase. The silver-armored man shouted in a low voice, his face full of anger. The 2 of them rushed into the sky. The 2 one-striped dozier were left behind, extremely shocked. General is still in the Black Cloud Territory. Didn't he say that he was going to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate? He probably hasn't set off yet. If I'm not wrong, the white-robed young man is the priest of the Fire Rune Temple. He's here to pick up the general. The silver-armored man and the white-robed young man exuded a powerful aura as they searched the entire Black Cloud Territory. However, after searching for a while, they didn't find anything. Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. It seems that I can't go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate for the time being. The silver-armored man's face was very ugly. It was Serene Tua who helped you to go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate. I can wait for a while. The most important thing now is to find your brother. The white-robed young man said. And this murderer is too arrogant. Even if the temple knows that you are wasting time, they won't say anything. He added. Thank you. The silver-armored man's face was tense. Now that his brother was captured by an unknown Dao pattern cultivator and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive, he was in a bad mood. The opportunity to cultivate in the Fire Rune Temple was fought for by his master, Serene Tua. Unless it was a last resort, he naturally didn't want to give up. The white-robed priest's words made him heave a sigh of relief. When the two of them were searching just now, they didn't hide their powerful aura. Many of the Dao pattern cultivators in the Black Cloud territory were stunned by their auras. That's the Lord's brother, Qingkai? Didn't he already go to the Fire Rune Temple to cultivate? The other person seems to be the white-robed priest of the temple? In a mansion, Xiaoyan was very surprised. The white-robed priest was a three-striped doling spirit powerhouse and was extremely powerful. Just what had happened to make these two experts so furious? For some reason, Jiang Xi's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. At this time, above the clouds that shrouded the Battle Rune continent, outside the array barrier, a flying boat quietly stopped in the starry sky. My cultivation, you actually crippled my cultivation. Qing Liang was shocked and furious. Then he saw the surrounding environment clearly. It was actually in the starry sky. He looked at Jiang Xi in shock. Outside the barrier, you are an extraterritorial demon. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't talk nonsense with him. He pressed his hand on the top of Qing Liang's head. Soul search. A moment later, the smile on Jiang Xi's face disappeared. As expected, the strength of the Lord's mansion is not as simple as it seems. Just now, when he was in the Lord's mansion, he caught Qing Liang with his sharp intuition. He sensed a dangerous smell. So he hurriedly left and flew directly outside the Battle Rune continent's barrier. From Qing Liang's memory, he learned that there was a three-striped doling spirit general in the Lord's mansion. And this general was Qing Liang's brother. However, a three-striped doling spirit is only equivalent to a primordial spirit cultivator. I'm not afraid of a real fight. Where did the danger come from? Jiang Xi frowned and pondered, then shook his head. In short, this operation was still a success. Then he took Qing Liang's storage magic treasure. Although the Battle Rune continent's Qi refinement Dao was backward, there were still storage magic treasures. As a lord, it wasn't surprising that Qing Liang had a storage magic treasure. After Jiang Xi simply refined the storage magic treasure, he took out a blood-red crystal that was only the size of a fingernail. After seeing this item, a strong desire appeared in his body. My luck is not bad. He really has extra Dao pattern blood crystals on him. According to Qing Liang's memory, his brother Qingkai should also have a Dao pattern blood crystal on him. Chapter 381. Jiang Xi shook his head and chuckled. He put aside the idea of killing and robbing for now. It was not the time to think about this. He had to improve his strength first. After that, he did not enter the battle pattern continent. The flying boat continued to stop in the starry sky. He grabbed the Dao pattern blood crystal and began to refine it. What's so magical about this item? My body has a strong desire just by looking at it. With this thought in mind, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness touched the fingernail-sized blood-red crystal. Boom. His head felt like it had exploded. A very strong chaotic will surged into his mind and attacked his consciousness. With such a strong chaotic intent, the spiritual consciousness of a golden core cultivator would have collapsed immediately. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. Of course, he suppressed it easily. Other than the spiritual consciousness of a perfected nascent soul cultivator, there was another reason. There was an image of self-visualization in his mind. Just now, before he could even use his spiritual sense, the image of Guanji had automatically emitted a golden light to suppress the chaotic will. I didn't expect the peacock visualization to be useful here. Jiang Xi was surprised. He had obtained this visualization technique on Earth. It was an inheritance from the Buddhist ruins on Earth. Taoist Gu had reminded him not to expose the peacock visualization technique easily. Therefore, he had never used the image of self-visualization in his mind for a long time. However, he did not stop cultivating the image of self-visualization because it was the core of his spiritual consciousness. Every time his cultivation level increased, the image of self-visualization would also strengthen. Is this chaotic intent an evil thought? Is that why the image of self-visualization suppressed it? Jiang Xi was puzzled. He quickly put this thought aside because the Tao pattern blood crystal had turned into liquid and seeped into his body like blood. The next moment, a circle of 3 colored Tao patterns appeared on his body and kept circling. The strange thing was that his body realm did not increase. However, he could feel that his body was undergoing some kind of deep change. It was as if he had formed a connection with the universe. In other words, his affinity with the heaven and earth Tao had increased. After a while, the deep change in his body ended. The circle of 3 colored Tao patterns merged back into Jiang Xi's body. You have successfully merged with the Tao pattern blood crystal. Experience plus 100 million. The prompt from the experience panel unexpectedly rang in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi was stunned. What was going on? Fusing with Tao pattern blood crystals can also increase experience points? Moreover, he had added so much EXP in one go. This was something he had never experienced before. This item is truly miraculous. No wonder the Purple Heaven sect listed the Tao pattern blood crystal as the mission objective. Jiang Xi calmed his astonished emotions and continued to try to increase the level of the Tao pattern art. Although he had expected this, he was still pleasantly surprised by the result. This time there were no more cracks on his body. The limit of his Tao had increased. In just half a day the upgrade was completed. This time there was a change in the realm of his body. 2 3-colored Tao patterns appeared on Jiang Xi's body and merged with him. 2 lines Do Shi. Fu Jiang Xi directly passed through the flying ship's array formation and floated in the starry sky. Then he chose a meteorite fragment not far in front of him as his target and rushed over. Boom. The meteorite fragment with a diameter of nearly 1,000 kilometers was directly shattered. Very strong. Jiang Xi praised himself. It was indeed very strong. Just the strength of his body had surpassed a mid-grade spiritual artifact. In other aspects such as strength, speed, defense, toughness, agility and so on there were huge changes. He looked at the experience points panel. Frowny face Tao pattern technique, 2 lines, 1,300 million. My Tao technique is at the level of the Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 lines just now were formed from the Tao domain so it can continue to be upgraded. It shouldn't be able to reach 3 lines but the realm of my body will definitely increase a lot. 300 million EXP upgrade will take a lot of time this time. With this thought, Jiang Xi still used his clone on the first moon of Earth to refine the spiritual fruit. Time passed and the entire Black Cloud territory was in a state of panic. Because Lord Chengliang's life stone had shattered, the news of his death had spread throughout the Black Cloud territory. The Lord's younger brother, Black Cloud General Chen Kai, had returned. He was furious. He slaughtered the remaining 4.6 million people related to the Yun family. Then he mobilized all kinds of forces to find the murderer. However, after searching for half a month, there was no result. Chen Kai didn't know the motive of the murderer to kill his brother. But he knew that after so many days, the possibility of finding the murderer was not high. Damn it. The anger in Chen Kai's heart could not be quelled. In this generation of the Qing family there were only 2 brothers. Now that his brother was dead, and he had to go to the Fire Pattern Temple to cultivate. Then, the Black Cloud territory would have to be handed over. In another part of the Black Cloud territory, Xiao Yan passed by the house where Jiang Xi lived. After carefully probing, he found that there was still no one inside. The Lord is dead and Lord Jiang has disappeared for half a month. Xiao Yan's heart was still filled with shock. He was 60% sure that Lord Jiang was the one who did this. It's a good death, a wonderful death. Lord Jiang has done a good deed. He lightly hummed a tune and strode away. Of course he wouldn't say these guesses out loud. The Cheng brothers had done evil in the Black Cloud territory for many years and plundered countless cultivation resources. In the entire Black Cloud territory, whether it was an ordinary person or a Tao pattern cultivator, everyone hated the brothers. What Xiao Yan didn't notice was that on a tall building in the distance, Jiang Xi was leisurely drinking wine. His every move was under Jiang Xi's surveillance. This old man is quite alert. Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. This was also related to the fact that he didn't deliberately hide his identity. Of course he came back for the Tao pattern blood crystal. The day before yesterday his body's tolerance for Tao had reached the limit again. Tao pattern technique, 2 patterns 178. 25 million/300 million. Looking at the progress, he was still far from a 3-pattern doling spirit. However, Jiang Xi was still very satisfied with the effect of the upgrade. This was because the Dao patterns on his body were cultivated from 3 Dao patterns. Although his body was still a 2-pattern doling master, it was similar to a 3-pattern doling spirit. Its strength was already equivalent to a high-grade spirit weapon. This time, even a supreme-grade spirit weapon could only cause slight damage to him. He had also tested it. He used the supreme-grade spirit weapon, Killing Shadow Sword, to slash his body a few times. If he didn't use the power of Dao, he could only make a few cuts. Of course, this also depended on the level of the opponent. If a Dao integration stage expert used a supreme-grade spirit weapon, he would definitely be killed with 1 slash. The comparison just now was only applicable to opponents who were definitely not stronger than him. 2-pattern doling master, I have already completed the second goal of the mission. However, my body is still not strong enough. I need to continue improving, so I need more Dao pattern blood crystals. Chapter 382. Jiang Xi's target was naturally Cheng Liang's brother. After my body realm improved, the feeling of danger disappeared. However, Cheng Kai is a 3-striped fighting spirit, which is equivalent to a primordial soul stage cultivator. I still can't underestimate him. Up until now, Jiang Xi had never really fought with a cultivator who was not at the primordial soul stage. A 3-striped fighting spirit was not only equivalent to a primordial soul stage cultivator, but its body was also comparable to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Although he used a top-grade spiritual weapon, he did not have absolute confidence in breaking the defense of a 3-striped fighting spirit. Just as he compared before, an opponent of the same level could not break his defense with a top-grade spiritual weapon. If he were to break someone else's defense, it would be more or less the same. Moreover, he had once sensed a dangerous aura in the Lord's mansion. Intuition told Jiang Xi that the danger should not come from Cheng Kai. Therefore he became more cautious this time. After returning to the battle pattern continent, Jiang Xi investigated the surroundings of the Lord's mansion for a long time before he decided to make a move. Late at night, Lord's mansion. General Cheng Kai exuded a tyrannical aura. In front of him was a ground full of corpses, emitting a strong smell of blood. Damn it. No matter how many people he killed, he could not vent the anger in his heart. Because the white-robed priest of the fire pattern temple would not wait for him for too long, at most a month. Now half a month had passed. If he could not find the murderer, he could only give up on revenge. The opportunity to cultivate in the fire pattern temple was extremely precious. If he missed this opportunity, the next time would be 1,000 years later. What made Cheng Kai most angry was that he chose to cultivate in the fire pattern temple. Not only did he give up revenge, but he also gave up the Black Cloud territory. Therefore, no matter what, this was a great loss for him. If I find you, I will destroy your soul. Cheng Kai's tyrannical aura surged. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sword light broke through the darkness and stabbed directly at him. Taking the initiative to come to me? How arrogant! Cheng Kai shouted angrily. A mace appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards the sword that had ambushed him. Clang! The sword and mace collided violently, producing a dazzling light. The powerful impact swept hundreds of kilometers, and the entire Black Cloud territory felt it. 2 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out of the Lord's mansion and stood in the night sky. Cheng Kai's body emitted a fiery red Dao pattern. His aura was like a rainbow and he looked like a god fiend. On the other side was a black-haired youth. His body was emitting Dao patterns of 3 different colors. It was a little strange, but his aura wasn't any weaker than Cheng Kai's. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he was also a 3-striped Do Ling. Someone attacked the monarch's mansion again? Who is it? Many Dao pattern cultivators saw the battle in the sky above the Lord's mansion. One-line Do Zhixiaoyan's face was also filled with shock. Others might not recognize the black-haired youth, but he did. It really is Sir Jiang. He is actually a 3-striped Do Ling. At the edge of the Black Cloud territory in an inconspicuous house. Yun Xiang, who had changed her appearance, also recognized the black-haired youth. Yes, Benefactor. Could it be that Lord Qingliang was also killed by Benefactor? Yun Xiang was filled with gratitude. That Cheng Kai is a 3-striped Do spirit. Will any public enemy be able to defeat him? She was also worried. At this moment, her expression changed. Not good. In the sky above the Lord's mansion, another white-robed youth appeared. His body also emitted a fiery red Dao pattern. It was the white-robed priest of the Fire Rune Shrine. 3-striped Do Ling experts. In the sky above the Lord's mansion. Other than the Fire Dao, there are 2 other unknown Dao techniques. So it is a heresy. When the white-robed priest saw the Tao pattern on Jiang Xi's body, his eyes were filled with coldness. Then he deserves to die. Qing Kai's killing intent was boiling. Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. The appearance of the white-robed priest made him understand the source of the danger he sensed previously. The aura of this white-robed priest was very close to that of a four-striped Do Zong. In other words, this was a Tao pattern cultivator at the peak of the primordial soul stage. However, when he searched Lord Cheng Liang's soul last time, he did not get any information about this white-robed priest. This was a hidden expert. Looks like I have to use all my strength. Jiang Xi was prepared to use Tao techniques to attack. Now, the Tao technique realm and the realm of his physical body were his strongest means. After making the decision, the Tao of heaven and earth instantly descended. The Tao of sword, the Tao of fire, and the Tao of gale. Tao fusion technique. After the Tao techniques fused together, the strange power covered his body and the sword. His aura changed in an instant. Chen Kai and the white-robed priest's expression changed. However, they could not figure out what exactly happened to Jiang Xi. In fact, it was not their fault that they could not recognize him. The legend of the extraterritorial demon clan in the Battle Rune continent had been around for tens of thousands of years. Other than the true experts, many people had only heard of the extraterritorial demon clan but did not know what kind of methods they used. Therefore, the two of them did not recognize Jiang Xi's true identity and only thought that Jiang Xi was a heresy. No matter how much you change, you are still a three-striped Do Ling. I don't believe you can become a four-striped Do Zong. Qing Kai and the white-robed priest attacked at the same time. Qing Kai's mace was covered by the fiery red Tao pattern and suddenly became 10,000 feet long. Moreover, its weight seemed to have increased. Boom. The mace was like a towering mountain as it smashed towards Jiang Xi. The white-robed priest's body was like a rainbow and his fiery fist was like a meteor. He was also incomparably tyrannical as he approached Jiang Xi. My sword is different from before. Jiang Xi was very calm. Sword light flashed as he took the initiative to meet the attack. After cultivating the Tao pattern, his strength had increased further. Whoosh. The most obvious thing now was that his speed had increased by nearly half. He was even faster than the perfected primordial soul white-robed priest. In a battle between experts, if one's speed was faster, one would be able to seize the initiative. Therefore, Jiang Xi relied on his speed to dodge the attacks of the two. At the same time, his long sword approached Qing Kai and the white-robed priest first. With the support of the Tao fusion technique, the supreme-grade spirit artifact Killer Shadow Sword directly cut through space and landed on Qing Kai's body. My body is a superior-grade spirit artifact. You can't. Although Qing Kai was shocked by Jiang Xi's speed, he was also very confident in his body. The next moment, he felt as if his body was missing something. Intense pain came. He was shocked to discover that his left hand was broken. What? Impossible. Qing Kai's expression changed drastically. This was a superior-grade spirit artifact body. Qing Kai, be careful. The white-robed priest's anxious voice sounded in his ear. Whoosh, a strong wind blew. A sword light once again cut through space and arrived in an instant. Qing Kai was a three-striped battle spirit after all. His reaction was very fast. He held the mace with one hand and directly smashed it out. However, he missed this time. The sword light was like a bubble and suddenly dissipated. Chi! The sword light whistled and pierced through Qing Kai's forehead. The power of the Tao pattern exploded, shattering his primordial spirit. Qing Kai did not understand two things until he died. Why was it that when the club smashed down it was only an illusion? Why was his defense so weak? Chapter 383. What Qing Kai didn't understand even in death, the white-robed priest saw it clearly. He saw with his own eyes that Jiang Xi used his extreme speed to transform his body into a series of phantoms. Then the longsword killed Qing Kai like a bolt of lightning. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. He wanted to save him, but he couldn't. The white-robed priest's expression turned grim. Just now, he thought that the two of them against Jiang Xi would be in a good position. Now, even if he had the strength of a four-striped grandmaster, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Jiang Xi. Of course, the white-robed priest was confident that it would be difficult for Jiang Xi to defeat him. As for killing him, that was even more impossible. Kill him? Unless it was a four-striped grandmaster. If Jiang Xi was a four-striped grandmaster, he wouldn't have needed to ambush him. No matter what grudge you have with the Qing brothers, I advise you to surrender. Although the 5 sacred halls view you as heretics, They will still recruit cultivators who don't practice the 5 elements Tao. The white-robed priest suddenly said. You're stalling for time? Jiang Xi interrupted him. The white-robed priest's expression froze. Don't play such tricks. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time he attacked again. The sword turned into a green lotus and countless rays of sword light shot out. The dazzling light covered the night sky. What kind of move is this? The white-robed priest was shocked. He didn't dare to be careless. He formed a fist seal with both hands and fiery red runes gathered. A pair of fiery fists smashed into Jiang Xi's countless rays of sword light. Clang clang clang, his body was indeed strong, close to a top-grade spirit artifact. The rays of sword light landed on his body, leaving only small wounds. However, those were only a few hundred rays of sword light. Behind them, tens of thousands of rays of sword light whistled, carrying the might of heaven and earth. Soon, the wounds on the white-robed priest's body accumulated, and he was heavily injured. I've never seen such an attack. Where did he come from? The white-robed priest was shocked. He was a little afraid and wanted to retreat. If the Cheng brothers died, then so be it. He didn't need to avenge them. The most fundamental reason why he had come to Black Cloud territory was because of Cheng Kai's master Yin Tua. Retreat. However, before he retreated, he forcefully withstood Jiang Xi's sword light and once again clenched his fists to form a powerful fist print, preparing to counterattack. After that, he turned around and left. His figure was like a blazing bolt of lightning as he sped away. Trying to run? Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He was already prepared for this. The Dao pattern technique brought about a tyrannical body, while the Dao fusion technique brought about a powerful Dao attack. His body vanished from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the white-robed priest. He struck out with his sword. I am the priest of the Fire Rune Shrine. If you kill me, you will be hunted down. The white-robed priest shouted in horror. You're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant? Jiang Xi chuckled and did not show any mercy. The sword pierced through the white-robed priest's dantian and crippled his cultivation. Then, while his primordial spirit was dissipating, he pressed a hand on his head. Soul search. In just a moment, Jiang Xi's expression became dignified. The joy of victory had completely disappeared. He flipped open the white-robed priest's left hand. A communication bead was lying quietly in the priest's palm, indicating that a message was being sent. Then his figure flashed and he came to Cheng Kai's corpse. From Cheng Kai's palm, he also found a communication bead. At this time, Cheng Kai's communication bead also showed that someone had sent a message. Crack crack, Jiang Xi crushed the 2 communication beads. To be able to cultivate to the primordial spirit stage, no one is easy to deal with. The battle was so fierce, but these 2 still thought of sending the message. No wonder the white-robed priest wanted to stall for time. According to the white-robed priest's memory, Cheng Kai's master Yin Tua is a 4-mark Do Zong, which is a Dao fusion stage cultivator. This guy sent my appearance to Yin Tua. Fortunately, I acted in time and did not let him continue to send it to the Fire Rune Shrine. But Dao fusion stage, even if it is early Dao fusion stage, he is not someone I can deal with now. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Because the white-robed priest was beside him, he did not have the chance to search Cheng Kai's soul. Now it seemed that Cheng Kai's master Yin Tua definitely knew of his existence. Jiang Xi frowned again. He was not worried that his identity as an outsider would be exposed. Cheng Kai and the white-robed priest did not recognize his true identity. After I came to the Do Pattern continent, the person I came into contact with the most was that young warrior Shaolin. I can just leave. Then Shaolin and Xiao Yan will have to bear the brunt of Yin Tuo's anger. Jiang Xi did not doubt the methods of a Dao fusion stage cultivator. Perhaps Yin Tuo was already rushing here. Shaolin was a kind youth. If he was implicated and killed, he could not bear it. Whoosh, Jiang Xi disappeared into the night sky. At the same time, the Black Cloud region's warriors and Dao pattern cultivators were completely stunned. Who was that black-haired youth? He killed 2 3-striped Do spirits alone. And one of them was the white-robed priest of the Fire Pattern Temple. Such a noble person was easily killed. This person was really audacious. Shaolin and his grandfather, Xiao Yan, were even more incredulous. The 2 of them came into contact with Jiang Xi the most. They never thought that Jiang Xi would be so powerful. While the grandfather and grandson were in shock, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Lord Jiang. Brother Jiang. The 2 of them exclaimed. Then they remembered something and quickly lowered their voices. Don't worry, they can't find me, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Brother Jiang, you're leaving? Shaolin realized something. Jiang Xi nodded and told him his worries and plans. That's how it is. Cheng Kai's master already knows what I look like. His disciple was killed by me, so he definitely won't let it go. You've come into contact with me, so I'm afraid you'll be implicated. Now I'll give you a choice. Leave the Black Cloud region with me. Of course, it's fine if you don't leave, but it'll be difficult to keep your life. Four-Stripe Do Zone. No wonder the Qing brothers were able to dominate the Black Cloud region for so many years. Xiao Yan sighed. Then he said seriously, Lord Jiang, take Shaolin away. Grandfather, you're not leaving with me? Shaolin was anxious. Of course he was willing to leave. Xiao Yan laughed. Silly boy, this is your opportunity. Why should I get involved? And if I leave, what will happen to our Xiao family? Shaolin's eyes were red. He was not a reckless youth. He liked to think silently since he was young. So, he instantly understood what his grandfather meant. The Xiao family was considered a mid-upper class family in the Black Cloud region. There were more than 20,000 people. If the two of them left, the anger of the Four-Stripe Do Zone would definitely be transferred to the 20,000 people of the Xiao family. Chapter 384. The grandfather and grandson were reluctant to part. Jiang Xi watched from the side and did not interrupt them. He only had some friendship with Shaolin and Xiao Yan, and did not know the rest of the Xiao family. Therefore he could not bring everyone from the Xiao family away. Seeing that it was about time, he said to Xiao Yan, I will use a spiritual sense technique on you and erase the memory of our meeting today. If you are lucky, you should be able to survive. Thank you, Lord Jiang. Xiao Yan hurriedly thanked him. Jiang Xi smiled and used his spiritual sense. Shaolin and Xiao Yan fell into a deep sleep at the same time. A one-pattern dojo was equivalent to a golden core perfected cultivator. With his cultivation, he could easily erase Xiao Yan's memory by using a spiritual sense technique. Of course, he could not erase too much. Otherwise, it could easily cause the other party's spiritual sense to collapse and they would die immediately. After doing all this, Jiang Xi grabbed the unconscious Shaolin and disappeared without alerting anyone in the Xiao family mansion. After an unknown amount of time, Shaolin woke up from his deep sleep and his eyes were filled with confusion. How did I fall asleep? He had already forgotten everything that had just happened. At that moment, outside the formation barrier that enveloped the Do Tattoo continent, a supreme-grade flying ship was shuttling through the starry sky, flying toward the place where the Do Tattoo continent's fallen god. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the deck of the flying ship and beside him was the sleeping Shaolin. According to the white-robed priest's memories, the Do Tattoo continent also has flying spirit weapons. That Yin Tua is a four-pattern Do zone, which is equivalent to the unification stage. The possibility of him having a flying spirit weapon is very high. However, there are large amounts of cosmic dust, star fragments, and meteorite fragments in the Do Tattoo continent's starry sky. Even if a flying spirit weapon like a flying ship has the ability to fly at light speed, it does not have enough space to accelerate to light speed. It can only fly at sublight speed. Yin Tua City, which was ruled by Yin Tua, was a main city of the Do Tattoo continent. The territory under its jurisdiction was huge, with the largest diameter of 1 billion kilometers. Black Cloud territory was only one of the main cities if Yin Tua had a flying spirit weapon. Even if he flew at sublight speed, he could reach Black Cloud territory in an hour. Shaolin can pass through the formation barrier with me, but Yin Tua can't come out. Thus, flying outside of the Do pattern continent is the safest option. Jiang Xi made full use of this advantage. He used a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the flying boat. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out 2 storage magic treasures. Now I can organize my spoils of war in peace. This is Cheng Kai's. I wonder how many Dao pattern blood crystals he has. Soon his spiritual sense was simply refined. Jiang Xi smiled and 2 blood-red crystals appeared in his hand. It was one more than he had expected. Of course, this was not enough to surprise Jiang Xi. Next, he refined the white-robed priest's storage magic treasure and took out a brocade box. He opened the box and saw 9 Dao pattern blood crystals lying quietly inside. This was an unexpected surprise. Jiang Xi already knew about it when he searched his soul earlier. This white-robed priest was ordered by a 4-stripe Do Zong of the Fire Rune Shrine to bring Cheng Kai to the Fire Rune Shrine to train. He would also give the 9 Dao pattern blood crystals to Cheng Kai's master Yin Tua. Risk and reward are proportional. Taking such a big risk, the reward is also very high. Unexpected reward. Jiang Ci put away the 11 Dao pattern blood crystals and then organized the 2 storage magic treasures. He also found a lot of valuable things and a lot of cultivation resources. Jiang Ci left for less than an hour. Black Cloud Territory, Overlord's Mansion. A young cultivator in silver armor exuded a killing intent that seemed to freeze into ice. It was Yin Tua, the city lord of Yin Tua City, a powerful 4-striped dozong who had just arrived. Master, the chief steward of the Overlord's Mansion is here. A white-haired young man walked in from outside and bowed respectfully. Beside him, the chief steward, who was only a Dao pattern dozong, trembled as he knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Yin Tua. He was terrified because the Overlord was dead. The Overlord's brother was also dead. What frightened him the most was that he just found out that the Overlord's brother was actually the disciple of this powerful cultivator. This is the murderer. I'll give you 1 day to find all the people who have been in contact with him. Yin Tuo's face was cold as he threw a portrait to the chief steward. The portrait was of Jiang Ci. Yes. The chief steward quickly retreated and went to find people. Yin Tua looked at the night sky as the killing intent in his heart grew stronger. I'd like to see what ability you have to dare to kill my disciple. Among the many disciples, he was most optimistic about Chen Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much to fight for the precious opportunity to cultivate in the Fire Rune Temple for Chen Kai. But now, Chen Kai was killed before he could go to the Fire Rune Temple. Master, that white-robed priest is also dead. I'm afraid the Fire Rune Temple will investigate. The white-haired young man said worriedly. Humph, let them investigate. Mentioning this, Yin Tua was even angrier. Because the Dao pattern blood crystal that he applied for from the Fire Rune Temple was on the white-robed priest. Now, it was the murderer who took advantage of it. Jiang Ci piloted the flying ship and flew at sublight speed for 15 hours before arriving at the starry sky 10 billion kilometers away from the Black Cloud Territory. Let's stop here. He passed through the formation barrier and re-entered the Battle Rune continent. He could see a huge city on the ground below. When he arrived at the city gate, he woke Shaolin up. Brother Jiang? Shaolin was still a little confused. At that moment he saw the name of the huge city in front of him and was stunned. Foam River Territory? He had never heard of it. This is the territory of Blue Smoke City. It should be thousands of territories away from the Black Cloud Territory. Jiang Ci smiled. Thousands of territories. Shaolin's eyes widened. A territory was tens of millions of kilometers. Thousands of territories, that was at least 10 billion kilometers. I came to another main city after sleeping? Shaolin felt a little dizzy. The distance was too far. Even his grandfather, who was a one-striped doja, would have to spend decades to go to another main city. Brother Jiang, how long have I slept? He took a deep breath and asked. Not much. Only 15 days. That's good. It took you half a month to travel so far. Shaolin calmed down. If he had come so far in just 1 day, it would be too scary. He did not ask why Jiang Ci brought him here. He believed that Jiang Ci would not harm him. Then the two of them entered the Foam River Territory. The martial artist forces in the Black Cloud Territory were mainly academies and families. The Foam River Territory, on the other hand, was filled with martial artist sections. Jiang Ci quickly found a sect with a decent scale but was not very famous. It was the True Wood sect. The sect master of the True Wood sect was also a 2-striped doja. He might not be enough in front of Jiang Ci, but in the Foam River Territory he was definitely one of the strongest. When he saw Jiang Ci, he quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, sir. You're clear about what I just said through spiritual sense transmission, right?" Riverward asked. Chapter 385. On the way here, Jiang Ci had already sent a voice transmission to the True Wood sect master in advance. Don't worry, sir. In the future, no one will dare to bully Shaolin in Fenghe territory, the True Wood sect master said as he patted his chest. I owe you a favor this time. When I return from my cultivation, you will definitely be rewarded, Jiang Ci said with an indifferent expression. Thank you, sir. The True Wood sect master was very excited. Not long ago he received a voice transmission from Jiang Ci, asking him to help take care of a rank 4 warrior. What he did not expect was that Jiang Ci was actually a 3-striped fighting spirit. Usually, it was almost impossible to get a 3-striped fighting spirit to owe a favor. Now that he could get a favor from a 3-striped fighting spirit by taking care of someone, of course he was willing to do it. He would be willing to take care of 100 or even 1,000 rank 4 warriors, let alone a single one. Jiang Xi also understood this principle. Just like in the primal universe, a single sentence from a nascent soul powerhouse could make a nascent soul powerhouse follow suit. After that, he brought Shaolin to a side hall of the True Wood sect and waved his hand to set up a restriction that isolated spiritual senses. Shaolin, the place I'm going to next is very dangerous. You can cultivate in the True Wood sect for the time being. Here are some cultivation resources I've prepared for you. It's enough to support you until you become a one-striped fighting spirit. If you work harder, it's not impossible for you to become a two-striped fighting spirit. Of course, whether you can become a three-striped fighting spirit will depend on your luck. Jiang Xi took out a storage ring and handed it to Shaolin. It was a simple statement, but it left Shaolin stunned. Who exactly was Big Brother Jiang? One-striped fighting spirit? Two-striped fighting spirit? Three-striped fighting spirit? It sounded like those were nothing in Big Brother Jiang's eyes and could be easily achieved. Shaolin took the ring with shock and refined it. A rank 4 warrior was equivalent to an early-stage spirit vessel warrior and also had a spiritual sense. This storage ring was not of a very high grade, so he easily refined it. After seeing the items in the storage space, Shaolin was very excited. There were supreme-grade spirit stones, spirit items, Dao pattern secret techniques, and even a Dao pattern blood crystal. There were too many. The value of these things was 100 times, no, 1,000 times more than the wealth that the Shao clan had accumulated over thousands of years. Remember, don't let anyone know what's inside. Jiang Xi warned. Don't worry, Big Brother Jiang. Shaolin nodded excitedly. Jiang Xi smiled and spoke to the sect master of the True Wood sect. At the same time, he gave the other party some magic treasures as a reward. After doing all that, he left the area. Shaolin was still a teenager after all, and it was his first time being so far away from home. After Jiang Xi left, he was the only one left in the True Wood sect. He was unfamiliar with the place and the people. Therefore, he was still homesick and worried about his grandfather's safety. However, he knew that following Big Brother Jiang out was the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered in his life. Therefore, he quickly pushed these emotions to the bottom of his heart and began to cultivate diligently. On the other hand, Jiang Xi did not actually leave immediately. His spirit sense had been watching Shaolin the whole time. After observing all that, he nodded lightly. His efforts had not been in vain. Those spirit stones and spirit items were the leftovers from the storage magic treasures of Cheng Kai and the white-robed priest. 2 three-striped fighting spirits equivalent to the primordial soul stage had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. It is already so difficult to integrate the second Dao pattern blood crystal. No wonder three-striped fighting spirits are so rare. Intent. The requirement for intent is getting higher. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. Even with his cultivation, he was actually sweating. He carefully felt the changes in his body. He could clearly feel that his affinity with heaven and earth Dao technique had increased again. Suddenly, Jiang Xi was stunned. A thought flashed across his mind. If his affinity with heaven and earth Dao technique had increased, would the efficiency of the deduction increase? It had been half a month since he refined the first Dao pattern blood crystal. He had been focusing on improving his Dao pattern art and had stopped the deduction of Dao techniques. With this thought, Jiang Xi immediately started the deduction in his mind. Use the purple firmament sword scripture, sword Dao, and the lotus sword scripture to deduce once. Soon the deduction ended. The efficiency has increased. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with surprise. Chapter 386. The green lotus sword Dao had a total of 9 evolution processes. 1 lotus, for lotuses, 100 lotuses, 1,000 lotuses. 10,000 lotuses, 1,000 lotuses, 100 lotuses, for lotuses, 1 lotus. A green lotus represented a change. Jiang Xi had already comprehended the first 2 evolution processes, which were the 5 transformations of 1 lotus and 4 lotuses. In addition, he had comprehended the first 21 transformations of the 3rd evolution process, which was 100 lotuses. All these added up to a total of 26 transformations. Now he was deducing and comprehending the 27th transformation. In the previous deduction, he could clearly feel that his comprehension of the 27th transformation had deepened. If there was a definite number, it would mean that the deduction efficiency had become twice as fast as before. In addition to the Lotus Sword Codex, the deduction efficiency has increased by 10 times. When the 2 are multiplied, it is 20 times. Jiang Xi was extremely excited. In this way, his sword Dao deduction speed was almost the same as when he was cultivating in the ancient Dao source world. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the 100-fold deduction speed at the Green Lotus altar. If my body refines 2 Dao pattern blood crystals, it will be twice as fast. If I refine 3 crystals, it will be 3 times as fast. If I refine 4 crystals, it will be 4 times as fast. With this deduction, as long as I refine more Dao pattern blood crystals, I will be able to reach the 100-fold deduction speed sooner or later. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with vigor. More importantly, the Dao art deduction efficiency increased by the Dao pattern blood crystals was permanent and applicable to all Dao arts. It wasn't like the melody of 10,000 swords and the Lotus Sword Codex. Once he completely comprehended them, he would lose the additional effect of deducing sword Dao. At this moment, Jiang Xi understood more and more why the Dao pattern blood crystals could become the target of the Purple Heaven sect's danger grade mission. It could increase the affinity of heaven and earth Dao arts. It was too powerful. Moreover, the Dao pattern blood crystals were the key to cultivating Dao pattern arts. Dao pattern arts were mystical secret arts that used Dao arts to refine the body. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. First, I will raise the Dao pattern arts to the current body limit. He wasn't sure if he could refine the second Dao pattern blood crystal, the tolerance of Dao arts would increase again, and his body would be able to reach the 3 pattern level. Next, Jiang Xi let his clone refine the spiritual fruits and increase the level of Dao pattern arts. Battle pattern continent, Black Cloud territory. The atmosphere in the Lord's mansion was extremely tense. A 4-line Do Zong Yin Tua stood in the Great Hall. 2 corpses lay in front of him. Both of them had died from soul searching. If Jiang Xi was here, he would recognize him. The 2 people who had died were the middleman who had bought the house in Black Cloud territory and the original owner of the house. You found these 2 people in just one day? Yin Tua stared coldly at the Grand Steward of the Overlord's residence. The chief manager knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Sir, please spare my life. The culprit is an outsider. There are very few people who have come into contact with him. Please give us one more day. We are still searching the entire city. Trash, you're all trash. Go out and put up a notice. If anyone knows who has been in contact with the murderer, they will be rewarded with 10 billion yuan. If anyone knows anything about the murderer, they will be rewarded with 100 billion yuan. Yin Tua still didn't punish the people from the Overlord's residence. After all, he didn't have many people here. It was impossible for him to do these things himself. Master, perhaps this person had been hiding outside the city before he made his move. He only entered the city when he made his move. The white-haired young man speculated. That's impossible. My spiritual sense found some traces in the Lord's mansion before this person attacked. Before he made his move, he had carried out a long and careful investigation of the Overlord's residence. This means that he had stayed in the city for a long time. Yin Tua said in a deep voice. It seems that this person is very cautious. The white-haired young man sighed. If I don't find this murderer, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Now those 4-striped Do Zongs from the other main cities and those old fellows from the Fire Rune Temple are laughing at me. They are laughing at me. Yin Tua. A disciple of a 4-striped Do Zong was killed by a nobody. Yin Tua suddenly laughed coldly. The white-haired young man was silent. His master was a 4-striped Do Zong who had risen to power in the last 10,000 years. He had affected the interests of many people, so there were many people who were laughing at him. The warriors from the Overlord's residence were very fast. Bounty lists were spread all over the city in a very short time. Suddenly, the entire city was boiling with excitement. As long as they found someone who had been in contact with the murderer, they would be rewarded with 10 billion yuan. If they could provide definite information about the murderer, they would be rewarded with 100 billion yuan. Look, mobilize the whole family to look for him. At least 10 billion yuan. With this money I can exchange 10 women a day. No. I can even exchange 100 women a day. Look at your prospects. If I had that much money, I would have a chance to cultivate to a 9th level warrior and earn more money. The whole city went crazy looking for the murderer. At the entrance of the Black Cloud Academy, Lien, who also saw the bounty list, the portrait on it and the high reward number made his breathing quicken. Late at night the day before yesterday, in the battle above the Overlord's residence, only some powerful warriors and Dao pattern cultivators could see Jiang Xi's appearance clearly. Young martial artists like them could only see a blurry figure in black armor. Now, after seeing the portrait on the list, Lien, who recognized it at a glance, was Jiang Xi. In other words, as long as he went to the overlord's residence now and told him the information he knew, as well as the relationship between Jiang Xi and the Shao family, he would be rewarded with at least 10 billion yuan. He clenched his fists and struggled in his heart. No, I can't go. Now we can confirm that Big Brother Jiang killed the overlord and the general, and Shaolin just disappeared yesterday. Maybe Big Brother Jiang took Shaolin away, or maybe Big Brother Jiang was afraid of exposing himself, so he killed Shaolin. In Lian Hu's heart, the first possibility was the most likely. Although he did not have much contact with Jiang Xi, he knew that Jiang Xi did not have to kill people to silence them. Otherwise, Jiang Xi could have gotten rid of them back in the 100,000 mountains. Moreover, the Cheng brothers were people who deserved to be killed. If that's the case, Shaolin got a great opportunity this time. Grandpa Shao helped me before. I can't betray them. I believe that even without this reward, I can become strong with my own talent. Lian Hu suppressed the desire in his heart. However, not everyone had his willpower. In the four-man warrior team that met Jiang Xi back then, besides Lian Hu and Shaolin, there were 2 other young warriors from the Black Cloud Academy. Lian Hu also considered this point and hurriedly went to find the 2 of them. However, he pounced on empty air. Not good. Lian Hu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed to the Shao family's residence. The Black Cloud territory was very big. Even though Lian Hu was a rank 5 warrior, it took him half an hour to reach the Shao family's residence. However, before he reached the entrance of the Shao family's residence, he saw from afar. A burly old man was forcefully taken away by the overlord's residence's people. The person in the lead was a white-haired youth. The ones leading the way were 2 young martial artists. Chapter 387. Grandpa Shao is a one-striped doja, but he was powerless in front of that white-haired youth. Fang Yi Shixiang, those 2 bastards. Lian Hu's heart was filled with anger. He was one step too late. The 2 of them probably don't know much. Shaolin once told me that he and Grandpa Shao went to visit Brother Jiang. But that visit was very secretive and not many people know about it. If Shaolin didn't tell me, it would have been difficult for me to know. So, the possibility of Grandpa Shao and Brother Jiang being involved is very small. Lian Hu could only comfort himself like this. Damn it. Lian Hu gritted his teeth and tried his best not to reveal his anger. Even though he kept comforting himself, he knew that it was very, very difficult for someone who was captured by the Lord's mansion to come out alive. What Lian Hu did not notice was that in the bustling crowd, there was an ordinary-looking girl who was also watching everything. It was Yun Xiang. She looked at the people from the Lord's mansion and the 2 young warriors with a murderous look in her eyes. Shao Yan was brought to the Lord's mansion and he was terrified. That white-haired youth just now had only used 1 move to subdue him. Sir, I really don't know the specific identity of that Jiang Xi. I only went to see him once with my grandson. Alright, my grandson just happened to go missing that day. It's very likely that he was also killed by this person. Shao Yan tried his best to explain. The white-haired youth glanced at Yin Tua. Master, according to the statements of those 2 young warriors, this person's grandson Shaolin had the most contact with the murderer Jiang Xi. And Shaolin did indeed go missing the night before. Do you want to search Shao Yan's soul now? It seems that this is a key witness. Use hypnosis, Yin Tua said softly. A soul search was fatal, but hypnosis would only hurt the mind but not the life. The white-haired youth, who was a 3-striped Do spirit, had no difficulty dealing with Shao Yan, who was only a 1-striped doja. Shao Yan, who was still trying to explain, suddenly lost his spirit under the hypnosis. Do you know Jiang Xi? Yes. Do you know Jiang Xi's background? I'm not sure. When was the last time you saw Jiang Xi? Late at night the day before yesterday. The white-haired young man was overjoyed and then he quickly asked, Where did you see him? Above the Lord's mansion. The smile on the white-haired youth's face disappeared. Many powerful martial artists and Dao pattern cultivators had witnessed the battle in the sky above the Lord's mansion late at night 2 days ago. In other words, Shao Yan knew very little. The white-haired youth said, Master, it seems that the key lies with that young man Shaolin. There are 2 possibilities. Jiang Xi took Shaolin away, or he chose to silence Shaolin in order not to expose himself. Yin Tua pondered and said, The first possibility is more likely. If it was just to silence people, with this person's strength, everyone who has seen him in the past few days would have been silenced. Keep Shao Yan. I have a feeling that Jiang Xi or Shaolin will come back for him one day. Killing people was not the goal, but finding Jiang Xi, the murderer, was the ultimate goal. Time flew by and half a month passed quickly. A flying ship was quietly hovering in the starry sky of the dough-patterned continent. Jiang Xi was sitting cross-legged on the deck of the flying ship, not moving at all. Cultivating was also a form of solitude. Sitting for half a month like him was considered rare. For many cultivators with high cultivation bases, sitting for hundreds or even thousands of years was nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, 3 layers of 3-colored Dao patterns appeared on Jiang Xi's body. They kept shrinking and spiraling up and down and finally merged into his body. His body's realm began to undergo a drastic change and it rapidly strengthened. After a while the change ended. Jiang Xi opened his eyes, full of surprise. His Dao pattern technique had broken through. His body's realm had truly reached the level of a 3-striped doling spirit. He carefully felt the changes in his body. Yes, my body's strength has surpassed a high-grade spirit weapon, but it's still far from a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Xi had already expected this. There was a qualitative change from a high-grade spirit weapon to a supreme-grade spirit weapon. It was very difficult to cross this boundary. He checked the changes on his experience panel. Dao pattern technique, 3 stripes, 13 billion. It could be seen from the experience points of a 3-striped doling spirit. 3 billion experience points. This was currently the highest experience point on the entire panel. A 3-striped Dao pattern is the Dao of heaven and earth. If I want to reach the level of a 4-striped doling grandmaster, I need a Dao technique at the level of a great Dao. So now, I can at most raise my Dao pattern technique to the limit of 3 stripes. However, since I've refined 3 types of Dao of heaven and earth at the same time, my body's strength might reach the level of a supreme-grade spirit weapon at the 3-striped level. The last point was Jiang Xi's guess. Whether his body could be comparable to a supreme-grade spirit weapon before the 4-striped level was still unknown. Immediately after, Jiang Xi continued to raise his Dao pattern technique. It was worth mentioning that the strength of his original body and clone increased at the same time. Therefore, the clone's efficiency of refining spiritual fruits had greatly increased. In just 10 days he had reached the limit of his current Dao technique. Dao pattern technique, 3 stripes, 300 billion, 3 billion. If he continued to raise it, more wounds and cracks would appear on his body, and it would cause his body to collapse. My body's strength has increased a little. As expected, the further I go, the harder it is to raise it. Jiang Xi shook his head and took out another Dao pattern blood crystal. Let's refine another one to raise the limit of my body's Dao technique. Let's see how much my experience in Dao pattern technique can increase. Immediately after, he used his spiritual sense and spirit power to refine the Dao pattern blood crystal. When the Dao pattern blood crystal turned into blood and fused into his body, an extremely strong chaotic will appeared once again. Kill. Whoa. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Damn, it's happening again. Jiang Xi suddenly clenched his fists. All the muscles in his body bulged, and his veins were like small snakes that kept surging. All kinds of angry, bloodthirsty, and crazy roars filled his mind. They were clearer and more violent than the last time. Hang in there. Hang in there. Jiang Xi felt that his consciousness was like a small boat in the sea that was constantly being battered by the chaotic intent. It could capsize at any time. Kill. Boom. It was as if there was a violent explosion in his mind. Jiang Xi's consciousness was about to collapse. Suddenly, the blood formed by the Dao pattern blood crystal instantly flowed back from his body. It quickly gathered in his palm and turned into a blood-red crystal the size of a fingernail. Failed? Jiang Xi was sweating profusely as he panted heavily. My willpower is still not strong enough. After all, the strength of my spiritual sense is only at the complete nascent soul stage, which is equivalent to a 2-striped Dou Shi. He could reach the level of a 3-striped Dou spirit with his spiritual sense at the complete nascent soul stage. Even on the Dou Tattoo continent, this was a rare occurrence. It was enough to prove his talent and willpower. Chapter 388. The strength of one's spiritual sense was related to one's cultivation, but willpower was related to one's state of mind. This meant that Jiang Xi's heart was very strong. Correspondingly, his willpower was also strong enough. It's not enough. I need to hone my willpower. It seems that I have to go to the fallen god land. However, before that, I need to get more Dao pattern blood crystals. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled. Although he had not reached the limit of a 3-striped fighting spirit, his physical realm was stronger than most 3-striped fighting spirits. Before his breakthrough, he could kill 2 three-striped fighting spirits when he used his Dao techniques and went all out. Moreover, the white-robed priest was a top powerhouse among three-striped fighting spirits, equivalent to a perfected primordial soul. Now, if he were to fight with Chen Kai and the white-robed priest, he believed that he would have an easier time. Therefore he had always had a plan. The battle pattern continent has hundreds of millions of territories and millions of main cities. These lords and castellans have Dao pattern blood crystals bestowed by the 5 temples. The castellans are all 4-striped Do zongs. I definitely can't provoke them, but most of the lords are 2-striped Do masters and 3-striped fighting spirits. Just like killing the lords and generals of the Black Cloud territory, I can hunt the lords of the various territories. Even in 10,000 territories, killing one would at least give me tens of thousands of Dao pattern blood crystals. Moreover, there are often expeditions, wars and vendettas between the various territories and main cities. The death rate of Dao pattern cultivators is not low. The death of one lord in 10,000 territories is insignificant and won't attract attention. Jiangxi sorted out the train of thought that he had previously thought of. This was a big business that could be done. The reason why he generously gave Shaolin a Dao pattern blood crystal was also because of this. He had this plan long ago. Jingshan City, Moon Stallion Territory. Lord Gong Sui was the #1 expert in Moon Stallion Territory, a famous 3-striped fighting spirit. This person had ruled Moon Stallion Territory for 4,000 years. Under his rule, the people, warriors and Dao pattern cultivators of Moon Stallion Territory were full of complaints and suffering. Gong Sui was fine as he cultivated in seclusion all year round. The main reason was that the members of the Gong family relied on Gong Sui's existence to commit all kinds of crimes in Moon Stallion Territory. On this day, a great battle broke out in the Yuefeng Territory's mansion. Many martial artists and Dao pattern cultivators realized that Overlord Gong Hun, who had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, was like a demon god. Exuding a powerful fiery red aura, it was fighting with a black shadow. The most shocking thing was that the speed of the black shadow was too fast. Moreover, its body was much stronger than the 3-striped Do Ling Gong Sui. The battle lasted for less than 10 breaths before the black shadow turned into 10,000 phantoms. 10,000 sword lights shot out at the same time, killing Gong Gui in the sky above the Lord's mansion. After that, the shadow disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, no one cared who the black shadow was. Because the Thane was dead. The Gong family's backing was gone. Soon, the martial artists and Dao pattern cultivators who had been bullied gathered at the Lord's mansion. They uprooted the Gong family, which had been evil for many years. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of clansmen was left alive. Of course, what happened after that had nothing to do with Jiang Xi. After killing Lord Gong Sui, he returned to the outside of the barrier. 3 Dao pattern blood crystals. Not bad, not bad. A good start. Jiang Xi tidied up the storage Dharma treasures that he had just obtained. At the same time, the flying ship shuttled to the next location at sublight speed. After traveling for an hour, they landed at a place that was hundreds of territories away from the Moonshadow territory. Then they would find their target, hunt, steal their treasures and leave. Including the time spent on reconnaissance with Jiang Xi's efficiency, he could hunt at least 10 times a day and obtain more than 10 Dao pattern blood crystals. There was no good or evil in this kind of hunting. It was just the law of the jungle. It was pure plunder. In the starry sky of the Do pattern continent, the 6 Sage Palace, which was comparable to the size of a planet, had existed for countless eras. In one of the side halls of the 6 Sage Palace, there were countless 3-dimensional images. Close to 100 Dao integration cultivators were monitoring the situation in the Do pattern continent in real time. Junior brother Jiang Xi, who has just entered the 3rd heaven, has been acting a little strange recently. Everywhere in the Do pattern continent. A Dao integration expert was puzzled. The frequency is a little high. More than 10 times a day. Junior brother Jiang Xi is also bold. This is the first time he has accepted a cultivation mission, and he dares to come to the dangerous Do pattern continent. Alright, be serious. There are a few immortal Dao experts above who think highly of junior brother Jiang Xi. If anyone follows junior brother Jiang Xi and rushes up, kill them immediately. Under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the Do pattern continent would not be able to pass through the all-encompassing array boundary. However, if someone was fast enough, they would have a chance to follow Jiang Xi out the moment he passed through the boundary. This was an extremely small probability, but it was not impossible. Then Jiang Xi's frequency in the Do pattern continent continued for 3 years. He seemed to be in a killing frenzy and could not stop. After all, the profits were too high. Although he would return empty-handed sometimes, he would basically reap some rewards. Even without Dao pattern blood crystals, 2-striped Do Shi and 3-striped Do spirit cultivators had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. These two levels were equivalent to the nascent soul stage and the primordial soul stage. No matter where they went, they would not be poor. In addition, it was the same as Jiang Xi's plan. In these 3 years, the high-level experts of the Do pattern continent did not discover that he had been crazily hunting the lords of various places. After all, the Do pattern continent was too big. The largest diameter was 100 million light-years. Even if one flew at one time the speed of light, it would still take 100 million years to fly from one end to the other. Only when a cultivator reached the Tao immortal realm or above would they have an endless lifespan. Therefore, even a 9th tribulation transcender would not be able to cross the Do pattern continent within their limited lifespan. It was also useless to have a high-grade flying spirit artifact. This was because there was a large amount of cosmic dust, star fragments, and meteorite fragments in the starry sky around the Do pattern continent. There was not enough space to accelerate to the speed of light. The huge territory, coupled with the inconvenience of transportation, caused the flow of information not to be very smooth. Therefore, the possibility of Jiang Xi's actions being discovered by the high-level experts of the Do pattern continent was very small. Of course, as the saying went, if one walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? On this day, in the Thousand Guild territory, which was about 2 trillion kilometers away from the Black Cloud territory, after a careful investigation, Jiang Xi was ready to make his move. The lord of the Thousand Guild territory was a 2-striped Do Shi. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and was very talented. The possibility of him having Tao pattern blood crystals was very high. Taking advantage of the night, Jiang Xi sneaked into the lord's mansion and prepared to kill him in one blow. Killing a 2-striped Do Shi was very easy for him. Boom. However, just as he swung his sword, a burly man with a faint golden light rushed out from under the lord's mansion. He emitted a terrifying aura. Scram. His leg carried a golden light, and with the force of a thunderbolt, he sent riverward flying. Chapter 389. Puff, Jiang Xi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out uncontrollably, crashing into countless buildings in the Thousand Guild territory. Even though his body's toughness surpassed that of a high-grade spiritual weapon, cracks began to appear on his body, which was on the verge of collapsing. This kick was too powerful. Damn it, a 4-striped Do Zone? Run. A 4-striped Do Zone was a Dao integration stage existence. Jiang Xi was shocked. He did not have time to regain control of his body. The flying ship appeared instantly. Then he steered the flying ship and flew into the sky. How dare you assassinate my son? How audacious. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will kill you, you bastard. A flying spiritual weapon appeared under the feet of the golden-haired man, who was emitting a terrifying aura. He chased after Jiang Xi. A top-grade flying spiritual weapon. What a fast speed. The golden-haired man's eyes shone with a blazing golden light. However, compared to Riverward, his speed was only faster and not slower. He was a 4-striped Do Zone, and his body was comparable to a top-grade spiritual weapon. Even though he was using a high-grade flying spiritual weapon, his flying speed was still faster than Jiang Xi's. You are seeking death by running to the sky. The golden-haired man sneered. When the cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent reached a certain level, they would be informed by the temple. There was a heaven and earth boundary in the sky that protected the Do Tattoo continent. Even a 4-striped Do Zone could not break it. He was a 4-striped Do Zone. Of course he knew that this was a lie. That heaven and earth boundary was left behind by the extraterritorial demon race countless years ago, trapping them in this world. As long as one was a cultivator of the Do Tattoo continent, they would not be able to pass through the heaven and earth boundary. As the saying went, there was no way to heaven and no door to hell. In the eyes of the golden-haired man, this assassin was already a dead man. The distance between the ground and the sky was not too far compared to the vast territory of the Do Tattoo continent. In just a moment, the two of them approached the invisible heaven and earth boundary. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in the golden-haired man's eyes. The golden light around his body condensed into a long spear, which he threw out. The golden long spear had a powerful aura. It cut through the air and pierced toward the flying ship in front of them. However, the next moment, the golden-haired man was stunned. The flying boat that the assassin was piloting had actually passed through the heaven and earth boundary. Extraterritorial Devil Clan. The golden-skinned man was shocked. Only the extraterritorial devil race could disregard the existence of the barrier. The golden-haired man stood in the thick fog and looked up at the invisible sky, falling into silence. The extraterritorial devil race has arrived. This matter is of great importance. We must inform the Golden Vein Temple. The Thousand Guilt region was under the jurisdiction of the Golden Vein Temple. The Golden Vein Temple had to be notified first. Jiang Ci steered the flying boat through the array barrier of the battle pattern continent. He didn't stop there either. He shuttled through the starry sky at sublight speed and quickly left this place. At the same time, he sat cross-legged and circulated his spiritual energy to suppress his injuries. One healing spiritual pill after another was refined by him. It took an entire day for his body to fully recover. The hideous and terrifying cracks on his body disappeared without a trace. A 2-line do Shi at the Yuanying stage actually has the protection of a 4-line do Zong at the unification stage. I'm really lucky. Moreover, this person cultivates a metal-type Dao art. After cultivating a Dao pattern, his body is much stronger than an expert of the same level. That kick almost killed me, Jiang Ci bitterly smiled and shook his head. This was the result of being approached by a high-level Dao pattern cultivator. If not for the fact that he also cultivated Dao pattern techniques and that his body was stronger than a high-grade spirit artifact, he would have been kicked to death just now. However, this kick also woke Jiang Ci up. If you hunt birds every day, you will eventually be pecked in the eye. This time I was lucky. If I encounter a 5-line Do King at the Tribulation Transcendent stage next time. Moreover, that golden-haired man has already discovered that I came from beyond the heavens. He will definitely report this matter to the 5 temples. If I want to hunt like this in the future, it will be much more difficult. Jiang Ci shook his head and woke up from his crazy hunting state. It was time to stop. 3 years of sleepless hunting. Haha, the harvest is already more than enough. Riverward laughed heartily. In his storage ring, the Dao pattern blood crystals had already piled up into a small mountain. Counting carefully, there were a total of 14,586 of them. I'm afraid that none of the Purple Heaven sect disciples who came to the battle pattern continent could obtain so many. There were definitely people who wanted to do this kind of crazy hunting method to obtain Dao pattern blood crystals. However, there were very few people who had the strength of Jiang Ci at the nascent soul stage. First of all, it was extremely rare for a nascent soul stage cultivator to cultivate 3 Daos of heaven and earth at the same time. Secondly, although the difficulty of obtaining Dao pattern techniques was not high, the difficulty of cultivating them was very high. Using 3 Daos of heaven and earth to cultivate Dao pattern techniques was even more difficult. Moreover, obtaining the Yun family's Dao pattern secret technique required too much luck and could only be chanced upon by luck. Therefore, there were very few people who had just become a 3-line Do spirit and had a body that surpassed a high-grade spirit artifact. Finally, only Jiang Ci had the experience panel. This was the key. It's about time to go to the Fallen God's land. This place is about 1 trillion kilometers away from the Fallen God's land. Flying at sublight speed will take about 2 months. I can make use of this time to rest and reorganize. Jiang Ci adjusted the flying ship's direction and flew towards the Fallen God's land. In the following time, he hurried along the way and cultivated. During this time, he tried to refine the 3rd Dao pattern blood crystal. Unfortunately, he still failed. His willpower still could not withstand the impact of the chaotic willpower. Jiang Ci did not force it. Besides, he also took the time to inform Jiang Daodu that he was safe. Because he had been in the robbing business for the past 3 years, he had less contact with Jiang Daodu. Not only Jiang Daodu, but he also contacted Shen Tian, Li Baibai, and his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, who was far away in the ancient Dao source world. Time flew by. 2 months passed. The flying ship arrived above the Fallen God's land on the battle pattern continent. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Ci's expression turned serious. This was because the thick fog in this area had a strange blood-red color and was flowing slowly. Even though they were separated by an array formation barrier, they could vaguely feel the vexing and irritating murderous aura. How strong is the murderous aura below? Jiang Ci was on high alert. He put away the flying ship and disappeared into the thick blood-red fog. In the starry sky, in the 6 Worthies Palace, which was comparable to a planet. In the side hall in charge of real-time monitoring of the battle pattern continent. Many Dao integration experts saw Jiang Ci enter the blood-red fog in the Fallen God's land through one of the images. I knew that this strange genius junior brother would not be able to resist the urge to go to the fallen god's land to take a look. A Tao integration expert smiled knowingly. The fallen god's land is extremely mysterious. According to the records of the Six Worthies Palace, countless epochs ago, the fallen god's land has conquered the fallen god's land. In order to conquer the battle pattern continent, many immortal Tao experts of the Purple Heaven sect have died there. It is the most dangerous place on the battle pattern continent. I wish him good luck. Ever since the battle pattern continent was conquered, the Three Gates and Six Sects have had many outstanding disciples. They entered the fallen god's land out of curiosity, but they all lost their lives in the end. Another person sighed. The others nodded in agreement. They were in charge of monitoring the battle pattern continent, so they naturally knew all kinds of secrets. Of course, if he is lucky and can gain something from it, then it will be a great benefit. The group of Tao integration experts knew that the fallen god's land was very dangerous, but they did not stop Jiang Xi. Everyone's path was chosen by themselves and they wouldn't interfere. Their mission was to eliminate the battle pattern continent cultivators who had escaped the array formation barrier. Although the probability was very small, it was not impossible. Chapter 390. After passing through the formation barrier, Jiang Xi carefully maintained a steady speed as he descended. The further down he went, the thicker the blood mist became, and the more violent it became. After descending for 100,000 kilometers, the blood mist turned into a sea of blood, setting off huge waves. That dense baleful aura was constantly affecting one's state of mind. Although the intensity of the baneful aura in this area can't be compared to the chaotic intent of the Tao pattern blood crystal, it is still very powerful. However, even if a golden core stage cultivator were to come here, they would also be affected by the baleful aura here and their minds would be in chaos. It descended another 200,000 kilometers. Finally, they saw the land of the fallen gods. At the edge of a boundless continent, there were countless fragments of continents. It was as if he had been attacked by something that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The thick blood-colored mist was swirling and rolling in this area. During the 3 years of hunting, Jiang Xi had collected a lot of information about the land of the fallen gods through the Dead Lords. The land of the fallen gods had a radius of 10 million kilometers. Half of it was located at the northern border of the battle pattern continent, while the other half was made up of countless fragments of land in the void. It was like a floating island. It feels like these fragments were shattered by a single blow. If that's the case, how powerful is the person who did it? Jiang Xi was secretly astonished. Let's find a place to land first and scout the situation. He found a fragment of land with an area of over 1 million square kilometers. The terrain here was very rough. There were also mountains and rivers, and it exuded an ancient aura. As soon as Jiang Xi's feet touched the ground, he could feel the boundless murderous aura that filled the world. It swarmed in from all directions and passed through his body. All sorts of chaotic wills appeared in his mind, constantly attacking his consciousness. This intensity has already surpassed the chaotic willpower that refined the first Tao pattern blood crystal. But to me, if I want to temper my will, this intensity is far from enough. The image in Jiang Xi's mind emitted wisps of golden light, easily suppressing these chaotic wills. I have to find a place with even denser baleful aura to temper my willpower. Once my willpower improves, I will fuse with the next Tao pattern blood crystal. This was his next cultivation goal. Soon after, he began to search the fragment, crossing mountains and rivers. Half a day later, Jiang Xi paused and his eyes lit up. In a valley with a diameter of over 100 kilometers, the thick blood-red fog seemed to be condensing into a liquid state. Even the rolling and flowing speed had slowed down. The baleful aura here is very dense. Jiang Xi's footsteps were light as he crossed the void and arrived at the valley. Then he found a comfortable position and sat down cross-legged. Open up my mind and let the chaotic will of the baleful aura attack my consciousness. Suddenly, boundless murderous aura surged into his body and into his mind. The image of visualizing self emitted wisps of golden spiritual light to fight against these chaotic wills. However, it was clear that the image of viewing oneself was at a disadvantage. It's good that he's weak. Only then will he be able to hone himself. Jiang Xi's attention was highly focused, but he still could not feel the increase in the strength of his consciousness. The effect was not ideal. Try holding on for a while. Speaking of which, this is an excellent place to cultivate the path of Blood Fiend. If Blood Boy were to come here, he would probably be overjoyed. Just as he was thinking this, a cold light suddenly came from behind him. Making a sneak attack in front of me? Jiang Xi sneered. Whoosh, the sword light flickered and blocked the cold light. At the same time, another sword was swung out. The powerful force directly forced the opponent to retreat. Two-striped dosher? Jiang Xi saw the person who attacked him. It was a long-haired young man. The two-striped dosher was at the nascent soul stage, and the strength of his spiritual sense was comparable to his. It was difficult for him to discover the other party when he deliberately hid, so he allowed the other party to get close. What a fast reaction, what a fast sword. The long-haired young man was shocked. In the face of Jiang Xi's counterattack, he did not take it and turned to leave. He seemed to specialize in assassination. However, how could Jiang Xi let him go? He suddenly dispersed his aura and chased after him, three-striped Do Ling. The long-haired young man's expression changed drastically. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased to the other side of the valley. Boom. The shadow of a staff, like a long dragon, smashed toward Jiang Xi with incomparable strength. There's another one? Jiang Xi was expressionless. His body swayed, turning into countless wind phantoms, and he directly raised his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The long staff attack was sent flying and landed on a mountain nearby. The mountain, which was thousands of meters tall, collapsed with a loud bang. What a powerful attack. What grade of sword is he using? My long staff was refined by a five-striped Do King, but it was easily sent flying. The other attacker, who was hiding in the dark, showed an expression of disbelief. Just now, he was very confident that even a three-striped Do Ling would not be able to easily take that staff attack. After being attacked by two people in a row, Jiang Xi was also angry. In the past 3 years he had been the one to assassinate others. Since when did others have the chance to sneak attack him? Whoosh. His speed reached the highest, and in an instant he caught up with the long-haired young man who was running for his life. The sword carried a powerful force as it pierced out. Spare me, I am from the Golden Vein Temple. My master is Xiang Xiudo Zong. The long-haired young man begged for mercy. He realized that his speed could not block this sword. However, Jiang Xi did not listen to him. The sword was unstoppable as it pierced into his opponent's body. A powerful force erupted. The long-haired young man, who was a two-striped dosher, exploded in the air. He could not be more dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before it stopped, 3 arrows that were suffused with golden light shot out from another direction. Not simple. Jiang Xi treated it seriously. A Dao technique attack instantly appeared. The extremely explosive Dao of Li fire covered the sword. Suddenly, dark red sword shadows shot out. Buff, buff, buff. The 3 arrows were destroyed, but the remaining sword shadows continued to attack in the direction of the arrows. Not good, retreat quickly. In the dark, a two-striped dosher with thick arms retreated with a horrified expression. The other man who used the staff had already retreated without needing his reminder. A flying spirit tool appeared under each of their feet, and they directly rushed out of the fragment. Jiang Xi only glanced at them coldly. He did not chase after them and directly left this place. This was because the long-haired young man had said that he was from the Golden Vein Shrine and his master was some Xiang Xiudo Zong. Perhaps the other party had a 4-striped Do Zong nearby. A 4-striped Do Zong was a Dao integration expert. Previously, he had been kicked half to death by a 4-striped Do Zong. Now he did not dare to provoke such an expert. Although these 3 people are only 2-striped dosher, their strength has reached the 3-striped Do Ling level. This is equivalent to the nascent soul stage with the fighting strength of the primordial soul stage. Looks like I cannot underestimate the young geniuses of the Do Tattoo continent. With their talent, even if they participate in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament, they will have a chance to get into the top 10,000. I cannot stay in the periphery. It is easy to encounter cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent here. I have to go to the center of the fallen god land. Moreover, the baleful aura there is thicker. The effect of tempering one's willpower is better. Jiang Xi's figure flickered as he quickly headed to the center of the fallen god land. When the other 2 Golden Vein Shrine cultivators who had escaped realized that Jiang Xi did not chase after them, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This is too scary. When did such a 3-striped Do Ling appear in the fallen god land? He is almost on par with a 4-striped Do Zong. Forget it. Let's continue to find a place to train. If we don't cultivate to the 3-striped Do Ling level, we will fail the training. As for the companion who had died, they did not care. They were all geniuses who had been chosen by the Golden Vein Shrine. Naturally, they knew the law of the jungle. Chapter 391. Jiang Xi's goal was to explore the fallen god land, so he kept checking along the way and didn't immediately rush into the depths of the fallen god land. During this process he saw many shocking spectacles. For example, there were huge footprints thousands of miles long, broken ancient weapons with powerful auras, and even some creepy bones. To be cautious, he didn't approach these areas for fear of provoking some taboo. Jiang Xi guessed, the battlefield of the gods. Those who fought here weren't just tribulation immortals, right? After approaching the depths of the fallen god land, there were indeed fewer cultivators here. Where there were people, it was easy to have conflicts. In particular, this place was filled with endless killing intent. Everyone was very irritable and the possibility of conflict was higher. Therefore he chose to come to a place with fewer people. I'm here to temper my will, not to fight. Jiang Xi's goal was clear. 10 days later, he arrived at a fragment with a radius of 100,000 kilometers. This was also the largest fragment among the many fragments, and it was located in the core area of the fallen godland. He continued to search on this fragment and found many places with dense killing intent. Some even condensed into blood-colored lakes. This was the best place to temper one's will. Unfortunately, these places had long been occupied. Before he got close, he could feel the aura of powerhouses emitting from them. Without accurate information, Jiang Xi couldn't take action and snatch other people's territory. Therefore he could only look for other places without people. This place was so big so he could definitely find a suitable place to cultivate. Another 10 days later, Jiang Xi stood on a mountain 1 million meters high. Seeing the scene below, his breathing stagnated. He saw a huge valley with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers, surrounded by mountains of more than 1 million meters high. The killing intent here was so dense that it seemed like it was about to condense into a sea. It was so dense that it had even stopped flowing. The chaotic wills contained in the baleful aura roared in unwillingness, echoing in the world. He could confirm that this was the place with the highest concentration of killing intent he had encountered so far. The only problem was that the high concentration of killing intent suppressed his spiritual sense originally. He could explore as far as 1,000 kilometers, but now he could only explore less than 100 kilometers. This is it. Jiang Xi made a decision. Of course, such a good place to train one's willpower was bound to have many hidden cultivators. The reason for choosing this place was very simple. This was because his spiritual sense had discovered that there were quite a few people cultivating in seclusion within a radius of 100 kilometers. They were all 2-striped Do Shers and 3-striped Do Lings. There were no 4-striped Do Zongs. In other words, this was a public training ground, not private. There's not enough killing intent here. Jiang Xi went down, wanting to go to a place where the baleful aura was thicker. His figure quickly disappeared into the murderous aura that was about to condense into a sea. The deeper he went, the thicker the baleful aura became. The chaotic will became more and more intense, constantly attacking his consciousness. I can still take it. Keep going. Continue. 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 200,000 meters. Along the way, many cultivators noticed Jiang Xi, but no one made a move. Everyone was very clear that those who dared to come here to cultivate were not easy to deal with. Without absolute certainty, no one was willing to take the initiative to provoke others. In addition, they were more like spectators. This person is so unscrupulous. He's really courting death. The spiritual sense strength of a 3-striped Do Ling can only go down to 300,000 meters. Below 300,000 meters, the chaotic will directly disperse his consciousness, turning him into a mindless lunatic. Soon, when they saw that Jiang Xi had really entered the area below 300,000 meters, they no longer paid attention. In their opinion, this 3-striped Do Ling who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth was finished. Below 300,000 meters, the chaotic will here had a very strong impact on one's consciousness. Jiang Xi also felt a very strong pressure. The image in his mind constantly emitted golden spiritual sense light to fight against the chaotic will in the surrounding killing intent. However, the golden spiritual sense light was suppressed and it was very difficult to spread out. This was also the reason why the detection range of his spiritual sense was reduced. I can still go down further. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with a murderous glint. At this area, there were no other cultivators. He was the only one. 400,000 meters. Kill. Kill them all. I would rather die than be a slave. Kill. All kinds of chaotic wills filled Jiang Xi's mind. Kill. Jiang Xi could not help but roar angrily. He was affected. Not good. The image in his mind emitted an even stronger golden spiritual sense light, awakening him from his bloodthirsty and crazy state. I can't go any further. It's at this position. Riverward confirmed that this was the limit of what his spiritual sense and consciousness could bear at present. The surrounding killing intent could have the best tempering effect on his will. He panted heavily and a bloody light appeared in his eyes. He tried hard to maintain his calmness. Then he let go of the mental defense a little and took the initiative to guide the chaotic will to attack his consciousness. He did not dare to let go too much. If the chaotic will was too strong, it would cause his consciousness to collapse. That would be a tragedy. Spiritual sense was the soldier, consciousness was the general, and willpower was equivalent to the highest commander. Willpower and consciousness could be improved through tempering. As for the strength of spiritual sense, it could only be improved through cultivation. What he had to do now was to use the chaotic will to temper his consciousness. When his consciousness was strengthened, his willpower would also be strengthened. I haven't cultivated like this for a long time. All along he had been using the experience panel to improve. He rarely took the initiative to temper himself. Sometimes Jiang Xi wondered if he would have been able to reach the same heights as he did today without the EXP panel. In terms of cultivation, there was definitely no way to experiment. But in terms of willpower, now was a very good opportunity to experiment. Thinking like this after a while, suddenly Jiang Xi found that a wisp of golden light appeared in the still blood-colored killing intent in front of him. It looked very conspicuous and he did not know where it came from. He used his spiritual sense to investigate it. Soon he found that this wisp of golden light gave him a very strange feeling. It was different from the golden spiritual sense light of the image in his mind. The golden spiritual sense light was warm and vast, and the golden light in front of him was very cold. This reminded him of the last time he hunted a lord some time ago, when he encountered the four-striped Do Zone level man. The golden light emitted by the burly man was very similar to this one. This cold golden light seems to be a condensed Tao rhythm. Could it be a gold element Tao technique? This thought surfaced in Riverward's mind because that large man with golden light cultivated a metal-type Tao art. He used his spiritual sense to investigate within a radius of 100 kilometers. Not long after, he found that there was a wisp of cold golden light not far from here. Chapter 392. Not only 10 kilometers away but also 20, 50 and 90 kilometers away, he found a wisp of cold golden light. Moreover, it was very regular and they were probably all in the same line. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and his figure flashed. He followed the wisps of cold golden light and crossed the void, heading to an unknown place in front of him. After a moment of adaptation, he had already begun to adapt to the evil aura here. Of course, although there were no other hidden cultivators nearby, he still had to be cautious. He did not move too fast and maintained a posture that could attack or retreat at any time. Fortunately, these cold golden lights are not in the area below. Otherwise, even if I see them, I won't be able to detect them. As he moved forward, Jiang Xi found that there were more and more cold golden lights in the evil aura. Soon he was blocked by a 1,000,000-meter-tall mountain in front of him. He came to the other side of the valley. There it is. Jiang Xi's gaze fell on a cave in the mountain wall. A thick mass of cold golden light was suspended there. It seemed to be wrapped in an object, giving off a pure and holy feeling. The wisps of golden light in the evil aura dissipated from here. Moreover, because his spiritual sense was suppressed by the evil aura, and because he was a little far away, he could not detect the object wrapped in the cold golden light with his spiritual sense. What was it? Jiang Xi was very curious. There are no other hidden cultivators nearby, and I don't sense any danger. This time, even his sharp intuition did not warn him. He was already here and there was no way he could retreat. Riverward decisively traversed the void and took a step forward. Chi. But before he could really get close, a part of the cold golden light floating in the cave. Like sharp blades, it fell on his body, leaving inch-deep wounds. In an instant, his entire body became dripping with blood. My body surpasses a superior-grade spiritual artifact. Jiang Xi was shocked. The cold golden light easily broke through his defense. Fortunately, these cold golden lights have no consciousness. Otherwise, with so many of them, I would be dismembered in an instant. Spiritual artifact battle armor. A black battle armor appeared and covered his whole body. Clang clang clang. Those cold golden lights fell on his body again and could not break his defense. With another step, he arrived in front of the thick ice-cold golden light. Now that Jiang Xi saw it clearly, he was stunned. Finger? What was enveloped by the cold golden light was actually a golden finger. There was still a drop of dark red blood hanging from the cut of his finger. The aura of the golden finger and the drop of blood was very pure and holy. It's strange. Jiang Xi couldn't see anything else with his eyes. He decided to separate a strand of his spiritual sense to investigate. If there really is something strange, just abandon this wisp of spiritual sense. His spiritual sense penetrated the thick layer of ice-cold golden light and touched the golden finger. What a rich metal-type Taoist rhyme. It really is a metal-type Taoist art. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had actually guessed correctly. This golden finger contained an unknown metal-type Tao art. After that, Jiang Xi examined it carefully again. In the end, he confirmed that the finger was not dangerous at all. What kind of expert left this behind? Just a finger hides such a rich metal-type Tao art. It's 10,000 times richer than the Tao of fire left behind by the Wen family's ancestor. Suddenly, Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, and an idea popped up in his mind. These cold golden lights formed by the metal-type Taoist rhyme had no consciousness. The metal-type Tao art on the golden finger could also be easily sensed by his spiritual sense. Could he comprehend the metal-type Tao art in it? If he could, then the harvest would be great. Humans could go back on their original path, but Tao arts could not. The great Tao was vast, and the Tao of heaven and earth was only a small Tao. When a cultivator's Tao art stepped into the great Tao level, due to the repelling nature of the great Tao, it would be difficult to comprehend new Tao arts. Therefore, Jiang Xi had always had an idea. It was to comprehend more new Tao arts before stepping onto the great Tao. After all, every time he added a new Tao of heaven and earth, the amplification effect of his Tao fusion secret magic would increase by a lot. The effect of the Tao fusion technique of 2 Tao of heaven and earth was the original spiritual power amplitude 2. The effect of the Tao fusion technique of 3 Tao of heaven and earth was the original spiritual power amplitude 3. And so on. 4 Tao of heaven and earth was the spiritual power amplitude 4. Moreover, the stronger one was, the more obvious the effect would be. For example, using the Tao fusion technique of 3 Tao of heaven and earth to deduce. His current spiritual power amplitude was 2,000 times. After using the Tao fusion technique, his spiritual power amplitude 3 would become 6,000 times. When his spiritual power amplitude reached 10,000 times, he would use the Tao fusion technique again. His spiritual power amplitude 3 would be 30,000 times. The multiplier would increase from 4,000 to 20,000. Then what if it's amplitude 4 and amplitude 5? Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with vigor. Although the Wine Sword Immortal had once suggested that he should specialize in Sword Tao. This was because if a cultivator walked on multiple paths of Tao arts, there would be concerns that it would be difficult to walk on them in the future. However, he had the experience points panel, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of not being able to walk on the path. At most, the experience points required to deduce would increase exponentially. The problem was that it was very difficult to find other types of Tao art inheritances. Although the Tao arts of the ancient Tao source world could be seen with the naked eye, they were not inheritances. Moreover, due to the various types of Tao arts, it was still very difficult to comprehend a new Tao art there. The so-called Tao art inheritance required the cultivator to take the initiative to disperse the consciousness in their Tao art. This allowed others to comprehend and refine the Tao art that they cultivated. However, as long as a truly powerful cultivator was alive, very few would be willing to leave behind a Tao art inheritance. That way, it would be easy to expose one's weakness. For example, the Tao art inheritance of the Wen clan on the Murong planet was extremely rare. However, even if Wen Yin had left behind a wisp of the Tao of Li Fire for the Wen clan, he had also left his consciousness in the Tao art. Only the Wen clan's bloodline could truly comprehend and refine that wisp of Tao of Li Fire. Back then, I was able to refine that wisp of Li Fire, perhaps because of the memories in my mind. Perhaps it's because of Master Taoist Ji's inherited memories, or perhaps it's because of the existence of the experience points panel, Riverward thought. Therefore, in summary, Tao art inheritance could only be found by chance. Today he had encountered it. Let's cultivate here. After that, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in the cave. He was multitasking. He was tempering his willpower. He was deducing the 3 Tao arts that he already had. He was trying to comprehend a new Tao art. Because the metal-type Tao art on this golden finger did not have any consciousness. Therefore, he could boldly comprehend it with his spiritual consciousness. In less than an hour, you have comprehended the Vajra true intent. Experience points plus 100,000. The experience points panel's notification sounded. I succeeded. Another rare Dao art. Jiang Xi's face was filled with surprise. The speed of his comprehension was too fast. It was beyond his imagination. However, the improvement of the Ignis Dao and the Gale Dao was obviously much slower than the Sword Dao. This was because the deduction of the Sword Dao was assisted by the Lotus Sword Manual. The Ignis Dao and the Gale Dao did not have it. It would be great if I could carry something similar to an inheritance altar with me for every Dao art. Jiang Xi fantasized. Then he threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. The Dao Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects were so powerful, but after countless eras, they had only accumulated 44 inheritance altars. If he brought one of each Dao technique, he would have 4 Dao techniques in total. If that was the case, he would probably be struck by lightning wherever he went. It's time to contact Daodu. Jiang Xi held the communication bead and sent a message after coming to the land of the fallen gods to cultivate. He would contact his family every once in a while if he had nothing to do to let them know that he was safe. Not only Jiang Dudu, but he also contacted the Shen Tian, Li Bai, the Winesword Immortal, and Granny Yen more often. Soon the message was connected. In order to prevent others from discovering his true identity, Jiang Xi concealed his communication bead. He did not let Jiang Dudu's communication phantom appear on his side. Instead, his communication phantom appeared on the third heaven's Daodu continent. After seeing Jiang Dudu, Jiang Xi was about to speak when he realized that there were others with her. You're all here? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. He saw that Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng were with him. Like him, they were communication phantoms. You appear and disappear like a ghost. If we don't look for Daodu, we won't be able to catch you, Yan Jiufeng said. It's been more than 6 years. You're not still doing that danger level mission, are you? Mu Ning was concerned about this point. That's right. Jiang Xi nodded lightly. You have to take it easy. If you can't do it, just retreat. In the past few years, other genius disciples in the same batch as us have died many times. Many of them died in their cultivation missions. The death rate of your dangerous mission is much higher than theirs. Mu Ning frowned. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Xi smiled. Jiang Dudu did not say anything, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. My master also reminded me not to put the cart before the horse and get addicted to cultivation level missions. The most important thing is to comprehend the Tao and raise your cultivation level. You have to be careful. Otherwise we'll catch up to your strength. Yan Jiufeng saw that the atmosphere was a little off and quickly joked. Why don't you guys believe me? Jiang Xi smiled. Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng nodded. Let's go. We'll gather at the Sky Connecting Mountain. I'll let you guys see. Jiang Xi stared and said. Then he told Jiang Dudu that he would come over later. After he finished speaking, his phantom transmission image disappeared. Such big words. I want to see how much you've improved in the past few years. Mu Ning muttered, so confident? Challenging the Sky Connecting Mountain? Are you going to pass the 6th stage? Yan Jiufeng was also curious. In the Sky Connecting Mountain's river diagram, the Sky Connecting Mountain was located on the Sky Connecting Mountain. Jiang Xi, Mu Ning, and Yan Jiufeng appeared one after another. When the black-robed Lord Mountain Guardian saw the 3 of them, he smiled and asked, all of you want to challenge the Sky Connecting Mountain? There's no one on the Green Lotus Sky Connecting Mountain, but there are people on the Myriad Sky Connecting Mountain and Heavenly Sun Connecting Mountain. Lord Mountain Guardian, it's still too early for us to pass the next stage. Mu Ning smiled and said, this guy. From his tone, it seems like he wants to pass the 6th stage. Yan Jiufeng pointed at Jiang Xi. Of the 2, one was pure and innocent while the other was lively. Both of them were straightforward people. The Lord Mountain Guardian also looked at Jiang Xi in surprise. Lord Mountain Guardian, we want to see him challenge the Sky Connecting Mountain. Can we? Mu Ning asked again. You'll have to ask him. The Lord Mountain Guardian said. Riverward smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Challenging the Sky Connecting Mountain was not a secret. It didn't matter even if he was seen. Moreover, Mu Ning and Yan Jiufeng were good friends. Chapter 394. Green Lotus Sky-Piercing Mountain. In the illusory space of the 6th stage, it was still an endless mountain range. The gatekeeper carried a long sword and stood in the air. It's you? It's only been 6 years since we last met, And you're confident of clearing the 6th stage? The gatekeeper had a deep impression of Jiang Xi, because Jiang Xi was different from others. The frequency of challenging the sky-piercing mountain was low, and his success rate was high. The last 2 times were 10 and 20 years apart respectively. This time it was only 6 years and he broke through again? Won't you know if you try? Jiang Xi smiled confidently. Buzz. The long sword emitted a sword hum. In an instant, 3 Tao of heaven and earth fused and poured into the sword body. Boom. Then he held the long sword, his aura surging as he charged straight at the gatekeeper. It's just that your sword Tao has improved a little. The other 2 Tao techniques have not changed much. With such strength you'll definitely lose. The gatekeeper shook his head lightly. His soaring sword intent instantly swept toward Jiang Xi with 100,000 sword light. But in the next moment, a scene that shocked the gatekeeper appeared. Jiang Xi actually ignored his attack, allowing the sword intent to transform into 100,000 sword light to land on his body. Clang. Jiang Xi's body actually emitted a huge vibration. What a strong defense. The gatekeeper's eyes focused. He attacked again. Sword shadows whistled, turning into a sword curtain that filled the sky. Countless sword lights shot out. However, Jiang Xi still ignored it. Relying on his body realm, he charged forward. Clang, clang. Those sword lights only caused slight wounds on his body at most. It's my turn. Jiang Xi's figure flashed past one afterimage after another. A sword with a 6,000 times spirit power amplitude cut through space and immediately appeared in front of the gatekeeper. In comparison, the 6th stage's spirit power amplitude was 6,400 times, 400 times higher than his. Last time he was defeated by this point. And this time he relied on his tyrannical body to block the gatekeeper's sword. After getting close at the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. The gatekeeper died. 6th stage passed. On the platform in front of the 44 sky-piercing mountains, a 3-dimensional phantom showed the scene of Jiang Xi challenging the Green Lotus sky-piercing mountain in real time. The 6th stage. It's over just like that? The further you go in the Heavenspan mountain, the more difficult it is to pass. The difficulty of passing the 6th stage is even greater than the previous 5 stages combined. This freak, how did he improve so much in just 6 years? This isn't the ancient Tao origin world. If it were the ancient Tao origin world, it would still be acceptable to use 6 years to advance one stage, but this is the origin universe. Mu Ning and Yen Jiufeng were flabbergasted. According to their initial assumption, it would take Jiang Xi at least 50 years to pass the 6th stage after leaving the ancient Tao origin world. It had only been 6 years. Even the mountain keeper was startled. He stared deeply at Jiang Xi in the illusion. This little fellow is really different from the masses. He's taken 3 paths of Tao arts and has even taken the path of body refinement? How magnanimous. The 7th stage of the Green Lotus Heavenly Mountain. In the illusory space there was still an endless mountain range. The gatekeeper said with a serious face, "A body that surpasses a high-grade spiritual weapon? Did you walk the path of body refinement again? However, it's rare to see someone reach this level in just 6 years." The gatekeeper of each stage of the Heavenspan mountain was the same person, but their Tao arts were different. The gatekeeper had fought with Jiang Xi a few times, so he was very clear about Jiang Xi's previous Tao arts. It had only been 6 years, but Jiang Xi's Tao arts had improved so much. His talent was shocking. The entry level of body refinement was very simple, but it was even more difficult to cultivate to a higher level than Tao arts. Jiang Xi smiled but didn't say anything. His method of fighting the previous stage was a little shameless. However, his Tao arts was also his strength, so it was in accordance with the rules. He couldn't use his spiritual armor in the Heavenspan mountain, therefore, his body, which surpassed a high-grade spiritual weapon, had a huge advantage. The strength of a high-grade spiritual weapon was no joke. Although the gatekeeper's Tao arts were strong, they had to maintain the same cultivation level as him, which was the peak of the nascent soul stage. Under this premise, the gatekeeper could only break through his defense at most. Wanting to cause fatal damage to him was very difficult. Every 3 stages of the Heavenspan mountain, the difficulty rises by a major level. Just relying on your Tao arts, you can't pass the 7th stage. The gatekeeper snorted lightly. Let's begin. Jiang Xi nodded and said. A moment later, Jiang Xi fell silent. Failure. The 7th stage was indeed different. Although the gatekeeper's spirit energy amplification multiplier only increased by 900. However, the attack of the sword will had a qualitative leap. It easily broke through his body's defense. The news of Jiang Ci clearing the 6th stage of the Heavenspan Mountain spread very quickly. The genius disciples of the same batch as him were stimulated again. On the platform in front of the 44 Heavenspan Mountains, one figure after another appeared. At this time Jiang Ci, Mu Ning, and Yan Jiufeng had already left. Therefore, among the geniuses, the ones who received the most attention were naturally Ji Wei and Kuang Lang, the two Fourth Firmament disciples. Kuang Lang's arrogance had long been worn down. Although he was stimulated, he could still maintain his calm at this time. He glanced at Ji Wei and understood Ji Wei's current feelings very well. Previously in the ancient Tao origin world, he had watched as Jiang Ci caught up to him step by step and surpassed him. At that time he had been feeling like this. As expected, Ji Wei seemed to have been greatly stimulated. Although he had always been cold, a light flashed through his eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, he came before the gatekeeper. "My lord, I want to challenge the mountain." "Go, there's no one on the Heavenspan Mountain." The gatekeeper nodded. He naturally knew what Ji Wei was thinking. A strand of white hair floated in front of Ji Wei's forehead as he flew towards the Heavenspan Mountain. The gatekeeper looked at Ji Wei's back and lightly shook his head. The difficulty of the Heavenspan Mountain increases greatly with every 3 stages. The 7th stage is much more difficult than the 6th. He didn't know if Ji Wei could pass the 7th stage. The Heavenspan Mountain's illusory space was the universe's starry sky. The gatekeeper was a young man with a head full of white hair. He looked at Ji Wei expressionlessly. The Void Universe altar is one of the strongest of the 44 inheritance altars. It cultivates both the Tao of time and the Tao of space. Your attainments in the Tao of space are very high. If you had chosen an inheritance altar related to space, you would have passed the 9th stage long ago. However, your Tao of time is only at the strength of the 3rd stage at most. Therefore, you are still far from being able to pass the 7th stage of the Heavenspan Mountain. Ji Wei's gaze flickered, but he didn't say a word. Then he directly pulled out his sword and shattered the space. He transformed into nearly 10,000 phantoms and appeared in various fragments at the same time, attacking the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper shook his head and lightly waved the sword in his hand. Time and space changed and the shattered space returned to normal. Under this attack, Ji Wei seemed to be defenseless and was killed in one strike. He was dead. He had failed the challenge. After leaving the illusory space, Ji Wei stood on the platform of the 7th stage of the Heavenspan Mountain. His expression, who had always been cold, also changed. Chapter 395. The mountain guardian could see the situation on the Void Universe Skyspan Mountain. After watching the scene of Ji Wei's failure, he sighed softly. This little guy is too impatient. His spatial Tao was already comparable to a tribulation transcender during the 9 regions genius battle. If he specialized in spatial Tao, none of the young people in this batch could surpass him. If things went a little smoother, he could become an immortal within 1,000 years. But he was too ambitious. He wanted to cultivate time Tao to a high level before becoming an immortal. That way he could transcend 9 tribulations and have a chance to become a great Tao immortal. Therefore, when he chose the inheritance altar in the ancient Tao origin world, he chose the Void Universe altar that contained both time and space. Unfortunately, this path is too difficult. In this epoch, the only one who had a chance to reach this step was Yan Lu. Only Lu Yan of the Sword Gate, but he also died before becoming an immortal. The choice of the inheritance altar was a hindrance to him. Now, someone has caught up to him and he has suffered a blow. The mountain guardian shook his head. This is also a good thing. Hopefully he can change his mind in time. As for Jiang Ci, he walked 3 paths of Tao, and in addition to the path of body refinement he was walking 4 paths at the same time. In the mountain guardian's eyes, this might be another kind of talent that could not be compared. Of course, if he knew that Riverward was still cultivating a metal element Tao art, then he would probably have a different thought. Purple Firmament Sect 5th Heaven. In an immortal's cave residence surrounded by clouds and mist. Immortal Wu Ye's stiff face was now filled with viciousness. His improvement is too fast. It must be because of the Purple Firmament Sword Manual. This should have been my opportunity. Wait for him to die. Jiang Ci, who had been silent for 6 years, came out and threw a deep-sea bomb before fleeing. He declined all invitations and after chatting with Jiang Daodu for a while, he entered a state of cultivation again. In the huge valley at the core of the fallen god's land, he quietly cultivated. He tempered his will, deduced Tao techniques, and refined the metal-type Tao techniques in the golden finger in the blink of an eye. Another 10 years passed. 400,000 meters down the huge valley, in the cave on the mountain wall. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. His body was covered in a thick layer of dust, making him look like a stone statue. He hadn't moved for a long time. As he continued to refine and absorb the Vajra Dao art within the golden finger, the golden color of the finger became lighter and lighter. On this day, the last strand of gold on his finger faded. At this moment, his fingers had turned completely black, like black jade. The cold golden light that filled the cave had long since dissipated. Jiang Xi's body shook slightly, and the dust on his body flew off. He opened his eyes and a cold light flashed. Compared to when he first came to the land of the fallen gods, his eyes were more resolute and pure. The only thing left in the cave was the dense blood-red baleful aura and the chaotic will that was still attacking his consciousness. After cultivating here for 13 years, the strength of my consciousness has increased quite a bit. Let's see if I can refine the third Dao pattern blood crystal. With that thought in mind, he took out a blood-red crystal and began to refine it. Kill. Kill. I can't accept this. Kill all the demons. I'd rather die than be a slave. Kill. An even more violent chaotic will instantly filled his mind. Jiang Xi's eyes turned red and his breathing quickened. His bloodthirsty thoughts became extremely strong. But this time he held on. He successfully refined the third Dao pattern blood crystal. Looks like the effect of the training is still very obvious. My affinity with the heaven and earth Dao has increased again. I can continue to improve my Dao pattern technique. Jiang Xi smiled. Then he let his clone on the first moon of earth refine the spiritual fruit and increase the level of his Dao pattern technique. After doing all that, he looked at the completely discolored finger and chuckled. I didn't expect that the Dao technique hidden in a finger would be worth 100 billion experience points after completely refining it. However, although he had gained so much experience points, nearly half of them were used up because he had deduced the Dao technique. He checked the changes on the experience points panel. Experience points, 61. 348 billion. The remaining experience points were still very considerable. Then Jiang Xi put away the finger that had turned into black jade. At the same time he thought to himself, humans have 10 fingers. This finger is obviously from a human hand. Then are there any other fingers in this huge valley? If there were, then the harvest this time would be even greater. A golden finger could be worth 100 billion experience points. Jiang Xi left the cave with anticipation. His figure flickered in this boundless evil aura, and his spiritual consciousness spread out to search. First, of course, he searched from 300,000 to 400,000 meters from the top of the valley. There was no need to search the area above 300,000 meters. There were many secluded cultivators there. If there was a similar golden finger, it would have been discovered long ago. Below 300,000 meters, the evil aura was denser, and the chaotic will was stronger. Even a three-striped fighting spirit would not dare to go deep there. Therefore, Jiang Xi was the only one in this area at the moment. He also relied on the image of himself in his mind to finally descend to this position. The diameter of this valley was more than 10,000 kilometers. The area between 300,000 to 400,000 meters was also 100 kilometers from top to bottom. To Jiang Xi it was neither big nor small. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual consciousness of a perfected nascent soul could explore as far as 1,000 kilometers. The search speed would definitely be very fast. Now, because of the dense evil aura in the valley, the spiritual consciousness was greatly suppressed. He could only explore as far as 100 kilometers, and his speed was correspondingly slower. After searching for an hour, Jiang Xi's face lit up. 60 kilometers ahead of him, his spiritual sense discovered another orb of icy cold golden light. It was the same as the golden finger he saw in the cave. His figure flickered, crossed the void, and arrived in one step in the next moment. Jiang Xi discovered that the object wrapped in the second ball of cold golden light was indeed a golden finger. This should be the index finger. He compared it. In the storage ring, the finger that had turned into black jade was the little finger. Put it away first, then look for the others. Jiang Xi was very excited. He specially used a new storage ring to put away the second golden finger. This was because the metal elemental Dao art on the finger was constantly emitting a sharp golden light like a blade. If it was placed in a commonly used storage ring, it would easily destroy the other items in the storage space. Next, he used another 3 days to search the area between 300,000 and 400,000 meters thoroughly. 3 days later, Jiang Xi stood on a raised platform of one of the million meters tall mountains. Looking at the boundless evil aura, he frowned slightly. Because he only found 2 golden fingers. That's it? Normal people have 10 fingers. Including the one I've already refined, I only found 3 golden fingers in this area. Chapter 396. Jiang Xi looked up again and shook his head. There are so many cultivators in the area above. Even if there were other golden fingers, they would have been discovered long ago. Looks like I can only go down and explore. Although the strength of my spiritual sense hasn't increased, after so many years of training, my consciousness will have improved a lot. I can go deeper. Let's see where I can go first. He leaped, stepped on the void and walked down the valley. 410,000 meters, 430,000 meters, 450,000 meters. I can still take it. Continue. 470,000 meters. As he descended, Jiang Xi found that the range of his spiritual sense was constantly being compressed. Continue. He gritted his teeth and descended again. 490,000 meters. Something's not right. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Kill. Kill. The chaotic willpower that pounced on him became even more violent, as if it had reached a peak. And his consciousness was on the verge of collapse under the impact of this chaotic willpower. It was the limit. But this was not enough to make Jiang Xi's expression change. What shocked him was that he actually heard the sound of waves while his consciousness was in a daze. He endured the limit of his consciousness and went down another 10,000 meters, reaching 500,000 meters. The sound of waves was slightly clearer, but there was still an extremely dense blood-colored evil aura in front of him. He could not see the scene below. And the further down he went, the stronger the evil aura was, further suppressing his spiritual sense. Now, the range of his spiritual sense was less than 10 kilometers. About 550,000 meters down the huge valley was a sea of blood. The blood-colored evil aura condensed into liquid here, converging into an ocean. A gust of wind blew, and waves rose from the sea of blood. At this moment, in the void 30,000 meters above the sea of blood, a burly man sat cross-legged, surrounded by a dense evil aura. The burly man looked up and a cold light flashed. That was where Jiang Xi was. Another intruder? He grabbed the communication bead and sent out a message. Sir, a 3-striped fighting spirit has come down. Should we kill him? Soon he received a message. 3-striped fighting spirit? I'll take care of it. Below, a huge black palace stood in the sea of evil aura. Under the palace there was a huge blood pool. Inside the blood pool there were many cultivators with bloodshot eyes. Each of them had a black chain tied around their necks. They had all lost their minds, leaving only madness, bloodthirstiness and the desire to kill. They had already become mad demons. At this moment, the chain around the neck of one of the skinny men suddenly opened. Go and kill the intruder. A voice rang out beside the scrawny man's ear. Instantly, the blood-red light in his lifeless eyes burned brightly. Kill, kill, kill. He roared and rushed out with his saber. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The image of observing self in his mind constantly emitted the golden light of spiritual awareness to fight against the chaotic will. His consciousness remained clear, and he felt that he could still go down a little further. Let's see where the limit is. After descending another 10,000 meters, the sound of the waves became even clearer. What is that? There's actually a sea of blood below us. Jiang Xi was very surprised. One could vaguely see that there was a boundless sea of murderous aura below. What shocked him even more was that there was a black palace in the sea of blood. That palace is very far away from me. If I can see it from here, it means that the size of the palace is not small. If he dares to build a palace and cultivate in the sea of blood formed by the murderous aura, it means that he is very powerful. Let's go quickly. His sharp intuition told Jiang Xi that there was danger. He turned and left immediately. But at this moment, a furious roar rang out. From the blood-red murderous aura below, a scrawny man emitting a blood-red light rushed out. The man's eyes were red and he was drooling. He let out a beast-like roar. There are other cultivators? Jiang Xi immediately became vigilant. No. He has already gone mad. His mind has been scattered by the chaotic will. Kill. The scrawny man roared crazily. Saber light spewed out and slashed at Jiang Xi. Crazy 3-striped fighting spirit, I'll help you free yourself. Although Jiang Xi was surprised, he was not afraid. He unsheathed his sword. The killing shadow sword transformed into sword flowers like a blooming green lotus. A large amount of sword energy was released. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy landed on the scrawny man's body and made a loud noise. It only left a slight wound. Brr. The scrawny man did not care about his injuries. He continued to charge at Jiang Xi with a ferocious expression. However, that was not Jiang Xi's final attack. His figure had already arrived in front of the scrawny man along with the sword energy. The long sword whistled and pierced the man's forehead, shattering his primordial spirit. The scrawny man lost his breath. A look of relief flashed across his eyes as he fell. 30,000 meters above the sea of blood, the burly man on the platform frowned. He sent another message, "Sir, the intruder killed the blood slave. Let me kill him. You don't have to care about this anymore." He received such a message. A black figure with a terrifying aura flew out from the black palace below and flew straight to the top of the valley. When the burly man saw this, he was shocked. Sir actually took action personally. At the same time, the corpse of the scrawny man had already disappeared in the boundless baleful aura. Jiang Xi only glanced at it and gently shook his head. If it was an ordinary three-striped battle spirit, facing such a fearless attack, the chances of survival would be very small. He could not stay here any longer. It was better to leave quickly. Boom. Suddenly, a huge spiritual sense pressure descended. Jiang Xi's expression changed greatly. A tribulation transcender? Run. His figure turned into a gust of wind and quickly flew toward the top of the valley. You want to escape in front of me? A majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth who, at the same time, a middle-aged man wearing black armor quietly appeared above Jiang Xi. Then Jiang Xi found that he seemed to have fallen into a muddy swamp. It's over. He was not this person's opponent at all. Fight to the death. Jiang Xi would not give up so easily. But at this time, the middle-aged man's voice sounded. Which temple are you from? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. There was still a turning point? He quickly said, I'm a rogue cultivator. I didn't join the 5 temples. The middle-aged man's face actually showed a trace of a smile, but it was very ugly. He said in a low voice, very good. I'm Kos, the elder of the Golden Vein Temple. Your talent is not bad. You can easily kill one of my blood slaves. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me or be refined into a blood slave. Jiang Xi's expression changed. The pressure of the Tao technique binding him showed no signs of weakening. He was sure that once he refused to submit, what awaited him would be a devastating blow. What to do? Abandon this body? He still had a clone on the first moon of Earth. Even if the original body died, the clone could continue to live. But the original body had all his belongings. Chapter 397. More importantly, he had no chance to end his own life in front of Kos. If he was refined into a blood slave, his doppelganger might be affected as well. Then it would all be over. Jiang Xi's expression changed as his mind raced. Kos was not in a hurry. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Xi. Soon Jiang Xi made his decision and bowed respectfully. I am willing to submit to Sir. Ah, great. Kos laughed heartily. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the next moment, more than 60 figures flew over from all directions, including the burly man who first discovered Jiang Xi. Congratulations, sir, for subduing another genius. Voices of congratulations sounded in unison. Jiang Xi held his breath as he was overwhelmed with shock. A total of 65 people. 3 4-striped Do Zongs. The remaining 62 were all 3-striped Do spirits. Fuck. He had really barged into the forbidden area. 4-striped Do Zongs were equivalent to the unification stage. Moreover, their bodies were even stronger because of the cultivation method. Although 3-striped Do spirits were slightly weaker, they were only at the primordial soul stage. However, these 3-striped Do spirits gave him the feeling that they were all at the perfect primordial soul stage. None of them were simple. At this moment, the elder of the Golden Stripe Shrine, Kos, also appeared much friendlier. He asked, What is your name? Jiang Xi. Good. From today onwards, you are a black-robed priest under me, Kos. Kos nodded. Then he said to one of the 4-striped Do Zongs, Tur, I will leave Jiang Xi to you. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. To was the burly man who first discovered Jiang Xi. He smiled at Jiang Xi and said, I am Tur. I am in charge of all the black-robed priests under Sir Kos. You can call me Captain. Greetings, Captain. Riverward hurriedly bowed. At this moment, The other 62 three-striped doe spirits surrounded Jiang Xi and began to discuss. Kid, your performance just now was not bad. Even an ordinary three-striped doe spirit couldn't deal with Sir's blood slave. You actually killed it so easily. Very powerful. Back then it took me a lot of effort to get rid of a blood slave. The blood slaves only have the will to kill. It is very difficult for a weaker three-striped doe ling to survive in the hands of the blood slaves. It looks like Jiang Xi is the strongest amongst us three-striped doe spirits. Jiang Xi could only agree and laugh dryly. Being surrounded by 3 4-striped doe zongs and 62 top 3-striped doe spirits was still very dangerous. Fortunately, these people didn't reveal any killing intent and were all very amiable. It seemed that it was a wise choice to seek refuge. Alright, let's all go train. Tur said with a straight face. Yes, Captain. The crowd left one after another. Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be puzzled. Captain, who exactly is Lord Kos? Just now, when he observed Kos from a close distance, he found that the aura he emitted was somewhat different from that of a tribulation transcender. Who is Lord Kos? Taer laughed and proudly said, he is the most talented genius of our Do Tattoo continent in the last 10 million years. Although he is still a 4-striped Do Zong, his strength is comparable to a 5-striped Do King. He has even killed many 5-striped Do Kings and is the most powerful elder of the Golden Pattern Temple. His status is not inferior to those 5-striped Do Kings. Hearing this, Jiang Xi was really surprised. A 5-striped Do King was a tribulation transcender. This Kos was only a 4-striped Do Zong at the Dao integration stage, yet he could kill many tribulation transcenders. He was indeed very strong. Even in the original universe he was a top genius. At this time, Tur's expression became serious again. Jiang Xi, I don't care what experience you have in the past or who you have enmity with. I hope that you can be loyal to Lord Kos in the future. As long as you are fully loyal, there will naturally be many benefits. With Lord's position in the Golden Vein Temple, there are many benefits. With Lord Kos' position in the Golden Pattern Temple, he can obtain all kinds of cultivation resources for you. Jiang Xi chuckled in his heart. Be loyal to him? Although Tur's words were very tempting, that was only relative to the native cultivators of the Do Tattoo continent. No matter how rich the cultivation resources of the Do Tattoo continent were, could they be compared to the Purple Heaven sect? The Purple Heaven sect was the actual ruler of the Dao Alliance. However, he still put on an excited and expectant look and said excitedly, Captain, don't worry. I will do my best to be loyal to Lord Kos. Not bad. Now follow me to the Blood Sea Palace. Tur nodded in satisfaction. The Blood Sea Palace was located 550,000 meters below the valley. With the strength of Jiang Xi's will and consciousness, he could still persevere. Tur also understood this point, so he quickly brought riverward to the Black Palace in the Blood Sea of baleful aura. In front of the palace, Jiang Xi still put on an expression as if he had never seen the world, not revealing any flaws. After entering the first floor of the palace, he saw a wide corridor with many cultivation rooms on one side. These cultivation rooms are where us black-robed priests usually cultivate. I will take you to find an empty room, Tur said. Jiang Xi remained calm and collected. The two of them walked along the corridor. After walking for a while, Jiang Xi's footsteps paused, and his gaze was attracted by a display shelf on the side of the corridor. On the shelf there were skulls, finger bones, leg bones, etc. And these bones were the same color as the finger that had turned into black jade. The difference was that these bones had no flesh, but the black jade finger had flesh. After seeing these things clearly, Jiang Xi remained calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with shock. Could it be that these black jade bones used to contain Dao arts, but they were refined by someone so they turned into black jade? Then he asked her, Captain, these are? These are the Dao pattern secret treasures that Lord collected after killing those 5 pattern king of fighters. Although they are useless now, they can still be used as a symbol of battle achievements, so Lord placed them here, Tur said with a smile. Dao pattern secret treasures? Jiang Xi was really puzzled now as he had never heard of them. Oh, I forgot. You have never joined the 5 great temples, so you don't know about these. Tur chuckled. He explained, when a Dao pattern cultivator becomes a 5 pattern king of fighters, the Dao pattern will solidify in a certain part of the body, such as the hands, feet, eyes, etc. After death, these parts of the body will turn into Dao pattern secret treasures. For example, these are all left behind by the 5 pattern king of fighters after he died. They are king-level Dao pattern secret treasures. Above the king level is the emperor level, but the emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasures are all collected in the 5 great temples. King level, emperor level. Jiang Ci said in surprise, there are emperor-level Dao pattern secret treasures? Is there really a 6-pattern king of fighters? A 6-pattern king of fighters was an expert at the Dao immortal realm. Of course there are. Countless years ago, there were 5 6-pattern king of fighters from the 5 great temples. They paid the price with their lives to defeat those extraterritorial demons. You should know that the land of the fallen gods was the battlefield between these ancestors and the extraterritorial demons. And this valley is where the golden pattern king of fighters fell. Tur sighed. Chapter 398. Jiang Ci was surprised. Was this the place where the golden rune Do Huang fell? Could it be that the 3 fingers he obtained were left behind by the golden rune Do Huang? He quickly denied this conjecture. The golden rune Do Huang had been dead for who knows how many years. How could he have been left behind until now and just happened to be discovered by him? How powerful must one's protagonist aura be to have such an opportunity? At this time, Tur sighed and said, unfortunately, any emperor-level Dao pattern artifact is an existence that can only be encountered but not sought. It is full of mysteries. I once heard Lord Kos say that one must have some kind of fate to discover an emperor-level Dao pattern artifact. If there is no fate, even if it is placed in front of you, you won't be able to see it. Even a 5-pattern Do Huang can't actively detect the existence of an emperor-level Dao pattern artifact. Just like this valley, it is the place where the golden rune Do Huang fell. A 5-pattern Do Huang expert once said that after the golden rune Do Huang fell, both of his palms turned into Dao pattern artifacts. But for countless years, the experts of our Golden Rune Temple have searched this place many times but only found one palm left behind by the Golden Rune Do Huang. So in this valley there should be another palm, but no one has been able to find it. Tur was still talking. Jiang Ci was already stunned. Could it be that he was the so-called fated person? Wasn't this too much of a cheat? Obviously, the 3 fingers that he had already obtained were from the other hand. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Captain, what is the use of Dao pattern artifacts? Can't they be used as weapons? Just now, Tur had mentioned that these Dao pattern cardinal treasures were useless, and they could only be used as decorations to show off his achievements. Logically speaking, the higher the cultivation of the Dao pattern cultivator, the stronger the body. For example, a 5-pattern Do Huang's body could reach the immortal artifact level. Even if he died, the Dao pattern artifacts from his body parts could be used as immortal artifacts, right? Tur laughed and explained, back then I also asked Lord Kos this question. He told me that the king-level Dao pattern artifacts were indeed useless because the Dao patterns of the king-level Dao pattern artifacts are not permanent and will dissipate in a very short period of time. Without the Dao patterns, these monarch Dao pattern cardinal treasures are only a little sturdier. They are far less convenient to use than supreme-grade spirit artifacts or inferior-grade immortal artifacts. As for the emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasures, although the Dao patterns have been permanently solidified, they are basically used to comprehend Dao techniques. Using a royal-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure as a weapon? First of all, we are definitely not qualified. The only ones who had the qualification to do so were Lord CC and other 5-pattern Do Huangs. However, since we don't fancy monarch-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasures, Lord Kosi and the others naturally don't fancy monarch-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasures either. In addition, Dao pattern cardinal treasures are rare items. Therefore, there is basically no one in the entire Do pattern continent who would use them as weapons. After Jiang Ci heard this, his heart was filled with eagerness. In the eyes of the experts of the battle pattern continent, king-class Dao pattern cardinal treasures were only collectibles. Emperor-grade Dao pattern secret treasures were mostly used to comprehend Dao techniques. However, he had the experience points panel so he could refine and absorb the Daoist techniques within. Others might not care, but he did. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci felt that it was a pity and helplessness. It was a pity that the Dao patterns of the king-class Dao pattern cardinal treasures in front of him had already dissipated. There were no Dao techniques left. The helplessness was that he clearly knew that the other Palm Dao pattern cardinal treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang was kept in the golden pattern shrine, but he couldn't get it. He couldn't run over and ask for it. That would be courting death. At this moment, Tur seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, if you can cultivate to the 4-pattern Do Zong realm, remember to apply to Lord With Lord status in the shrine, he can give you the royal grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure left behind by the golden pattern Do Huang for you to comprehend for 100 years. Back then, when I cultivated to the 4 pattern Do Zone realm, I was lucky enough to comprehend it once. Jiang Xi was stunned. His heart jumped a few times. He was very excited. Comprehend for 100 years. As long as he had a chance to absorb and refine the Dao techniques within it. After Terrace finished explaining, he ignored Jiang Xi's abnormal reaction. In his opinion, these reactions were too normal. No matter who heard these secrets for the first time, they couldn't remain calm. He continued to walk forward with Jiang Xi. Soon they came to an empty cultivation room. Terrace said, "This is where you will cultivate in the future. Of course, you are not forced to cultivate here. You can also choose to cultivate in other places in this valley, as long as you don't leave the valley. Remember, without Lord's order, no one is allowed to leave this valley." Jiang Xi nodded, "I will remember." Then Ter took out a black battle robe and a communication pearl. "This is the equipment of the black-robed priest of the Golden Pattern Shrine. Keep it well." Jiang Xi took it. "Cultivate well and strive to reach the 4 pattern Do Zone realm as soon as possible." Ter finally smiled and exhorted. After saying that, he left. Jiang Xi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the sense of crisis in his heart finally decreased by 3 points. There were still 97 points left. He checked the black battle robe and the communication pearl. The black battle robe was an ordinary spiritual battle robe, so he put it on symbolically. The communication mark in this communication pearl is a little strange. It should have been left by Kosi or Ter. It can be used for surveillance. He didn't need to think to know that he just verbally surrendered. It was impossible for the other party to believe him so easily. A 4-pattern Do Zone was at the unification stage. No one who could cultivate to this stage was a fool. Based on the information we know, this Kas really wants to recruit subordinates to strengthen his own forces. However, I definitely can't cultivate here, Jiang Xi pondered in his heart. He wanted to find a place to refine the 2 golden fingers he had obtained before. Moreover, he wanted to search the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters in the valley. If the golden fingers really came from the golden robe Do Zone, it meant that he was fated with this object. Perhaps he could find the last 2 fingers. As for more, Ter had just said that the other palm of the golden robe Do Zone had been found by the golden pattern shrine. As long as he could cultivate to a 4-pattern Do Zone, he could apply for the opportunity to comprehend it for 100 years. After that, Jiang Xi only stayed in the cultivation room for half a day before leaving the Blood Sea Palace and flying towards the top of the valley. After flying for 10,000 meters, Jiang Xi received Ter's spiritual sense transmission. "Jiang Xi, where are you going to cultivate?" "Captain, I have been cultivating in a cave 400,000 meters below the valley all these years. I still want to go there to cultivate." Jiang Xi explained through his spiritual sense transmission. "That location is not within the range of my spiritual sense. If you encounter danger, I can't help you." "Captain, don't worry. If there is danger, I will come down immediately. Since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you. But remember, without the permission of the Lord, you can't leave this valley. The communication pearl I gave you must also be with you. You can't put it in a storage treasure." "Understood." Chapter 399. Ter's spiritual sense transmission did not sound again. Jiang Xi felt relieved and continued to fly upward. The cave at 400,000 meters is not within Ter's detection range? It seems that after a 4-striped Do Zone went deep into the valley, the detection range of his spiritual sense did not exceed 200 kilometers. According to Ter's words, this communication bead is the one that plays a monitoring role. I still can't be careless. They may have other monitoring methods. Jiang Xi shook his head again. Next, he did not immediately return to the cave. Instead, he searched the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters. He wanted to see if he could find the remaining 2 golden fingers. At the same time, he wanted to confirm if he was the fated person. Because the concentration of evil aura in this area was stronger, the search speed was slower. 5 days later, he completed the carpet search. Jiang Xi returned to the cave calmly, but he was pleasantly surprised. He was indeed the fated person. His luck was good. He found the remaining 2 golden fingers in the area between 400,000 and 500,000 meters. He did not need to take the risk to search in the Sea of Blood, nor did he need to waste time in the area above 300,000 meters in the valley. Moreover, he had also confirmed that Tur was indeed unable to detect this area. At the same time, the burly Tur was still guarding in the boundless evil aura 30,000 meters above the sea of blood. He frowned slightly. He stopped. In the past few days, through the imprint on the communication bead, he found that Jiang Xi had been moving constantly, as if he was searching for something. Could it be that he also wants to find the Dao pattern secret treasure left behind by a gold-striped Do Huang? Tur shook his head gently. He had done the same thing in the past. Not only him, but these black-robed priests under Lord Kos had also searched this valley. The fated person? He did not think that Jiang Xi could find the Dao pattern secret treasure of a gold-striped Do Huang. This Jiang Xi said that he was loyal to Lord Kos, but he still has other ideas in his heart. Let's observe for a while. If there is really a problem, don't blame me for being impolite. Tur's expression was cold. He was not as kind as he appeared. All the black-robed priests under Kos were under his command. If there was conclusive evidence, he could directly kill the problematic person. In the cave 400,000 meters away from the valley, Jiang Xi sat down cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, he took out a golden finger and started to refine it. He was not worried that his actions would be discovered. Otherwise, he would have been noticed when he was trying to assimilate the first finger. The concentration of the baleful aura in this place is quite good for tempering one's will. I'll continue cultivating like this. Now there are two paths. Firstly, he had to fuse more Dao pattern blood crystals so that his Dao pattern art could reach the limit of 3 patterns. In this way, the strength of my body might be able to reach the level of a top-tier spirit weapon in advance. At that time, I will be equivalent to a 4-line Do Zong. Secondly, if the Vajra Dao art reaches the level of the Dao of heaven and earth, the two great mystic techniques, Dao fusion art and Dao pattern art, might undergo a transformation. Let's not talk about the Dao fusion technique for now. I will be able to refine the Vajra Dao art into a Dao pattern, and the toughness of my body will also increase. These two paths could allow him to reach the level of a 4-line Do Zong in advance. After becoming a 4-mark Do Zong, he would be able to apply for the opportunity to comprehend the Emperor-grade Dao pattern cardinal treasure from Kosi. After deciding on the direction of his cultivation, Jiang Xi once again entered a state of cultivation. It was still the same 3 things: tempering one's will, deducing the Dao art, and assimilating the gold element Dao art in the golden finger. Other than contacting his family, master, and friends once in a while, no one else could contact him. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. This was also the longest time Jiang Xi had been in seclusion since he started cultivating. Kanglin Planet, Songyun Sect. On a mountain peak with a beautiful environment. Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai sat facing each other. Other than Shen Tian, who was in his real body, Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both transmission mirages. Of course, on the surface, there was no difference between a transmission mirage and a real one. The 3 of them had completely different temperaments. Shen Tian was like a saber that was about to split open the sky. He was faintly in harmony with the heavens and earth. Li Baibai was ethereal and calm. It was as if the changes in time had nothing to do with her. On the other hand, Jiang Xi's body was suffused with wisps of murderous red light. It was frightening to look at. Jiang Xi, the murderous aura on your body is getting heavier and heavier. This can't go on. It will affect your state of mind, Li Baibai said with a frown. I've been using the murderous aura to temper my will. I can't stay unaffected, Jiang Xi said. Shen Tian and Li Baibai also knew that he was cultivating in the land of the fallen gods. You haven't stopped cultivating the peacock visualization, have you? Shen Tian asked. Not yet. I'm cultivating it at the same time as my cultivation, Jiang Xi said with a smile. That's good. With the peacock visualization self-visualization image, it won't be a big problem. Shen Tian nodded. Big brother, is the peacock visualization that powerful? Li Baibai was confused. When they first obtained the peacock visualization on Earth, the 3 of them had already cultivated it. It's very powerful. I've been studying the history and literature of Buddhism on Earth. Then, I collected information about the Tao Alliance. In the end, I came to the conclusion that the peacock visualization is very likely an important inheritance of the Tao Alliance, Shen Tian said mysteriously. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai looked at each other, speechless. Big brother, there's no need to study it. We all know that it's an important inheritance of Buddhism. Shen Tian laughed. I haven't finished yet. Buddhism focuses on cultivating the mind. They often talk about subduing the mind and cultivating the mind. For example, Compassion and the Bodhi heart are both manifestations of cultivating the mind. As for the peacock visualization, in my opinion, it's an inheritance of cultivating the mind. Cultivating the mind? Jiang Xi was puzzled. That sounded a bit empty. How could one cultivate the mind? In psychology, one's ID, ego, and superego? The mind is a simple thing to talk about, but it's also complicated. For example, the willpower that you've been training for the past few decades is a type of cultivating the mind, Xian Tian said with a smile. Of course, the mind isn't just about willpower. It contains many things such as emotions, memories, the subconscious mind, and so on. There are many complicated factors. He said a lot. Jiang Xi vaguely understood something, but it also seemed like he didn't understand anything. You just have to remember what I said. When you reach a certain realm, you'll naturally understand. Xian Tian smiled. Then he said, as for the realm of cultivating the mind, I don't know how Buddhism divides it. After so many years of research, I've concluded that there are 3 realms. Today I'll tell you about them. 3 realms? Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both interested. With a division of realms, it was easy to understand. Simply put, false, grand, empty. These 3 words represent the 3 realms of cultivating the mind, Xian Tian said. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were both speechless. It didn't feel right. Chapter 400. Big brother, fake void refers to lies, big words and empty words, right? Jiang Xi asked. Xian Tian smiled and shook his head. You have to understand the charm of our great Xia language. Every word, every phrase, every era, every person's heart may have a different answer. The 3 realms of mental cultivation that I mentioned, fake void refers to fake heart, big heart, and empty heart. The so-called fake heart refers to deceiving oneself and others, making oneself and others believe in the truth. If one can deceive all things in the world, it's the great success realm of fake void. And big heart refers to the word big. Big is infinite and encompasses all things. Many of the saints in the ancient history of our great Xia kingdom were in this realm. As for empty heart, since there's nothing in the heart, then naturally nothing can affect it. Of course, after reaching this realm, perhaps one is no longer human, but a transcendent existence without any emotions. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai became more and more serious. At first, they didn't think it was reliable. After all, Xian Tian gave people the impression that he was sometimes like this. But at the end, both of them fell into deep thought. Fake, big, empty. The 3 realms of mental cultivation were all reasonable. Big brother, what realm are you in now? Li Baibai asked curiously. Me? Barely the 2nd realm, big heart. Xian Tian smiled faintly. Big brother, you're not deceiving yourself, are you? The fake heart realm means deceiving yourself, Jiang Xi joked. Do I need to? Xian Tian smiled faintly. In the next moment, Jiang Xi and Li Baibai were stunned. Because they realized that behind Xian Tian's head, there was a faint golden halo. It was very similar to the Buddhas and the Buddhist legends. Unfathomable. As expected of Big Brother. Amazing. Jiang Xi and Li Baibai praised Xian Tian. What a monster. In the huge valley in the land of the fallen gods. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and ended the transmission. The discussion of heart cultivation with Xian Tian and Li Baibai earlier had allowed him to benefit greatly, and he sighed with emotion, as expected of Big Brother. Before his rise, Xian Tian had always been the #1 expert on earth and had influenced several generations. This was enough to prove Xian Tian's talent. In other words, if he didn't have the experience panel, then Xian Tian would be the real #1 genius on earth. Now Jiang Xi had seen Xian Tian's talent. The 2nd stage of heart cultivation was comparable to those saints in the ancient history of the great Xia kingdom. Based on the current situation, those saints who left their names in history are definitely not as simple as what is written in the books. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. Speaking of which, I should be at the 1st level of mental cultivation, false heart. For example, when I train my willpower, I tell myself every time I reach my limit. To be able to continue, to be able to hold on, this is actually an act of lying to oneself. Of course, the deception must be successful to make one's body and willpower believe it. Otherwise it can't be called false heart. Otherwise, all liars could be said to be at the 1st level of mental cultivation. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and his eyes flashed. Holding the communication bead in his hand, he secretly connected to the Eye of Heaven network. He said in his heart, search keywords heart cultivation plus Buddhism. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared. Arhat heart, Bodhisattva heart, Buddha heart. Jiang Xi used his nascent soul spiritual sense to quickly organize the information. In the end, he found that there were only introductions to various states of mind and related theoretical information. There was no specific method of heart cultivation, and there was no mention of the existence of heart cultivation. Riverward could vaguely sense that even in the Tao Alliance, the cultivation of the heart was considered a secret. Then he entered the Eye of Heaven Purple Heaven sect's internal network and searched for heart cultivation. With the authority of a third heaven disciple, he found a lot of good things, especially an interesting existence. Sky River? No wonder it's called the Sky River painting. It turned out that in the Sky River painting, there was not only the Sky River but also the Sky River. The Sky River painting tested the cultivation of Tao techniques. The Sky River tested the strength of one's will, consciousness, and spiritual sense. After learning about heart cultivation from Shen Tian, Jiang Xi understood that the Sky River actually tested the cultivation of one's state of mind. It was different from the various checkpoints of the Sky River. The Sky River used 21 islands from the downstream to the upstream to distinguish the level of one's state of mind cultivation. The further upstream one went, the more difficult the illusory realm test on the island was. I didn't expect that the Purple Heaven sect would be the most detailed in the division of heart cultivation. Jiang Xi laughed. Shen Tian concluded that there were only 3 levels of heart cultivation. False great emptiness. The Purple Heaven sect was more detailed. Let's take a look. Then Jiang Xi held the communication bead in his hand, and with a thought, a wisp of spiritual sense entered the Sky River painting. He said in his heart, Sky River. The next moment, space changed and he arrived in front of a magnificent Sky River. The reason why it was called Sky River was because the river was actually in the starry sky without anything supporting it. The torrential river water seemed to be about to break through the firmament. One could see that there were islands on the river, arranged from the downstream to the upstream. The first island. Jiang Xi's figure appeared on the first island. Instantly, a will pressure descended. At the same time, an illusory realm appeared with a thin veil that bewitched one's heart. Too weak. Jiang Xi shook his head. This will pressure did not even reach 1/10,000th of the valley in the land of the fallen gods. He broke through the illusory realm directly. With a turn he entered the second island. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Jiang Xi cleared 6 islands in a row with ease. Those illusory realms and will pressure posed no pressure to him at all. On the 21st island in the upper reaches of the Sky River, a green-robed old man suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. A nascent soul lad actually cleared 6 islands in a row. Moreover, even some Tao integration cultivators can't pass the 6th island's illusory realm test. He actually cleared it so easily? At that moment he saw Jiang Xi enter the 7th island. Most of the Tao integration stage cultivators stop at the 7th island. I wonder if this little guy, before he finished his thought, Jiang Xi broke through the illusory realm in less than 3 seconds. He's still so relaxed? The green-robed old man was even more shocked now. With a thought he found Jiang Xi's information. Jiang Xi, Purple Firmament sect's 3rd heaven disciple. His master is the Liquor Sword Immortal. So he's this lad's disciple. Although the Liquor Sword Immortal Sword Tao is strong and surpasses most Tao immortals and perfected lords, the cultivation of one's mental state is the most difficult to teach. Most of the time, it depends on the cultivator. This lad is only at the perfected nascent soul realm, but he already has such a strong mental state cultivation. It's really rare. If he can clear the 9th island, that would be terrifying. Although Tao technique cultivation was difficult, there were traces to be followed. Mental state cultivation was illusory. It was even harder to improve than Tao technique cultivation. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.